This 60-year-old man is our protagonist. Because of his advanced age and declining strength, it takes him a full 50 seconds to defeat this S-rank boss. But nobody knows that he has an incredibly overpowered skill, consuming artifacts, but since he had no clue how to actually absorb them, he tried boiling the artifacts, and when that didn't work, he tried stir-frying them. For over 30 years, he essentially wasted this overpowered skill. That was until he realized that all he had to do was synchronize his mana to absorb the artifacts. Realizing he discovered this too late, he felt discouraged. So, the author sent him back in time to when he was 20 years old. Now, he has all the time in the world to feast. After devouring a sword, he gained increased speed and a hidden stat. After countless other meals, his power became unrivaled. Let's not drag this out, let's get started. The story begins with Din Sang-Huynh, panting, sitting exhaustedly on the ground. I'm a five-year-old uncle this year, he thinks. His face is filled with reflection as he questions himself. At this age, what am I even doing? Everyone else my age is probably retired by now. He recalls his life story. My life has been a string of failures. Why failures? Sang-Huynh grips his sword and glares at the monsters right in front of him. You guys aren't really planning on letting me take a break, are you? Loud noises erupt as the monsters lunge at Sang-Huynh, attacking fiercely. He doesn't back down, charging forward to retaliate. Others my age are already called sword saints or sword gods. But me? I'm just an old man with a sword or a scatterbrained swordsman. That's all I've achieved. Isn't that miserable enough? Time shifts back to the past. A poor girl is abducted by monsters right in front of Sang-Huynh. Let go. Back then, Sang-Huynh was just a kid. I had no family and grew up in an orphanage. A woman tries to look at Sang-Huynh to comfort him. Sang-Huynh, don't be afraid. I'm fine, so please run. Just as she finished her sentence, a bloody scene unfolded before young Sang-Huynh eyes. Even the orphanage teachers all around, the place was filled with screams. Help me. Sang-Huynh looks back at the scene, tears of despair streaming down his face. The other children, the ones who were like family to me, they all died. When the apocalypse appeared in the sky, the monsters descended and robbed me of everything. However, I wasn't entirely hopeless. In that crucial moment, a knight in armor saved my life. Standing at death's door, I stared blankly at the broad back of the knight who saved me. He turned around, offered a gentle smile, and asked, "Are you okay?" These simple yet warm words touched Sang-Huynh heart deeply. Miracles appeared back in reality. Sang-Huynh relentlessly swings his sword to fight back against the monsters. His face looks tired after long, grueling battles. I was saved by that person, and I wanted to be like them. I really tried my best. So why? Even in his youth, facing a wave of monsters, Sang-Huynh kept trying to fight back. Damn it. The scene before him leaves him stunned for a moment. No matter how many monsters I kill, I still can't become strong enough to protect anything. Seeing his comrades die in a pool of blood, Sang-Huynh screams in hatred. Back to the present. Sang-Huynh stands tiredly in place, trying to catch his breath. This thing is slowly killing me. He asks, "Do you all understand now?" His body trembles because he used up too much strength in this battle. This body just can't keep up anymore. This is getting a bit dangerous. The ground around him suddenly shakes, leaving him momentarily dazed. Before he can process what's happening, a fierce monster appears right in front of him. In his dream, old man, house, old man, family, none left. The monster opens its mouth wide, preparing to attack Sang-Huynh. He wears a bitter smile, not knowing what else to say. My life really is a failure. The more I think about it, the more I want to curse this life. It's really over. God, I wish I could be reborn. Sunlight pierces through the chaotic scene. Among the piles of monster corpses, Sang-Huynh has single-handedly defeated them all. Chapter 1. Player Din Sang-Huynh. Congratulations on completing the Ancient Dragon's dungeon. After all that time of continuous fighting, he is utterly exhausted. The more he thinks about it, the more unfair it feels. Why am I still struggling like this, at nearly 60 years old? His full name is Din Sang-Huynh, 55 years old. My name is Din Sang-Huynh. I've been a swordsman for nearly 30 years, but my best achievement so far is only making it into the top 100 inches the country. Simply put, I'm like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. There are so many players in this world. Seeing a book in front of him, Sang-Huynh approaches, surprised. My reward this time is a skill book. I ate an artifact before. Can I eat this one too? Seeing a dazzling light appear behind him, he pays some attention. The system notification pops up. Constellation, late blooming scholar has entered. Simultaneously, a young man with blonde hair appears before Din Sang-Huynh. Late blooming scholar sincerely appreciates your effort. He says some very confusing things, And on top of that, he praises you for your excellent attack earlier. The old man quickly realizes the person who just entered is the constellation he signed a contract with, the late blooming scholar. Sang-Huynh laughs, looking at the man in front of him. Thank you. I'm very grateful that you signed a contract with a third-rate swordsman like me. Suddenly, the system displays a new notification regarding the late blooming scholar. When the player reaches level 850, all artifacts and title stats will double. When the player reaches level 900, all artifacts and title stats will triple. The late blooming scholar quickly transforms, making Sang-Huynh, standing right there, feel a bit uncomfortable because his current level is 650. Because of these harsh conditions, I haven't received anything from him yet. Even though this is my constellation, the system continues to display notifications. Late blooming scholar urges you to eat that skill book quickly. Sang-Huynh nods, understanding. I was just about to eat it. His hands slowly move toward the book in front of him. All right, let's do this. A blinding light appears. Consume artifact. This is the only skill I received upon awakening. To understand this skill, I tried boiling and eating artifacts. Besides that, I also tried stir-frying them, but I felt no difference. By the time I finished my pointless experiments, 30 years had passed. And then when I used mana synchronization with an artifact at the appropriate level, I realized that was the way to activate the artifact absorption skill. But by the time I realized it, it was already too late. The others had grown stronger the moment they awakened. Sang-Huyn's expression turned thoughtful. He placed his hand on the book, but the more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, finally pushing the book aside. This thing should have a manual or something. There's no way this is a skill book. Late blooming scholar Constellation, watching from the sidelines, felt completely helpless, not knowing what to do. The Constellation noted that very little information about this skill was being displayed. He apologized for being unable to help, saying there was still plenty of time left. You should try to compromise with it one more time and start the mana synchronization process. Sang-Huynh grew increasingly irritated. Plenty of time? As he turned his head, tears of frustration welled up in his eyes. Who said I have plenty of time? I'm nearly 60 years old. If I'd had a child at 30, they would be 30 years old by now. And if I'd had kids even earlier, I might even be a grandfather already. Maybe you don't understand because you're a constellation, but human lives are so short. The system hurriedly displayed a notification. The late blooming scholar Constellation sincerely apologized if he had said something wrong. Sang-Huynh sighed and turned his face away. No, you didn't do anything wrong. It's just that my life is full of regrets. This made the late blooming scholar Constellation listen in sudden surprise. I couldn't bring that person back. I tried my best to become someone like him, but now I'm exhausted. I'm just too old now. If only I were a bit younger. The late blooming scholar Constellation listened in silence without responding. A strange smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth, while Sang-Huynh continued his bitter complaining. Whatever, I'm about to retire anyway. It's time for me to terminate our contract, so you should go find another player. Wrapped in a pink light, the late blooming scholar Constellation slowly began to float into the air. Sang-Huynh remained bewildered, not understanding what the hell was happening. The scene I'm seeing right now, everything is slowly fading away. Constellation? Sang-Huynh looked at the strange smile on the late blooming scholar Constellation. This is my final memory at age 55. The late blooming scholar Constellation used the trial essence. A series of text appeared, triggering a rebirth as the scene shifted elsewhere. A man named Bak Dai-min, a reporter nicknamed the Smiling Player, announced to everyone, dungeons and gates. These are the basic environments for the awakened, or in other words, where players work, right? Han Mai-li, the CEO of the Mai-li Corporation, nodded in agreement. That's right. You can think of dungeons as the starting point for players, while gates are different spaces, or perhaps you could say they lead to uncharted territories. Those are the places you must explore, and it's all being broadcast on TV. Responding to the question and confirming the concepts of dungeons and gates, these were the foundations for players to develop. The two continued to discuss it heatedly. So, what do you think about this year's dungeons? Personally, I think inside a room, Sang-Huynh happily polished his sword over and over. I really have been reborn. It's been so long since I watched this program, he mused, recalling everything. I've gotten a handle on the situation over the past 4 days, but it's still a bit confusing. To be exact, I've been reborn 30 years into the past. I had passed out, and when I woke up, I was back in my small apartment from 30 years ago. My body wasn't that of a 55-year-old man anymore, but a 25-year-old guy, and I still had all my memories from before the rebirth. And the reason I was able to be reborn must be due to the miracle of a constellation, right? There's no other explanation. Thinking of this, Huynh chuckled and tested the knife in his hand. Still, I find it quite confusing. Well, whatever. I should go out and get to work, right? Information about the Venom dagger was displayed. Bronze rank relic. One-handed weapon. Dagger type. Attack power plus 17. Agility plus 10. A dagger for self-defense. It will not dull easily. Huynh gripped the knife firmly, thinking to himself, "This is the bronze rank relic I was lucky enough to receive during this period. Even though its rank might be low, I know its hidden skill." The system also displayed information about the dagger. Absorption rate is being calculated. Absorption rate of basic stats for bronze rank relic, 10%. Absorption of previous relics has been compounded. Final absorption result, 20%. Huyhn's face showed great anticipation for what would happen next. Even though the rate is quite low because I haven't used it in a long time, the most important thing is the hidden skill. Starting mana synchronization with Venom's dagger. Huynh felt as if he were transported to a completely new space, and the system displayed a new notification. Opening the unconscious space, he looked happily around the space he had just discovered. The unconscious space is the place I need to be to absorb relics. I feel nervous every time I come here. I wonder what I'll get this time. Right before Huyhn's eyes appeared a delicious-looking plate of roasted chicken. Preparation for absorbing Venom's dagger complete. His face showed admiration as he looked at the food laid out before him. The roasted chicken was ready, waiting for him to enjoy. The roasted chicken was drizzled with olive oil. Seeing this, Huynh couldn't help but laugh in surprise. It's a relief that it's normal food this time. I was worried it would be something like swamp centipedes. If it's this, I can eat as much as I want. The system continued to display notifications. Absorption process for Venom's dagger has begun. You have received agility plus 2. You have learned the hidden skill, sweep. Before he could even react, the knife vanished into thin air. Venom's dagger had been absorbed and disappeared. Back in reality, Huynh let out a sigh of relief as he looked at the information screen. It's a bit of a waste that it was destroyed, but I probably wouldn't have used it later anyway. I got a useful skill just like I planned. Now, it's time to go. The scene shifted to a massive spatial gate. This was Dungeon No. 85. Under the responsibility of Do Dakin's team. Just then, the logistics captain ran forward in a hurry to report. Team leader Do Dakin, upon hearing this, looked slightly surprised. Why did the logistics captain come here? The logistics captain quickly and anxiously explained everything he knew. One of the members in my team, who just joined 4 days ago, a guy named Huynh, asked to withdraw. Dakin didn't seem surprised. Don't worry about that Huynh kid. He has already joined a player team. This information made the captain even more anxious. What? He joined a player team, not the porter squad? Watching his attitude made Do Dakin laugh in surprise. I've made my decision. Any problem with that? The raid leader retorted angrily. Of course. He just awakened, and he hasn't even finished the player academy yet. You've never added someone like that to the team before. If we do that, the teams will be unbalanced. How am I supposed to manage the workload? Do Dakin let out a soft sigh. The leader's expression became terrifyingly cold as he stepped closer to him. The porter squad leader was slightly taken aback. Why did Do Dakin get right in his face? I have to handle everything myself, from my own team to the distribution system. The porter leader gave a forced smile. Right, I apologize. With no other choice, he just turned around and left. Do Dakin kept grumbling behind his back. Seriously, if you let these porters talk, the balance is a load of bull. This made a team member curious. But why did you accept him into the team? I didn't expect it either. He laughed in surprise. Same for you. If someone has to die, it's going to be that guy, not us. He just needs to be useful and then die to keep those porters quiet. That's how we maintain our value. The group was buzzing with lively conversation. What can a newbie at level 1 even do? I didn't know you had that in mind. Huynh approached them slowly. Hello. From today, I'll be working as a player. My name is Huynh. The moment he introduced himself, everyone on the team fell silent. Do Dakin's face wore a look of eager anticipation, waiting to see what would happen next. Realizing everyone was staring, Huynh stood there, momentarily speechless. These guys are really excited, aren't they? I kind of expected it, but they aren't even trying to hide their expressions. To break the silence, Do Dakin approached with a smile. Our new guy has finally arrived. Huynh, right? Nice to meet you. I thought you'd be late on your first day. So, your weapon is a longsword? Huynh laughed and scratched his head. Yes, I watched YouTube videos to practice really hard. The man nodded in approval. The longsword is one of the hardest weapons to master, but Din Huynh didn't seem to care much. At least I'll be able to protect myself. Believe in me. This amused the man, and he burst into laughter. That's the spirit. Good. A man should be like that, just like me. Now, let's go clear the dungeon. Cheer up. Du Dekin's team slowly moved into the dungeon. He didn't forget to give instructions. All right, once we're inside, remember to stay at the entrance. Everyone chatted away as if they had nothing to fear. I wonder how many I'll kill today. Who knows, but I'll definitely kill more than you. As Du Dekin walked inside, Din Huyhn's gaze turned terrifyingly cold. His face showed clear disdain. Learning from YouTube is ridiculous. Does this guy think a dungeon is a playground? He just awakened and became a player, yet he's already this arrogant. Looks like this guy is asking for death. Based on my combat experience, dungeon monsters are a nightmare for newbies, and he's about to find out for himself. You stupid brat. Just a few seconds later, the expression on Du Dekin's face changed completely. You stupid brat. The scene before them left everyone frozen for a moment. This is insane. The massive monster carcasses lay scattered across the ground, defeated by Din Huyhn's combat power. Everyone had the same thought running through their heads. Who the hell is this guy? What did I just see? Din Huynh slowly turned around with a cold look in his eyes. Monsters are creatures that mainly appear in fantasy games, novels, and movies. Because we are so used to them, we often mistakenly think they are weak when we actually face them. Of course, compared to other types of monsters like dragons, they are indeed weak, stupid, and only know how to use their fists. That's why new players are often very arrogant, and they jump straight into fighting without thinking. Some newbies even rush head-on at the monsters. Here I come. The characteristics of these monsters are usually quite simple. Their hands easily destroy newbies. They are, on average, 250 centimeters tall and weigh 180 kilograms. This leaves newbies screaming in despair. Let me go, you monster. Their physical traits create a massive gap in strength compared to humans. For this reason, these monsters earned a nickname, the Wall of Nightmares. Back to reality, Du Dekin's expedition team moved forward. Right then, a man in the team turned back, irritated. Hey, Din Huynh, even if you're a newbie, you won't get any special treatment. Try to pull your own weight. The guy behind him didn't even forget to spit in contempt. Just awakened, and yet he's acting like a real player. What an arrogant jerk. Din Huynh just gave a forced smile. I'll do my best. Although he secretly thought, no one is nice to newbies, huh? His attitude only made the group look down on him even more. Don't just do your best. Do it properly. I'll do my best, my foot. Seeing their unpleasant attitude, Din Huynh smiled silently. He walked up behind the man who had just mocked him. So, can I take the lead if we encounter a monster? The guy was slightly surprised. What? Are you crazy? The man's face grew confused as he realized something. From behind the group, a giant monster had appeared, causing panic among everyone. It's a monster! Din Huynh was somewhat excited. His first battle after being reborn. He gripped his sword tight. I'll handle this. Before he could finish his sentence, the man from before had already charged toward the monster with his shield. The man's face became incredibly annoyed as he cursed. You bastard! You've lost your mind. Moving as slow as a turtle and you want to use a longsword? Din Huynh was about to say something else. You don't need to help me. The man continued with contempt. Then shut your mouth and prove your skills. He sighed and nodded. Fine, just watch what's in front of you. The man, frustrated, turned around with his weapon, ready to attack. Be grateful to me, you kid. But the sight before him made his eyes widen in fear. Fortunately, just at the critical moment, Du Dekin managed to block the monster with his shield. The creature fell hard to the ground in pain, which finally helped everyone regain their senses. He instantly shouted, turning his head back to warn them. Did you guys come here for a picnic? Get a grip. The scene descended into chaos as voices rose in panic. I'm sorry, good lord, this is insane, Du Dekin shouted. Move forward, fall back, I'll handle it. The monster was losing its cool and kept attacking relentlessly. But Du Dekin's strength wasn't something to sneeze at either. This is nothing. He drove his sword into the monster's body, forcing it to stand still for a moment. The people behind him cheered and rejoiced at the sight. Amazing, Captain. You hit its heart, it's dead, right? But contrary to everyone's expectations, the monster grew even more agitated. It even grabbed its massive axe, ready to strike back. Luckily, in the nick of time, Du Dekin quickly jumped back to dodge. He hadn't killed it after all. Watching the two sides clash so fiercely, Huynh stood to the side, deep in thought. He silently observed the battle. Du Dekin was supposed to be the highest level person here, but he was only level 50, so he couldn't deal critical damage to the monster. The more they fought, the more Do Dekin lost his composure, rushing forward with his sword. "You bastard!" He gathered all his strength and lunged for another strike. Die. Seeing the monster slump down, everyone felt a spark of hope again. He killed it. He actually took down the monster all by himself. Do Dekin happily turned back and asked, "Piece of cake, right? You guys okay?" Everyone nodded excitedly. "Of course, you're the man we can count on," he continued cheerfully. "All right, let's move out." Suddenly, strange noises erupted, and a horde of red-skinned, ferocious monsters swarmed toward them. Seeing this, everyone was struck with pure terror. They're high-level monsters, and armored ones too. "Captain, what do we do now?" Even Do Dekin looked apprehensive. "It's best we retreat to ensure the team's safety." Even as he worried, thinking, "What the hell is this? I can handle one monster. But all of them?" Right in the middle of the crisis, Huynh stepped forward. "Can I handle this?" Seeing him step up, everyone else looked annoyed and contemptuous. What did he just say? "Hey, Huynh, have you lost your mind?" "I'm so sorry, Captain. I should have disciplined this guy better." Do Dekin, seeing the danger, anxiously warned him. Huynh, "I know you're excited since you just awakened." But, before he could finish, Huynh bolted forward. "Hey, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Huynh didn't care. He drew his sword and attacked the monsters. With a single slash, he took down the lead monster, causing the surrounding monsters to freeze in their tracks. Huynh chuckled. "Long swords really are the best. That was such a clean cut." The attitudes of the crowd shifted instantly. Huynh, what was that just now? He sliced a high-level monster in half. "I know it's a long sword, but Huynh wielded the sword like a pro." "Wait, am I only level 1? That slash didn't feel as light as I expected." The system screen appeared, displaying player info. Huynh, level 1. Title: Star Player. Unique skill: Holy Relic Absorption. Holy Relics absorbed: 1. Health: 200. Energy: 20. XP: 40. The high-level monsters were visibly irritated by this. All the monsters charged at Huynh at once. He didn't show a hint of fear. "Even if my level is low, I've got a mountain of combat experience." Huynh lightly lunged, his long sword cutting through the giant monsters. Some of the giant monsters tried to hack him into pieces with their weapons, but with his protagonist aura, he dodged them as if it were nothing. "Do you know how many of your kind I killed when I was younger?" Seeing Huynh being so ruthless, the other players were baffled. "Is that really Huynh? Did he actually kill them all? I'm not joking around here." Huynh continued to charge his long sword toward the remaining monsters in his way. "You're the last one." Armored monster. A monster with a massive build and eyes full of hatred. It roared and charged straight at Huynh. Sensing the opportunity, he leaped into the air, ready to counter. His gaze looked terrifying, as if his killing intent could suppress everything in the area. Huynh gripped his sword tightly and unleashed a flurry of strikes. The wounds on the armored monster's body began to burst open. Do Dekin, witnessing this, screamed in fear. "Its skin is too thick. Your attacks won't work. This is bad." The battle between Huynh and the armored monster continued intensely. Despite the monster's overwhelming power, he remained completely fearless. Don't overcomplicate things. The armored monster's body suddenly began to tremble in a strange way. The system notification popped up. Skill activated. Demon Combat. Level 1. It was clear the monster couldn't touch a hair on Huyhn's head. The skill info was explained. Demon Combat Hidden Skill. Abnormal Status Obstruction. Cooldown: 15 seconds. When fighting the same target at skill level 1, obstruct the target. Whether it's a monster or a human, for 2 seconds, the chance and duration of obstruction depend on the target's resistance level. Huynh smiled, preparing to strike back. "All right, stay right there." Sensing the danger, the armored monster screamed in desperation. But unfortunately, it was too late. Its head flew into the air, and red blood sprayed everywhere. Do Dekin and the others saw the armored monster's head fall right in front of them, leaving everyone bewildered. What the hell did I just see? Didn't that guy awaken only 3 days ago? And that skill he just used isn't exactly common. I thought the longest obstruction time was only 1.5 seconds. The group buzzed with excitement. And isn't he way too good with a long sword? Should we ask which YouTube channel he learned from? The more Do Dekin thought about it, the more. He couldn't believe what happened. Obstruction? Really? He even fought off an armored monster. But he only just awakened a few days ago. Where on earth did he get that crazy skill? Huynh was still looking around. Is that really it? Suddenly, a notification popped up right in front of him. "Congratulations, You have leveled up, and you have met the requirements to obtain a title. You have obtained the F-rank title, Fearless Puppy, F-rank title. Title effect, Escape +5. Sang-hoon pondered this, deep in thought. I didn't really pay attention to leveling up, but this title is a pleasant surprise. Evasion sounds pretty useful. The system continued with another notification. You have not yet used your bonus stat points. Please choose the stat you wish to increase. Available points. 1. He slowly reached his hand toward the system interface. I've already decided which stat to raise. In my past life, I realized it too late. But the luck stat directly affects accuracy and the drop rate of holy artifacts. That is exactly what I need right now. The system screen displayed a new notification. Player's luck has increased. Just then, Dakin stepped forward, looking worried, and asked, "Are you really dinged in, Sang-hoon? Was that skill you just used obstruction? Where did you get that skill from?" Hearing him say that made Sang-hoon feel a bit awkward. I just reincarnated, so I can make good use of my skills, he thought. But I can't say that. He quickly replied, I had it as soon as I awakened. Clearly, Dakin couldn't believe what he was saying. Do you think that sounds reasonable? Don't try to dodge the question. Are you sure you're just incredibly lucky enough to have a diamond rank holy artifact, or is there something even better? Sang-hoon smiled and held the holy sword toward Dakin. Do you want to check it out? Dakin's face turned serious. This was Dakin seemed to understand something. Fine. Then, the information about this faded silver greatsword appeared. Normal holy artifact, two-handed weapon, greatsword type. Attack power +50. Effect. None. A greatsword with a plain design and no special effects. The more he thought about it, the more stunned and incredulous Dakin became. Is this really just a normal greatsword? Then that skill really belongs to you? His expression turned extremely arrogant. Damn it. I've been grinding in dungeons for 2 years. But even after reaching level 50, I haven't gotten a skill as good as that. At this rate, today's loot split. While Dakin was still thinking, a party member shouted a warning in a panic. Captain, the mid-rank boss is here. Everyone started to get anxious. The captain immediately made a decision. Let's go. Thanks to you, dealing with those guards was easy. But don't get too arrogant. Your skill is good, but it's nothing special. When facing the demon monster they were about to fight, the corner of Sang-hoon's mouth suddenly curled into a smile, as if he found the whole thing extremely amusing. He had almost forgotten the reason he joined this party. As soon as he revived, he called out. Captain Dakin turned his head in surprise. Afraid? Well then, he suggested seriously in front of everyone. If I can kill the demon monster alone, can I take the holy artifact as a reward for slaying it? This party paid everyone based on individual performance. Crimson Stone is a holy artifact that can only be obtained by defeating the demon monster. However, even if you defeat hundreds of demon monsters, it's still very hard to get because its drop rate is extremely low. But in my past life, after my team failed to take down the demon monster, we were lucky enough to see the Crimson Stone when another team was fortunate enough to get it. Sang-hoon was incredibly surprised at that time, listening to the congratulations. Captain, congratulations. The group kept discussing that Crimson Stone. How did you manage to get it? That thing must be worth a fortune on the market, right? Isn't this the only holy artifact with the delay skill? Hey, stop talking. Let me get a piece of the action. Back then, Sang-hoon had become extremely curious about that item. Delay. That skill is exactly what I'm longing for right now. Everyone in the adventure party fell silent as they listened to what Sang-hoon said. He remained fearless and continued with his request. If my memory serves me right, our team divides loot based on contribution level. So, if I defeat the monster alone, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Dakin's face showed some silent contemplation upon hearing this. It seemed Sang-hoon had also realized the severity of the situation. Whether I get the delay skill or not is very important for future events. However, most people would be annoyed by a newbie being this arrogant. No one respected him. The group became extremely irritated. Hey, are you crazy? Who the hell do you think you are? You've only killed a few monsters and you think you're better than everyone else, even daring to talk about loot distribution? Suddenly, Dakin's voice rang out. Hey, calm down. He coldly announced to everyone. Do as he says. This left everyone incredibly confused. Captain, he continued to explain, however, only in the event that we cannot defeat the boss. Only then can you enter the dungeon alone and handle it yourself. Understand? Upon hearing this approval, Sang-hoon laughed. Easier than I thought. He continued to ask, so does that mean I don't need to participate in this fight? Although very annoyed, Dakin could only nod in confirmation. Do as you wish. The group hurriedly ran after Dakin. Captain, wait for us. His face was extremely displeased at this point. That arrogant jerk, he's acting like he's the best because he got lucky and found that game-breaking skill. This time, I'll definitely clear the dungeon and make him shut his mouth. I'll show that guy how important experience is on the battlefield. But as soon as he opened the door, Dakin's face went blank at the scene before him. A monster holding a giant mace was waiting for the group to come and stir up trouble. The system also displayed a notification. You have entered the mid-rank boss room. The lights here were slowly lit. Everything was gloomy and deathly quiet, waiting for a fierce battle to break out. The demon monster was waiting for them there. A bloodthirsty mid-rank boss. Taking a deep breath to stay calm, Dakin announced to all his teammates, "Everyone, get ready to fight. Even though it looks scary, I heard it's easy to beat." According to the intel I received, he continued to remind them, surround it and attack from behind. The corner of Dakin's mouth curved into a smug smile. Solo play? Sorry, but you won't get that chance. Din Sang-hoon. He and his teammates lunged forward quickly. I'll take the lead. A few minutes later, Dakin lay motionless on the ground with his head covered in blood. He woke up, feeling confused. What just happened? Sang-hoon's expression turned grim, not knowing how to explain this situation. I was worried the moment I saw those people run in, but who would have expected them to just charge straight ahead? That's exactly why I failed back then. The group rushed toward Dakin. Captain, what do we do now? If things keep going like this, we're all going to die. He was struggling to sit up. Looking at the ferocious demon monster right in front of him, he felt a bit rattled. Even those high-level monsters from earlier, why are they this strong? Damn it. This is why you shouldn't trust advice from people at the market. Alright, we don't need to fight the boss today. Let's pull back. Suddenly, Dakin noticed Sang-hoon standing to the side, his face beaming with joy, looking as if his big chance had finally arrived. This caught him off guard. The group around him started whispering, "Seriously, what is wrong with you?" Dakin kept reminding everyone, "Forget it, let's retreat fast. Since its vision is limited, we can use its blind spot to catch our breath." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. Right, this is only a mid-tier boss after all. Dakin turned to Sang-hoon. The rest is up to you. Din Sang-hoon, were you surprised to hear that? His expression became terrifyingly threatening. I'm warning you, if I die, don't you dare come back to haunt me. Hearing that, he laughed, finding Dakin's attitude childish. Sang-hoon gripped his sword tightly. Don't worry about me, I'm not dying today. Just then, the demon monster lunged straight at Sang-hoon to attack. He didn't show a hint of fear and calmly stood his ground. If I only compared my stats to the demon monsters, I'd never win. But that's only if I didn't have my real combat experience. Seeing Sang-hoon's apparent strength, the demon monster looked a bit surprised. This also left the exploration team stunned. Did I just hear a clash? He actually parried its mace. Din Sang-hoon continued walking straight toward the massive monster. My arm is completely numb. I guess I can only parry your attacks. Seeing his arrogant attitude made the demon monster scowl in annoyance. His eyes quickly seized the opening as he lunged forward. It's been a while, Red Rock. The reason I'm so obsessed with Red Rock is because of the special effect when combining the delay and my status skills. It's hard for stats to show the effectiveness of the 2-second stun, which the War Demon skill has already improved quite a bit. However, with my official skill, Holy Relic Absorption, I can combine the effects of different skills. So, it gave me an idea. What if there was a skill that allowed me to stack the stun effect of the War Demon? That would be the perfect combo skill to allow for a permanent stun. If I could get an obstacle skill, this would be even more feasible. Sang-hoon chuckled and made his move. What's wrong? Come at me. Hearing these taunts, the monster became extremely agitated and charged straight at Sang-hoon, who stood perfectly still. He laughed, looking forward to what would happen next. Perfect. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Now I can see your weak point. The demon monster's massive mace slammed into the ground, and the system notifications flashed continuously. Level 1, War Demon skill activated. The demon monster will be stunned for 2 seconds. Din Sang-hoon gripped his sword, watching its body tremble. Dakin, watching from the side, was stunned beyond belief. That skill, it even works on a mid-tier boss? That's totally game-breaking. Sang-hoon glanced at the monster and laughed. I know lower-level monsters are easy, but you're a demon monster. He was still gloating when something came flying at him. It turned out the demon monster used all its leg strength to kick Sang-hoon, sending him flying backward. Luckily, he managed to use his sword to maintain a safe distance. He sighed, looking annoyed. Forgot about that. The demon monster was still glaring at him ferociously. Self-regeneration. The monster's self-regeneration skill cleared the stun effect faster than expected. To stun it again, I have to wait another 15 seconds. which is why I need to stall. The demon monster grabbed its weapon and charged at Sang-hun again. He calculated silently. If he couldn't stun it, he just had to defeat it. His clean, decisive slashes kept landing. Well, this is easy enough. The two fought fiercely, causing the group behind them to shout, "Captain, we really have to go now, even if that guy's skills aren't working." Dakin asked angrily, why didn't his stun skill work? And with such a huge gap in stats, how is he still doing this? Why does he still have that look on his face? Sang-hun was still excitedly waiting. Why not finish this right now? This made him wonder, is he actually a newbie? Sang-hun backed away, showing no signs of fear. I've been through this before. If you're too weak, just focus all your power on one single point. Forget about hacking the enemy apart. Instead, turn their strength into your own advantage to pierce through them. In one single strike, the demon monster's weapon shattered to pieces. The system notification appeared. Congratulations. You have defeated a mid-tier boss. Sang-hun used his sword to pierce right through the giant monster's body. You have leveled up. A series of level-up notifications appeared. Sang-hun stood calmly, watching the system notifications pile up. You have received the E-rank title, Demon Hunter. Title rank E. Title description. When facing mid-tier bosses or higher, stamina recovery speed increases by 5 times. These new skills sparked Sang-hun's interest. I already have 2 titles. I guess this is the benefit of playing solo, right? He quickly saw Dakin's group right there. His expression and everyone else's were frozen in disbelief. Sang-hun gave an awkward smile. To avoid troublesome situations like this, I can only think of one way. He hurriedly plunged his sword into the ground and shouted, I almost died. If you aren't going to deal damage to the monster, Captain, what am I supposed to do? The group behind him also burst into smug laughter and cheered. Knew it. How could he possibly deal that much damage to that monster? Dakin looked somewhat bewildered, unable to believe the truth. He was saying, looking toward Sang-hun, standing right in front of him, his face relieved, secretly calculating. You aren't a fool, are you? I gave you a chance to protect your honor. Won Sok-chol also slowly appeared right in front of Dakin and everyone else. A strange smile spread across his face. Keep your promise. He's trying to say that, right? What a pathetic loss. Everyone pay attention. We've defeated the mid-boss, so get ready for the final boss. Everyone nodded in understanding. Yes, sir. The whole group listlessly headed up to the next floor to prepare for the next mission. Knew it. There's no way that Punk could have defeated that thing on his own, right? Wish I had a stun skill too. Never mind. It wouldn't even work on a mid-boss anyway. Sang-hun looked with interest at the crimson quartz he had obtained. Now that the audience is gone, it's time for me to eat you. The system also displayed information about this crimson quartz. Silver tier holy object. Special equipment, equipment type, ornament, special effect, delay, health effect bonus, strength bonus. A rare item obtained by defeating a demon monster. A crystallization of endurance and resilience. The scene quickly shifted to an unconscious space. The sight before him made Sang-hun's eyes widen in amazement. A delicious bowl of noodles with all the toppings appeared before him. Chef King's cold spicy noodles with jellyfish meat. Sang-hun happily picked up the bowl of noodles. Things are going too smoothly, aren't they? Who could resist such a classic combination? The system also displayed a notification in front of him. You are ready to absorb the crimson quartz. He excitedly picked up a mouthful of cold noodles with a large piece of meat. The system continuously displayed notifications that the crimson quartz was being absorbed. For every 20% of base stats when absorbing silver rank, your strength and health stats will increase by 2. A dazzling light appeared, and at the same time, Sang-hun had used the new skill, Delay. You can add the delay effect to your skills. Feeling that something was wrong, he looked at the screen in surprise. Why am I suddenly feeling worried? Bound to demon warfare, the system immediately displayed replacement information. The effect of delay has been added to demon warfare. If you use demon warfare before the first stun state ends, you can inflict a second, longer stun effect. The third time has a 90% chance, the fourth is 60%, and the fifth will have a 30% chance to extend the stun effect. Sang-hun immediately returned to reality. He felt a bit intrigued looking at the screen. Stunning for a full 4 seconds. I guessed it would work in theory. Lucky it's real. Just then, Dakin slowly walked up from behind. Can we talk? He looked at him in surprise. What is it? He continued to step forward. Right in front of us is the final boss room. Berserk monster. Hearing that, Sang-hun laughed in surprise. You want me to join the fight later? Suddenly, he shook his head. No. This caught his attention. If I don't make good use of a member like you, then I'm a failure of a leader. Let's fight together. Sang-hun. Hearing that, Sang-hun excitedly stood up but said, You know, my conditions are still the same. Du Dakin nodded comfortably in agreement. Got it. Just then, Tan Min quickly stepped up to report. We are ready to enter the boss room. Du Dakin nodded in understanding. I see, then let's go. Everyone must be vigilant now. Tan Min looked at Song Huynh with a cold gaze. That look of his also made him feel confused. Before he could react, Du Dakin had already pulled him away. This is the final battle. When it's over, let's go for a drink, he asked himself. Was he just lied to? The scene shifted to dungeon number 85. The Berserk boss, the giant monster, was still waiting for its next target to appear. Its appearance looked extremely terrifying. It was known as the final boss, the Berserk monster. Seeing how terrifying it was made the group behind somewhat nervous. Du Dakin hurriedly coughed a few times to remind him. Sang Huynh, I will go in first. He nodded in agreement from behind. To avoid making everyone waste their time, he picked up his sword and stepped forward. Just follow me closely. Du Dakin was about to say something else. Sang Huynh, you really don't need to this time. He just sighed gently. The Berserk monster actually has lower skill resistance than the demon monster, so it will be easier to stun. If I stay calm and attack, there shouldn't be a problem. What? Follow me closely? Since when have I been confident enough to say that? When I was young, I was always afraid of everything. After growing up, I struggled just to survive. Sang Huynh, at that time, humbly asked the staff, Can I get a spot? The staff's attitude was extremely unpleasant. I already told you, your stats are too low. Thinking of this, he sighed. I can't live a life like that anymore. That's right, I need to change. To change that weak past and the future too. To do that, I need to show and prove it to everyone here. Seeing Sang Huynh right in front of him engaging the Berserk monster in a one-on-one fight made Du Dakin smile in admiration. What a monster. The battle between Sang Huynh and the monster was still ongoing. With his overwhelming power, remembering something important, he hurriedly turned back to remind them. It will be stunned for 4 seconds. The system displayed a notification. The level 1 demon warfare skill has been activated. Hearing that, Du Dakin and his teammates rushed forward quickly. Hurry in and finish it off. Charge. Seeing the group with such clear intentions to take him down made the Berserk monster extremely wild. Various wounds appeared on its body continuously. Finally, the system sounded a notification. Congratulations, you have defeated the final boss, the Berserk monster. Congratulations, you have completed the Temple of the Imprisoned Monster dungeon. Everyone kept discussing with each other. Isn't this dungeon too easy? I haven't even used a potion yet. Stun really makes everything easier. Do you think that guy has a personal carrier yet? Should I go ask? I was going to ask him first. How about that? I need to make a living too. Din Sang Huynh listened from the side, speechless. They sure flip-flop fast. I didn't even think of this. Consecutive system notifications rang out. You have leveled up. You have received the D-rank title. Overwhelming power. D-rank title class. Title description. He stood there, blankly staring at the system information. Effect duration increased by 10%. Reading that, Din Sang Huynh couldn't help but chuckle. Getting a title that boosts stuns by 4.4 seconds is just game-breaking. In my past life, I didn't even have a single title, but this is nothing compared to him. Du Kin Hoa, the collector of the perfect sword title. He's the strongest swordsman in Korea and owns a ton of titles. Just 2 years after the player era began, he turned into a monster who reached level 500. Before I was reborn, he was someone I always looked up to, but now I'm definitely going to catch up to him. If I push myself now, I might still have a chance. Everyone behind them was surprised to see Din Sang Huynh so pumped up. Du Kin Hoa slowly approached. What are you doing? He quickly explained. Just stretching. Nothing special. The guy happily held out some loot for him. Well, you did a great job. Take it. This caught him completely off guard. What? Is he possessed? Du Kin Hoa sighed in response. You really carried us this time. I'm a fair guy, and since it's just a bronze tier item, I can afford to be generous. Din Sang Huynh managed a stiff smile. He's honestly way too nice. The guy laughed and kept chatting. Hey, if this were something expensive, I wouldn't have given it to you, you know. Du Kin Hoa thought to himself, I'm giving it to you because we won't be seeing each other for a long time. Even though it stung, he had to admit the guy was living in a completely different world than him. Din Sang Huynh was still marveling at the loot. In that case, I'll take it. Behind them, Tan Min had witnessed the whole thing. His face was twisted with pure spite. The team leader only pays attention to that punk because he showed off his skills a few times. I've been chasing after him for so long. This is so unfair. He couldn't take it anymore and quickly pulled out his phone. Damn it, just die already. He dialed. Hello? It's me. The scene shifted to Din Sang-hoon's home in Sinecheon. He was absolutely thrilled. This is why I became a player. Doing deliveries only got me about $200 a day, but it feels like he gave me double what anyone else would get. And on top of that, there's an item too. The info for this ring appeared right before his eyes. Bronze tier holy relic, support equipment, ring type equipment, special effect, weight reduction, power effect, +10. This ring can only be obtained from berserker monsters. It extends the wearer's blood rage. Din Sang-hoon was extremely satisfied with his haul. It's only bronze tier, but a free holy relic that provides a weight reduction effect is huge. The info for the effect appeared. It consumes 1 mana per second to reduce the weight of all equipped holy relics. After reading the details, he grew thoughtful. So, that's why it's only bronze tier. Most players would be out of mana before they even swung their swords. That mana consumption is insane. But he wasn't most players. Din Sang-hoon remembered his past self. It took me 50 years to understand my own potential. But because of that, I know it inside and out. In my previous life, I absorbed items that consumed mana too, but the results were shocking. The special effect of a holy relic that consumes mana causes a debuff, but the trade-off is that it stops consuming mana. While Din Sang-hoon was experimenting, the system announced the synchronization of mana with the berserker ring. He let out an excited laugh. Who cares about the debuff? The more skills, the better. The scene shifted to a private club in Seoul, Gangnam District. Even while holding a beautiful woman in his arms, Tan-min was still furious and kept ranting. "I'm not lying. That punk really can inflict a 4-second stun." The man opposite him looked annoyed. "Who are you raising your voice at?" He realized he'd overstepped. "Sorry." Sang-ho coldly questioned him. "And? You want me to get revenge for you?" Tan-min quickly sat back and explained. "Sir, that guy definitely isn't normal. He might even be using a stun-inducing holy relic." He was losing his composure. "What the hell do you want me to do?" His voice trembled. "Cooperate. I want to cooperate. And that Do Kin Hoa guy is biased toward him too." Sang-ho didn't like the sound of that. "So you just want revenge?" The blonde guy whispered into Dao Ka's ear. "Doesn't look like you're on good terms with him, huh? He looks like a total loser," he immediately called out. Tan-min looked up, confused. "Yes?" The next second, his ear was sliced right off. He screamed in agony, clutching his side. Dao Ka flashed a cruel smile and slowly walked toward him. "Who do you think we are? You think we're your errand boys? If not, give me a price quickly. Your hands are worth something, so I'll hear you out about where that bastard is." The scene shifted to the Unnam training grounds. Din Sang-hoon was exhausted, panting on the training field. Remembering yesterday's meal made him feel nauseous. Who would have thought the berserker ring would turn out to be cold cucumber soup? Cold oriental cucumber soup could kill anyone who didn't digest it properly. His stomach felt like it was doing the lambada. But at the passive end of the tunnel, there's always light. Din Sang-hoon's power had grown much stronger. His slender fingers gripped his sword tightly. It felt like his level had reached a new height. It's much lighter now. The system displayed a notification about the weight reduction skill. Special effect. Always active, 0 cooldown. Thanks to the Holy Relic absorption skill, the old mana consumption penalty has been removed. But the effectiveness of weight reduction is halved. The weight of all holy relics will be reduced by 100 grams. Din Sang-hoon laughed, looking at his sword. "Looks like I won't be putting this great sword down anytime soon. What if I hadn't caught it earlier? This is pretty good." Next, his stats were displayed on the screen. Name: Din Sang-hoon. Level 7. Title: Overwhelming Strength. And 2 others. Constellation Unique Skill. Holy Relic Absorption. Holy Relics Absorbed. 3. The status window showed different stats. Strength 13, Stamina 12, Agility 12, Mana 10, Luck 16, Evasion 15, Defense 10. Looking at this information, he started to think, I need to start attracting the attention of the constellations. Since each player only gets one constellation, I have to be really careful. If possible, I want someone whose affinity matches my best stats. Perfect. Thinking of this, Din Sang-hoon slowly stood up. I'm not strong enough to catch their attention yet. For now, I'll just keep training. Time passed, and a luxurious supercar pulled up to the location ahead. Sang-hoon stepped out of the car, looking absolutely exhausted. He really thought he was a goner. Training non-stop for 3 days and driving such long distances was brutal, but at least he managed to get a new skill. The skill he was talking about is dual wielding, a basic passive skill. It's a level 1 swordsmanship skill that increases compatibility with all types of swords, including daggers and one-handed longswords. The scene shifts to the entrance of Dungeon 101. which is restricted to solo players. Looking at the scene before him, Sang Huynh let out a sigh and chuckled. Even for a solo player, you have to wait in line for a month just to get into this dungeon. I guess I should be glad it's my turn. Sounds coming from behind caught his attention. Not far away, a luxurious supercar had appeared. A look of annoyance crossed Sang Huyn's face as he realized things weren't looking good. Who would have thought someone would track him all the way through the forest? He didn't know what they wanted, but whatever it was, he'd just deal with it inside the dungeon. Sang Huynh headed inside. A moment later, Daoka and his group slowly followed. A smug, self-satisfied grin spread across his face. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Isn't this dungeon restricted to solo players only?" Startled, he turned his attention toward the sound. Sang Huynh had been sitting off to the side, waiting for them to walk in all along. Just the look on his face was enough to radiate danger. "Don't tell me you guys walked into the wrong dungeon. This is my spot," Sang Ho laughed mockingly. "Are you an idiot or something?" Sang Huynh remained calm, observing the situation. They weren't an ordinary party. Sang Huynh continued, giving an order. "I won't report you guys. Just leave." In his mind, Sang Huynh had already done the math. They had no healers or mages. They were all equipped with protective gear, which is essential for any dungeon raid. Their formation only consisted of swordsmen and archers. They were a team specializing in hunting humans. The hyena squad grew even more excited hearing Sang Huyn's confident words. "Does this bastard think he's the best?" Tian Lam laughed loudly, mocking him. "You idiot. If you die here, no one's even going to be able to find your body." A strange smirk played on his lips. They had been under the surveillance of the Player Association for a long time, and it was about time they were dealt with. He nodded in response. "I know that all too well. Against teams like these, the archer is the hardest to deal with." At that moment, Atu slowly drew his bow. "All right, let's finish this bastard off quickly." Seeing them refuse to back down, Sang Huynh sighed. "This is exactly why I was waiting for you guys here. If I wanted to find a place to dispose of 4 corpses, where else could be better than this?" By now, Sang Ho couldn't take it anymore. "You pathetic piece of trash." Daoka's eyes were cold as he ordered his subordinates. "Keep it simple." He frowned, visibly annoyed by Daoka. "Isn't this the simplest way? I'm going to rip his mouth off." Faced with such terrifying threats, Sang Huynh actually grew excited. "Good dog. Listen to your master, huh? Get over here. Don't waste my time." Hearing this, Sang Ho laughed. "Shut your damn mouth." As his relentless attacks came raining down, he stood calmly, waiting to see what would happen. Only those best suited for this environment could survive. What words could fit a dungeon better than that? Monsters are always eyeing the lives of players inside. Yet, within those very dungeons lie the holy relics that all players need. My life is always in danger. If I'm weak, I die. There are no rules when you're in a dungeon. So, one must kill to survive. That was the experience from his past life, and it still held true at this very moment. And the result? Everything that happened here was just self-defense. After dealing with Sang Ho, Sang Huynh looked toward the rest of the group. "What are you standing around for? Come on, hurry up." The remaining 3 immediately scrambled backward. Daoka didn't forget to shout a warning. "Keep your distance from him." Tian Lam also immediately chimed in. "Support us and get into position." Even though he didn't want to, Atu nodded in agreement. "Got it. Understood." He thought to himself in shock. Did he actually kill Sang Ho? Even if he was a moron, Sang Ho was level 100, but this guy had just awakened. Yet Sang Huyn's power had become overwhelmingly godlike. He asked Atu, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" He didn't back down, turning around to fire an arrow in response. "Damn it, you idiot!" Sang Huynh rushed toward him at incredible speed. All Atu could see in his reflection was his arrows shattered to pieces. He stood there in stunned disbelief. This is insane. A second later, Ateu's life had come to an absolute end. This left Daoka frozen in place. He couldn't even believe the reality of it. He threw his greatsword aside, and Tian Lam turned around in a panic. "Who the hell is that bastard?" But Daoka didn't pay any attention to his question. Meanwhile, Sang Huynh kept chasing the remaining 2. He seemed to be secretly calculating something. It meant he was currently without a weapon. Sang Huynh was happily playing a game of tag. I got a little too excited. This is the perfect opportunity to strike him. Without a second thought, Daoka gripped the sword in his hand. Tian Lam immediately took action as well. Sang Huyn's greatsword was still embedded in Sang Ho's corpse. The 2 of them lunged at him simultaneously, intending to attack. Sang Huynh darted forward with incredible agility, preparing to retrieve his greatsword. Sensing that something wasn't quite right, his eyes flickered toward his side. Both of them had lunged at him at the same time. "Die!" A loud boom erupted. The ground seemed to shatter under Tian Lam's attack, seeing that he had disappeared right before his eyes left him looking somewhat bewildered. It turned out Sang Huynh had used one hand to vault his entire body up. Realizing his opponent was no pushover, Tian Lam immediately went into a defensive stance. This is insane. Feeling like he was wasting time, he pulled the knife directly from Sang Ho's cold corpse. At that crucial moment, Dao Ka suddenly grabbed Tian Lam by the head, leaving him bewildered. Dao Ka, what the hell are you doing? Before he could even finish his sentence, Dao Ka coldly threw him forward. It turned out he had turned his own teammate into a human shield just so he could stay safe. Tian Lam's life was finally taken. He frowned slightly at the annoying guy. It seemed Sang Huynh had guessed his intentions. Come to think of it, you guys are all organ traffickers, right? No matter how you look at it, I doubt you guys work together based on trust or anything like that, right? I assume your goal is to awaken the stone through organ transplantation, right? Believe it or not, I've been through a lot myself. Dao Ka laughed in surprise, knowing that. So what? What if you do know? Huh? You bastard. Contrary to his angry attitude, Sang Huynh responded calmly. I was just asking. And he immediately activated his skill. First level Ghost Combat activated. I'm just worried you lot are going to bore me to death. No matter how hard he tried, Dao Ka couldn't react. The player was stunned for 4.4 seconds. His body trembled, unable to believe what was happening. I'm stunned. But how? Just from that one small cut? Is there really a game-breaking skill like that? Din Sang Huynh walked slowly toward him. It's over. He still couldn't believe it. It's over? What is he talking about? I'm going to die like this? No way. I'm always the one doing the killing. It had always been like this. Dao Ka had always exploited his teammates, and this time, give it your all, guys. The naive teammates nodded in agreement. As long as you're with us, we'll do anything. He didn't forget to glance at him. I trust you, but, unfortunately for this young man, until his dying breath, he felt only hatred. Why? Please, don't do this. I'll do whatever you say. And so, Dao Ka had always considered himself a predator. Back to reality. Sang Huynh arrived right in front of Dao Ka. Why haven't you ever experienced this yourself? Are you afraid that now it's finally your turn? A while later, blood dyed the river red. Sang Huynh sat on the riverbank wiping the blood off his sword. I really can't get used to situations like this at all. I just reincarnated not long ago, so I guess there's no chance for me to become a constellation. Wait, but that was for self-defense. Whatever. He turned his head toward the pile of items placed to the side. These items emitted a strange glow. The system also notified him. You have obtained 8 holy artifacts in this dungeon. He laughed, overjoyed. I guess this hall is all mine, right? Sang Huynh slowly stood up and put on his long coat. His information also displayed. Name, Din Sang Huynh, level 10. Titles, Overwhelming Strength, and 2 others. Constellation, Unique Skill, Holy Artifact Absorption. Number of artifacts absorbed, 11. HP, 400. Energy, 50. EXP, 12. The status windows clearly displayed the information. Strength 37. Stamina 30. Agility 28. Mana 20. Luck 19. Evasion 20. Defense 20. Looking at the information in front of him, Sang Huynh laughed with great excitement. I wish I could have avoided that situation, but looking at the results, it was totally worth it. It's a good thing I didn't get obese from eating the holy artifacts. But if I go by these stats, doesn't that mean I'm already as strong as a level 50 player? How long has it been since I regressed? My growth speed is truly insane. Sang Huynh slowly reached into his coat pocket and quickly pulled out a very familiar ring. It was the information for the recovery ring. Silver relic, support equipment, type, ring. Special effect, recovery. Usage effect. Consume 10 mana to instantly clear all abnormal status effects. If reactivated within 1 minute, the mana cost will double. This made Sang Huynh excitedly recall the way Sang Ho attacked him. That guy who charged at me at the beginning, who would have thought he had an artifact that removes abnormal statuses? But wait, this means, if I had trusted that stun skill 100%, I would have been finished. I'll have to be more careful next time. The system suddenly showed a new notification. Mana synchronization with the recovery ring will begin now. The scene shifts to dungeon number 101, a secret passage, where monsters were still working diligently. Suddenly, a monster noticed something unusual. It turned out that Sang Huynh had blindfolded himself and was walking toward them with his sword. His footsteps were a bit slow, but he was very cautious. He knew something important. The condition to get the Lucky Day title was exactly like this. It required the player to kill 500 monsters while blindfolded. Seeing Sang Huynh challenge them like that made the monsters a bit surprised. Very quickly, they noticed Huynh was blindfolded and provoking them. Seeing that they still made no move made him gradually impatient. When are these monsters going to attack? The corner of the monster's mouth curled into a hideous grin, and at the same time, he felt something. I can sense their presence. I need to feel the flow of the air and listen to my surroundings carefully. Focus. I need to maintain this state of focus. The noises around him echoed. Huynh could even feel their footsteps, which sounded like dripping water. But the constant sounds around him made him even more alert. Seeing the opportunity approaching, Huynh quickly decided. Found you. A monster lunged straight at him while wielding a large axe. With the protagonist's aura, he could take down the monsters easily with just basic techniques. Their corpses fell heavily to the ground, creating a gruesome sight. Huynh felt intrigued by what he had just done. My senses are pretty good, huh? Just as he was feeling smug, an arrow flew toward him. Even though he was blindfolded, he felt something unusual. His speed was lightning fast, batting the arrow aside. Maybe I'm getting the hang of this. Huynh was even badass enough to snap the arrow in an instant. The archer monster was stunned by the sight, standing frozen in place. Huynh walked slowly toward it and sighed. Just a moment ago, I was in an extremely dangerous situation, but thanks to that, I remembered my past, and it seems like it helped me hone my intuition. Alright, come to daddy. The bastards couldn't take his provocation anymore. The monsters collectively lunged at him to attack. Huynh wasn't a pushover either, continuously hacking and slashing with his greatsword. The heads of the monsters instantly flew into the air. The more he fought, the more excited Huynh became. More and more monster corpses were appearing. Seeing Huynh slaughtering the monsters like that, a monster watching from the side became terrified. A while later, the blood dripping from Huyhn's sword wouldn't stop hitting the ground. The scene had become chaotic with monster corpses lying everywhere. The system continuously showed notifications. You have leveled up. You have received the hidden title, Lucky Day. Huynh was very excited, even though it looked like he didn't have to do much. The system displays information about this lucky day. A D-rank title, with a luck effect plus 20, including special bonuses. Each time you defeat the same type of monster, your luck stat increases by 0.1, up to a maximum of 10. Huynh finds things getting more and more interesting, but he is still slowly collecting the necessary titles. He doesn't know that there are still monsters hiding behind. Just seeing their enemy is enough to make them furious. But as soon as they see their comrades' corpses piled up like mountains, they tremble, not daring to take another step forward. Huynh walks toward them with his sword, preparing for the next massacre. Why not take this chance to farm some more stats? You guys are just throwing yourselves at me. A moment later, the system displays information. Still the same player with the familiar level. Title exactly as before. Unique skill. Relic absorption. Number of relics absorbed 11. Health 500. Energy 60. Experience 223. Status window with various stats. Strength 37. Stamina 20. Agility 28. Mana 20. Luck 49. Escape 20. Defense 20. Seeing his profile like this, Huynh bursts into laughter, his face becoming incredibly excited. Who would have thought that with just one title, his luck stat would jump up to 30? This is better than most platinum rank titles. Could this thing be worth 500 million? Or maybe even a billion? The system shows a serious notification. The environment around you starts to fade. Huynh is still deep in thought about what has happened. Finally, in this life, I can afford to buy a house. Right. Turning back, the sight before him leaves him stunned. The system continuously displays notifications. 3 constellations have found you. The Abyssal Dimension Purger asks if you are interested in causing misfortune to others. The Wanderer of the Great Wilderness feels intrigued by your mystery and wants to talk. The Goddess of Luck smiles at you while reaching out her hand. All 3 appear right before Huynh, looking at him with expectant expressions. Huynh still cannot believe the truth before his eyes as 3 gods stand before him. 3 constellations have found you. He wears an incredibly joyful smile. That was fast. 3 constellations appeared. He immediately asks, "Do you all like my performance?" As soon as Huynh finishes speaking, the Goddess of Luck steps in front of him. This action of hers also makes him feel confused. She's quite proactive, isn't she? Even in my past life, I never experienced something like this. This isn't good. In times like these, I need to be confident. The Goddess of Luck's face is extremely excited as she looks at him. The Goddess of Luck expresses interest in you. The Goddess of Luck feels very interested. She says she has never seen a swordsman as lucky as this. Huynh gives an awkward smile, not knowing how to explain it. Luck? It's true that my luck stat is high, but this makes him secretly happy inside. Good. It seems these constellations are also interested in forming a contract. Time to behave a bit more naturally. The Abyssal Dimension Purger quickly moves closer to him. The Abyssal Dimension Purger praises your hidden cruelty. He silently calculates. The Abyssal Dimension Purger is a typical murderous constellation. Is it interested because I destroyed so many monsters in such a short time? The system continues to notify. The Wanderer of the Great Wilderness is curious about your hidden talent. This is the character Huynh feels curious about. I don't understand why the Wanderer of the Great Wilderness appeared. They say she only appears to players who show kindness. And as expected, I was hoping she would appear. Among the constellations, the Goddess of Luck is rumored to be quite famous, and she seems to notice Huyhn's attention. The Goddess of Luck quickly glances at him. She keeps explaining. The Goddess of Luck says she is not a possessive person. She emphasizes that even if you choose her, you can still sign contracts with other constellations. This information surprises Huynh. For real? He becomes even more smug. All right, this is truly an unexpected advantage. An archer closes his eyes and shoots, yet still hits the target. Like a blessing of the world, he never runs out of arrows. The miraculous archer. Those are the highest praises for the archer, Hach Kin Lian. With an extremely high luck stat and immense power. Some doubted that he cheated, but in reality, it's because he has 2 constellations under contract. The one who makes the impossible possible is the Goddess of Luck. Huynh thinks about this while awkwardly talking with the 3. There are 3 constellations appearing at the same time like this. All 3 quickly look at him with expectant eyes. The 3 constellations say, you should put aside your worries and quickly make important decisions. One constellation wonders if they chose the wrong person. Huynh sighs upon hearing this. These constellations are truly the Goddess of Luck, is certainly a good constellation. But if I consider that in the future there might be no other constellations appearing, this decision will directly determine my life as a player. After more than 10 years as a player, only one constellation found me. Late Bloomer. His appearance was like a savior. I was very happy. Even though my life has always been very miserable, I believed that the future would be brighter, but finally, nothing changed. Until I was 55 years old. Right. I never received any benefits from the constellations. Back then, the information displayed on the screen, Late Bloomer. After reaching level 850, all stats and relics will double. This makes Huynh find it a bit laughable. The reason is because of that ridiculous condition, and as levels gradually increased, Late Bloomer, after reaching level 800, all stats and relics will triple. He sighs, remembering that he couldn't use the most important power of that constellation. No, I didn't even think about using it. But finally, thanks to his help, I was able to regress. So I must be grateful. So now I must be even more cautious, because I can be sure that there will be no more regressions. Huynh looks at the Wanderer on one side, the divine power. It seems the Purger is still expecting destructive power. The Goddess of Luck is still standing there waiting. Luckily, all 3 choices make Huynh extremely hesitant. After thinking carefully, he reaches out to confirm on the system screen. A contract has been formed with the Goddess of Luck. This time, the Goddess of Luck is the chosen one. Once formed, the contract will be maintained until the player dies, lasting for up to 30 years. The Dimension Observer is carefully watching the pact between player Huynh and the Goddess of Luck. 15 constellations are congratulating you on your pact and wishing you success. 3 disgruntled constellations are investing in their own fake pacts to crush you. Huynh is somewhat surprised after reading this information. Why am I suddenly getting all this attention? Anyway, he looks toward the Goddess of Luck. I'll be counting on you from now on. The Goddess of Luck slowly reaches out her hand toward him. Their hands gently touch. This simple act alone seems to make the Goddess of Luck quite happy. She praises your wise choice. Huynh turns his gaze elsewhere. Now is the moment a series of notifications begin to appear on the screen. Goddess of Luck. Pact effect. All of your attacks will deal critical damage. When you obtain a unique grade relic or higher, the effect will always be unlocked and enhanced. When defeating mid-tier bosses or bosses, you will always receive a relic, regardless of the grade. This stream of information leaves Huynh stunned for a moment. After these game-breaking effects, the system continues to display a notification. If you invest stat points into luck, each point will increase the stat by 2 instead of 1. This effect also applies to all stat points invested thus far. He freezes for a moment. Is there more? 100% critical hit rate, and the drop rate finally makes it all worth it, Huynh. At this moment, the Goddess of Luck turns to look at the other gods standing there. The Goddess of Luck asks about the offers from the other constellations. Sang-hoon informs both deities before him. All right, you both can go. I should only focus on one god for now. Though clearly reluctant, both gods huff and leave. The pilgrim of the great wilds hears him and promises to meet again later. The dimension hunter of the dimension of arrows. Warning. Be careful. For one day, they will come to take your head. Sang-hoon doesn't know what to say. These two really like me, huh? The goddess of luck chuckles, saying she noticed he has quite a bit of charm. Things are slowly looking up, making him extremely happy. With all these effects from the goddess of luck, I shouldn't be too greedy right now. Don't rush. Better opportunities will come. Cut to the scene at Dungeon 101, at the final boss chamber. A fierce battle is breaking out. Sang-hoon is still fighting the boss. This fight leaves the goddess of luck, watching from the side, a bit surprised. Fighting for such a long time non-stop has made him incredibly excited. So this is really where the final boss is. Come on, you idiot. Loud noises echo as the monster boss blocks his attack. Sang-hoon's recklessness only makes it angrier, and the greed monster boss seems empowered by it. It continuously attacks Sang-hoon with its axe. Realizing the situation is getting dicey, he quickly steps back. The greed monster's eyes are fierce as it roars relentlessly. Loud sounds echo as if rushing straight at Sang-hoon. The boss has activated its intimidation status. Sang-hoon isn't scared. He actually feels incredibly pumped. Finally, intimidation. Even though it doesn't cause physical effects like paralysis, it can force its way through my mental defenses. Without overthinking, Sang-hoon immediately speaks. Recovery. The greed monster uses all its power to strike at him. Realizing something is wrong, the monster starts to panic. Sang-hoon is completely unaffected by those previous attacks. Just as I suspected. This skill has a very clear limitation. Since it's not a complete seal, it's best to use it only to deal with small bosses, right? The system pops up a notification. Level 1, recovery skill activated. He wears an intrigued smile on his face. Now it's time to test my luck. Recovery has cleared the intimidation status. This sight startles the greed monster. Before it can even react, a sword slash lands right on its shoulder. At the same time, its intimidation status is slowly neutralized. Sang-hoon smugly takes it down with a look of disdain. Lucky that it still works. Just as Sang-hoon hoped, the system announces that the Level 1 Combat Foundation skill is activated. The greed monster is stunned for 2 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, he coldly looks at it. 2 seconds, huh? Can't waste a single tick. Sang-hoon rushes in to attack. Another 2 seconds. The system notifies him that the first delay effect is triggered, ensuring the stun lasts for another 2 seconds. Even though it tries its hardest, it's all in vain as the monster struggles. Sang-hoon doesn't hesitate to keep attacking. His sword strikes have become extremely decisive. Second delay effect, triggered, 90% chance for the stun skill to last another 2 seconds. This information makes him incredibly tense-otter, excited as he rushes in front of the greed monster. It hit a second time too. The greed monster's body is now covered in various wounds. Amidst the thick dust, Sang-hoon stands perfectly still. The greed monster finally collapses to the ground. The system displays a notification. Congratulations on clearing the Swamp of Stifling Monsters dungeon. You have leveled up. Sang-hoon lets out a breath of relief. You have received the D rank title. Don't touch me. A long period of non-stop fighting has left him somewhat exhausted. It's finally over. Information about Don't Touch Me appears. D rank title. Title description. Luck plus 30, stealth plus 10. Attached effect. You can enhance one of your skills. The system will grant buffs based on its conditions. Sang-hoon is absolutely wiped out. He recalls the scene from earlier. Earlier, there were some jerks following me in here. And now, the dungeon. Thank God I'm still young, but am I pushing my body too hard? The goddess of luck quickly appears. She says he must be quite lucky to be able to pull all this off today. He looks up at her, surprised. Wouldn't normal people say it's because I'm skilled? She continues to smugly interpret it in different ways. The goddess of luck says that having her blessing is also a type of skill, and she is very happy to be supporting someone as lucky as him. Sang-hoon is speechless. You change your mind pretty fast. The goddess of luck thinks it's all thanks to her. He continues checking the information on the screen. First, let me upgrade my luck stat. The luck stat is now over 100. Once the stat is over 100, all related effects increase by 10%. For example, the stealth stat can increase the success rate of stealth, and the luck stat increases the relic drop rate. Information about Kunit's shield quickly appeared. A silver holy relic, a support-type shield item, with a special effect called Sacrifice. It adds 20 points to defense. This shield was left behind by the monster warrior Kunit. When mana is used, It increases the shield's efficiency and converts received damage into health. However, mana will be consumed continuously during that process. Sang Huynh turned to look at the god, and feeling relieved, he said, "It's all right, thanks to you. I've secured the drop rate. If that's the case, does an increase in the luck stat affect the grade of the holy relic that drops?" The system displayed a notification, beginning to resonate his mana with Kunit's shield. The goddess of luck quickly rushed over to hug Sang Huynh. At least she was less annoying compared to the late-coming student. The scene quickly shifted to near the regional mission station. The staff member shook her head helplessly and refused. "It's not allowed." Sang Huynh was extremely confused and hurriedly explained, "I understand what you're trying to say, but I've already thought it through." She lowered her head helplessly and said, "I'm truly sorry, but can you reconsider? This is too much for me. You don't understand how many dead bodies I've had to see today." Sang Huynh didn't know what he should do next at this moment. He couldn't get caught up here. Time shifted back 2 hours earlier on the Hunan highway. Sang Huynh sat in his supercar, happily remembering the things he had eaten. He had been worried because it was a shield used by a monster. Just plain rice and kimchi from the Ninsula side. It was fortunate that there was only rice and kimchi. Suddenly, the supercar stopped in the middle of the road, continuously emitting warnings. Looking at the alerts right in front of his eyes, he was extremely confused and didn't understand anything. What's going on? What are these warning signs? Do I have to find a new car? Suddenly he thought, wait, the car is one thing, but I also need to move quickly. In some way, it seems like I'm being targeted by criminals in a strange way. I can't just live in fear like this. Moving to live in the player town, where there is constant surveillance, would be much easier. And with all the holy relics I need, I should start thinking about buying more equipment to make things easier. Then, thinking about this made Sang Huynh somewhat contemplative. In his mind, at this moment, only one thought appeared. He needed money. A lot of money. And right now there was only one place where he could earn that much. The system was created, among many players with the appearance of missions. An organization was created to manage those missions. The Player Association. Within the system managed by the Player Association. Can I do it? It absolutely must be possible. Inside the car, Sang Huyn's voice rang out. Wait for me, Mission Arena. Returning to reality, things seemed more difficult than he thought. There was no progress, and he couldn't believe he was blocked at the entrance. The staff member explained to him with some seriousness. Please, enter a dungeon that suits you. Why do you insist on going into a level 100 dungeon? You don't even have a ranking yet. Din Sang Huyn's face was very serious as he replied to her. I am confident that I won't cause any trouble. Believe me. He silently thought that he was only at level 17, but going to the low-level area right now would just be a waste of time. The staff member had been pushed to the point of tears by Sang Huynh. I've heard many people say that. Do you know what happened? I beg you, please go to the low-level dungeon area. Sang Huynh felt somewhat helpless. He understood her point. Many people had died because they were too confident in their own abilities. However, he still had to keep a clear head. He decisively informed the staff member to listen. No, I have to go in. While the two sides were still arguing, Kim Mai slowly walked over and asked, Is there a problem? The staff member hurriedly explained. Hello, it's nothing. Seeing Sang Huynh standing right there, she called out, Hey, are you the one from Guild E? I'm Kim Mai, level 100, A+ rank player. Seeing that she had appeared, made Sang Huynh feel somewhat stunned. Kim Mai, the destroyer sharpshooter. She was the first player to reach level 100 and receive the sharpshooter title. Even though her skills were excellent, what made her stand out even more was that she was the daughter of the president of the Kim Tai Tong Biotechnology Company. Besides Kim Mai, Din Trang Li was famous for her title as the best assassin player in the country, and one of the best swordsman players in our country, Dao Min Le, was in the same guild. That was Guild E. She was the daughter of the guild. In other words, this girl had been born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Kim Mai smiled and walked over to greet him. I haven't met you before, and I've been observing. Why are you interested in a level 100 mission? Din Sang Huynh calmly explained. I need money. The crowd behind them didn't stop whispering excitedly. Kim Mai took the initiative to start a conversation. But did you see that guy's attitude? He's crazy. Just let him be. She's only being friendly to that level 17 newbie. Din Sang Huynh was somewhat speechless. I can hear everything, you jerks. Kim Mai ignored these words and chatted. Entering this place will be a challenge for you. He nodded in understanding. I understand that clearly. 4 words only. High risk, high reward. Although he was somewhat tired, he wasn't acting like this because he hated her. Even though he had been rejected from joining her team in his previous life, Kim Mai had been very embarrassed at that time. I'm sorry, and Sung Huynh had always been humble. It's okay. Even though I was rejected once before, it's not a personal grudge. Kim Mai was still smiling and chatting. You also know that you can't enter the mission because they don't allow a solo player, right? Sang Hoon was startled, as if he had realized something. Thinking back, the ban on solo missions wouldn't be lifted until 4 years later. He laughed and quickly turned to leave. I must have read the notification wrong. Thank you. She also felt somewhat intrigued by this man. If that's the case, would you like to go with me? This offer made Sang Hoon freeze for a moment. The crowd behind them didn't stop whispering. She's serious. To that guy? If only I were invited by her. I'm dying of jealousy. But Sang Huynh still maintained his attitude. What is she plotting? He asked back with a very vigilant attitude. And what is the condition? She smiled and looked at him. Am I not allowed to help another player? But Sang Huynh still held on to his skeptical attitude. I find it hard to trust others. Seeing him so decisive made Kim Mai feel somewhat helpless. Is that really so? But it's true that I have no conditions. Instead of conditions, promise me one thing. If you disappoint me, you will have to pay the price. However, if you can keep your word, I will sincerely apologize for this action. Din Sang Huynh suddenly had an idea. Understood. The corner of his mouth curved into an extremely strange smile, slowly losing his humanity. She's trying to test me. Kim Mai's influence isn't just because she's a top-tier player. Every item she wears skyrockets in value. Kim Mai is not only the daughter of the biotech chairman, Kim Tai-tong, but also a deadly marksman. Everything she says attracts attention. People are always digging for her secrets and spreading rumors about her ideal type. However, the moment she labels you as just another arrogant player, you can be sure that's the end of your gaming career. With that thought in mind, Sang Huynh walked up to Kim Mai. Why don't we leave right now? He thought to himself. This is going to be interesting. The clerk quickly announced, I'll wait here, miss. Kim Mai slowly walked inside. Go ahead and take care of your business, she said. It's going to take a while. She looked somewhat tired as she stepped inside. All the guild members have packed schedules. This is tough. It looks like I'll have to find some randoms to form a party. Suddenly, a voice reached Kim Mai's ears. Please, just trust me. The clerk was still holding the badge as he approached. Miss Kim Mai, this is your rank badge. And as it happened, Kim Mai had a reason to go with Din Sang Huynh to meet the minimum party size required for the quest. Sang Huynh and the clerk were still arguing. You're annoying me. Who's the one really being bothered here? This whole situation was becoming a nuisance for Kim Mai as well. In the crowd, she had spotted a very confident player. In a situation where no one knew what that player was truly capable of, it was quite an intriguing scenario for her. Remembering something, Kim Mai turned back to ask the clerk, Hey, which quest does he want to take? The clerk hurriedly checked. One moment, please. Here it is. Kim Mai was slightly surprised when she looked at the quest before her. Information on a defense mission: destroy all monsters charging at the defensive tower. If the tower core is destroyed, the mission fails. Target: wolf-type monsters. Count: 300. Required level: 100. Mission reward: 500 million. Accept or decline. Kim Mai frowned, falling into deep thought. It wasn't a gathering or hunting mission, but a defense one. This type of mission requires defeating every single monster rushing in. The unwritten rule is that there must always be one area of effect damage dealer in a 4-man party. But he intended to do it alone? If she weren't there, this guy would definitely be dead. As if reading her mind, Sang Huynh asked, Are you worried, miss? She gave a strained smile. What? Did I hear that right? He laughed in response. Since you went quiet all of a sudden, I wondered if you were worried. If it's too hard, we could find more people, or maybe add a support or another AoE damage dealer. Before Sang Huynh could finish, Kim Mai gripped his arm. She looked visibly annoyed as she reached out to confirm the mission. No, Sang Huynh, there is no problem at all. The system issued a notification confirming the mission, and they were immediately teleported to the area. Both of them vanished in front of everyone's eyes. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, leaving the clerk bewildered. Since Miss Kim Mai is going with him, it'll be fine, right? Nothing bad will happen. No one knew for sure what would happen. The people around them kept discussing him. Do you think he'll actually succeed? No way. He's only level 17. How can he handle a swarm of level 100 monsters? But surely Miss Kim Mai wouldn't just take him along for no reason, right? She's currently hailed as the youngest A+ rank player. Do you think her judgment is really that bad? You know the Player Association recently revamped the evaluation system, right? Yeah, I know. It was created because ranking based solely on player level wasn't accurate, right? Exactly. There are 2 conditions for ranking. One is the number of dungeons cleared, and the other is the overall assessment of the player's combat intuition, right? But that means Kim Mai earned her A+ based solely on her combat intuition. I see. But why A+ instead of A? It seemed the crowd had realized something. Clearly, it's because she's in a league of her own, right? The crowd kept debating enthusiastically, but that wasn't the important part anymore. Right. Look at that guy, he gets to go with Kim Mai. I'm so jealous. The scene shifted to the night of the Wolf Pack defense mission, a place filled with an eerie, heavy silence. Kim Mai stood on high ground, silently watching the scene ahead. She noticed Song Huynh standing in the middle of the path. Words must be backed by responsibility. If things got dangerous, she would naturally step in to help. Suddenly, she noticed a strange smile on Song Huyn's face. She felt pensive as she recalled, I just hope this experience will make him wake up a little. Time shifted back 30 minutes. Kim Mai was slightly surprised. What did you say? Din Song Huynh continued to explain. Exactly what I said. Don't interfere before I ask. If you focus only on support, I'll give you 5%. His words made Kim Mai unable to believe her ears. No, I didn't mishear that, did I? He nodded confidently. Yes, just provide support and get 5%, pretty good deal, right? Sang Huyn's strange behavior left her speechless. You think I'd be swayed by these conditions? You can't possibly handle them all by yourself. There are at least 300 of them. 300. Even at level 100, doing this mission solo is extremely difficult. Suddenly, Kim Mai was startled by the look on Song Huyn's face. His expression was smug, showing not a hint of fear. Just wait and see. Returning to the present, Kim Mai looked at Song Huyn's back and sighed. Fine. If you miss a single monster, your share drops by 1%. If you miss 95, you get absolutely nothing. Understand? At that very moment, a claw of a mutated wolf slowly stepped forward. The encounter began with two ferocious wolves. They stared at Sang Huynh with eyes that looked like they wanted to tear him apart. Din Song Huynh smugly raised his sword high. Sorry, that's not going to happen. The wolf's eyes glared at him with fury, while he maintained a nonchalant, slightly amused attitude. Because I'm not going to let a single one get past me. As soon as he finished speaking, the pack of wolves lunged straight forward. Seeing the battle begin, Kim Mai watched with curiosity. The next scene left her frozen in place. Sang Huynh used his blades to relentlessly slaughter the monsters, even landing in a cool, stylized pose afterward. The carcasses of the monsters crashed hard to the ground. Din Song Huynh turned back with a smug smile to announce, compared to their looks, their screams are actually quite cute. Watching from the sidelines, Kim Mai was a bit bewildered. He truly isn't your average player. That strike was impeccable. His stance maximized the reach of his greatsword, and his technique was flawless. Just like the doctor in my guild, Min Le, used to say he balances offense and defense perfectly. Most importantly, he cut out all unnecessary movement, taking down multiple monsters in a single blow. Sang Huyn's performance is making Kim Mai rethink everything, though he's still being way too overconfident. She continued to watch the situation as the pack of wolves charged straight at Sang Huynh. There are just so many of them. Surely, a level 17 player can't handle an overwhelming horde like this. It's impossible. She noticed his expression. He actually looked excited. Wait a minute. Something's weird here. Why are the monsters? Sang Huynh quickly activated his level 1 Demon War skill, and the wolves suddenly shuddered and froze in place. They weren't moving at all. How is that possible? A stun effect? She stared in disbelief at the way he was attacking the stunned wolves. Caught up in her observation, Kim Mai accidentally took a wrong step. Down on the battlefield, the fight was still raging intensely. Luckily, in the nick of time, Kim Mai managed to grab onto the wall. That was close, nearly took a tumble. But no matter how I look at it, that was definitely a stun. I counted 4 full seconds. Does that mean his stun lasts even longer than Min Le's? That means he can exploit this debuff to wipe out the monsters. Who exactly is he? Sang Huynh was still tearing through the wild wolves with ease. Why is this so easy for him? But the next sight made her freeze for a split second. A wild wolf suddenly flew into the air and met a gruesome end. Massive explosions kept rocking the area, sending wild wolves flying in every direction. Sang Huynh seemed to have guessed something. Finally, you show up. A black wolf, just as he predicted, the boss charged straight at him. It looked ferocious, jaws wide open as if to tear him apart. He stood before it without a hint of fear. Black wolf, I didn't run into this monster much in my previous life, but the sense of familiarity I'm feeling must be because of this thing, right? The system suddenly sent a notification. Due to the black wolf's appearance, a stun debuff had been applied. This time, Sang Huynh was slightly startled. I've been stunned too. High above, Kim Mai was still watching everything. When the purple beams of light struck, she was enveloped by a golden protective barrier. Thanks to the effect of her holy relic, she was immune to the stun debuff. That was when she finally understood. Right, the Black Wolf can use a stun attack too. I was so focused on watching that I completely forgot. I was too busy thinking about how to lecture him. This is dangerous. If I look at it objectively, I can accept that he has a stun skill, but finding a way to remove a debuff at such a low level is incredibly rare. At the same time, the system sent a notification. The debuff has been removed thanks to the recovery effect. Once the stun was neutralized, Huynh gripped his sword and lunged forward at top speed. Seeing him so fired up left Kim Mai feeling dazed. Is this even logical? She was confused. His greatsword stance was almost perfect, the stun duration was unusually long, and above all, he managed to cleanse the debuff. A level 17 player, the Black Wolf saw Huynh appearing right in front of it and looked intimidated. Surprised? He looked at the ferocious Black Wolf right before him. You thought that your prey was stunned and couldn't move, but now I'm free. And in the moment of your panic, Huyhn's sword. It plunged deep into the thick flesh of the Black Wolf. Fighting it gave him such a rush. He had already decided the outcome of this battle. Because the Black Wolf was slowly losing consciousness, the stun effect no longer worked on it. It quickly collapsed hard onto the ground. Huynh slowly stood up, brushing its thick fur aside. My clothes are all dirty, huh? I thought I could slip through this. Well, since things are already like this, should I do something to have some fun? Every one of his actions was witnessed by Kim Mai. The thought of a regular person having such overwhelming power made her incredibly intrigued. What exactly is he? Huynh sat there, exhausted. The Black Wolf had already fallen right in front of him. The system notified him of the completion of the defense quest. Eliminate all wolf-type monsters. Monsters defeated, 299. Required, 300. Level up notifications chimed repeatedly. He laughed happily. My level is climbing so fast, and I even got the D-rank title, Fearless. The title effect. Gains immunity to all debuffs caused by wolf monsters. Except for the boss. Remembering something, Huynh glanced back. Kim Mai was watching everything silently from above. A smirk played on his lips. Her suspicious gaze from earlier had disappeared. It seemed like she had fully switched into observation mode. He sighed and stood up quickly. If there's an audience, the performer can't exactly slack off, can they? Alright, let's wrap this up quickly. A ferocious wolf monster stared at Huynh with hungry eyes. He felt things were getting interesting. Are you ready? The moment he finished speaking, the final boss, the Storm Wolf, roared as it charged at him. Its power was absolutely incredible. A massive explosion rocked the ground, but thanks to Huyhn's agility, he dodged it. The attacks of the famous ones are unpredictable, aren't they? But 30 years from now, every one of your moves has already been recorded. I think I should call you predictable now. Sorry, but I already know all your moves. Saying that, he lunged with his sword, cutting through the Storm Wolf. Thought it would be impressive, but one strike from me, and it's already down. The system notified him that due to the Storm Wolf's skill resistance, Demon War could not be activated. Huynh let out a sigh of admiration. Not bad for a level 100 plus boss, huh? That's the first time one of my skills has been blocked. Kim Mai witnessed the whole thing and was stunned. Isn't this too insane? She was currently pondering a few things. Not only the stun status, but also how he had a way to stop it. He even wielded that massive greatsword like it was a piece of paper. After standing up, the Storm Wolf still wouldn't give up, and lunged straight at Huynh. It opened its jaws wide, ready to tear him to shreds. But unfortunately for it, it was all in vain. The dire wolf's eyes widened, as if it couldn't bring itself to accept the truth. Suddenly, it let out a fierce, howling roar, like it had completely lost its mind. Huynh kept defending himself with his greatsword. His speed was incredibly agile. Realizing he had run into an opponent he shouldn't have messed with, the dire wolf was caught off guard. And above all, Huynh possessed the ability to predict the beast's erratic movements. His gaze turned ice cold. I told you, I know everything. I had such a rough time in my past life. After all, Kim Mai stood to the side, silently observing. And the most ridiculous part was that it looked like he was intentionally showing off his strength for her to see. The more she watched, the more intrigued Huynh became. Just what kind of person was he? The battle between Huynh and the dire wolf continued, an incredibly brutal fight. As time passed, he began to show signs of exhaustion. This fight is dragging on longer than I expected. That's enough showing off in front of Kim Mai. I'm going crazy. If this keeps up, I'm going to die from exhaustion. The dire wolf's power was still immense, lunging from one side to the other to attack. He shouted in frustration, But why am I still this full of energy? At this rate, I'll collapse before that thing even gets here, and my stamina is almost gone. Noticing something, a flash of confusion crossed Sang Huen's eyes, and just then, the dire wolf was about to catch up to him. That stance, a powerful attack but full of openings, it was the perfect bait to lure it in for a decisive counterattack. This was the Wolf King's signature move, the one that had claimed the lives of countless players online. A smirk of interest played on Sang Huen's lips. I haven't used this in actual combat yet, but sometimes you just have to be brave. With that said, he lunged straight toward the dire wolf to strike back. Just as he predicted, one of its claws swung toward him. Seeing the situation taking a turn for the worse, Kim Mai, watching from the side, grew worried. This time, Sang Huyen was struck hard and fell backward in agony. She was so worried that she collapsed to the ground in disbelief. Tears wouldn't stop streaming down Din Sang Huna's Kim Mai's cheeks. She even started blaming herself, thinking she was stupid and didn't deserve to be a player. Even though he had shown her such extraordinary abilities, standing there and watching felt like she was just letting him die. I'm sorry. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed, catching Kim Mai's attention. Her eyes filled with hope as she looked ahead. That light, the system displayed a notification about the item he had used. Kunit's shield had shattered completely after being absorbed and was gone forever. At the same time, the special sacrifice effect was triggered. The system displayed the details of this skill. Special effect, conditional recovery activated. Cooldown, 30 seconds. All damage dealt to the designated body part will be converted into healing magic. If the damage exceeds the player's maximum health, they will recover an amount of health equivalent to their maximum HP. Flashing back to the previous night, Sang Huyen had been a bit surprised. A conditional healing skill after absorbing this, it might actually be quite useful. The system continued its prompt. Please select the body part to apply sacrifice to. The system screen clearly displayed various parts from the front and back. He pondered for a moment. Please select the part you wish to use it on. It's actually quite detailed, isn't it? 16 parts in total. That's a lot. Usually, the safest choice would be the back. But since the back is divided into 4 sections, it wouldn't be very effective. If that's the case, I'll use it tactically. Back in reality, the wounds on Sang Huen's body began to heal. It worked. Thanks to the sacrifice effect, his health was fully restored. Sang Huyen gripped his sword tightly and looked at the dire wolf. If my judgment had been off even by a little, I would have been dead already. That was close. To think I could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The system notified him that the level 1 swordplay skill had been activated. He approached the dire wolf. I'm not sure if I'm lucky or unlucky. The right arm it used to bait me has been severed. Who would have thought it could bypass the status resistance stat and trigger a stun effect? Now, let's move on to the next test of luck, shall we? A short while later, Kim Mai slowly stepped onto the ground. Sang Huyen was still looking at the dire wolf's carcass with interest. In the end, the stun only works 3 times. Should I be satisfied with this? Kim Mai was walking toward him. Hearing footsteps, he turned his head in surprise. You're here, Kim Mai. Her face showed a hint of surprise as she witnessed the scene. She sighed and said, if you had a healing skill, you should have told me beforehand. I almost had a heart attack. By the way, do you have 2 lives or something? He was startled by her words. How could you guess the Wolf King's moves so accurately? I've met countless swordsmen before, but I've never met someone as mysterious as you. Din Sang Huyen felt like the next scene Kim Mai was startled. Sang Huyen's expression turned peculiar with an amused smile. What was that? Sang Huyen held his sword and asked her, what did you say? Seeing him acting so strangely, she didn't know what else to say. What is this pressure? Kim Mai immediately shook her head. Nothing. I was just going to say you remind me of some high-level players. He was startled by this and noticed sweat rolling down his face. I thought she was going to ask if I had been reborn or something, but then again, what normal player would think of that? Remembering something, Kim Mai looked at the dire wolf's corpse. By the way, aren't you going to finish that off? Even though the dire wolf had been mortally wounded by Sang Huyen, it was still drawing its last breaths. He smiled and walked right up to it. I'll be gentle with you, I almost forgot. Time passed, and the system notified him. You have received the Fight to the Death title. His stats were also displayed on the screen. Din Sang Huyen, level 27. Title, Fight to the Death, and 6 others. Constellation, God of Luck. Unique skill, Sacred Item Absorption. Number of sacred items absorbed, 11. Information regarding the Fight to the Death skill. When in a state of being separated from allies within a 5-meter radius, the title is activated. All stats will temporarily increase by 20%. This made Sang Huyen extremely interested. A special title specifically for combat, and this is my first S-rank title. So nostalgic. Suddenly, Kim Mai asked, "You got a title, didn't you?" He turned his head in surprise to look at her. Did she also know that Kim Mai used to do solo missions in the past? Suddenly, Kim Mai spoke up. "You've received the title, haven't you?" He turned his head in surprise to look at her. Did she also know that Kim Mai used to do missions for someone else before? She explained smugly. "Of course I have that." But Kim Mai's face turned awkward, at a loss for words. "I had no other choice, so I could only sigh," he said. "I'm being honest. Thanks to a powerful holy relic, I was able to defeat it. I can't say I finished the mission using pure skill like you did." Sang Huynh shook his head in comfort. "No, using a holy relic is a skill in itself." She laughed as she looked at him, thanking him for saying that, but her thoughts wandered. "Still, the holy relic I possess cost me 200 billion dong. Compared to someone using a mass-produced greatsword sold everywhere." She remembered something. Kim Mai spoke up. "By the way, you're wanting to check your title right now, aren't you?" Sang Huynh was still bewildered. What was she talking about? Suddenly, a notification appeared. The fight to the death title had been activated. Lone player detected. No allies found within a 5-meter radius. Fight to the death has been automatically activated. Sang Huynh still couldn't believe it and kept waving his hands. "Don't joke around. The system must have changed. Fight to the death should have been cancelled." Realizing time was running out, Kim Mai waved goodbye. "I'm heading off. You know how it is, I need to contact the transport team." Sang Huynh nodded in understanding. "Thanks for everything." He stood there, watching her back as she walked away. The mission rewards included materials harvested from the monster, so calling a transport team was standard procedure. He had done this quite often in his past life. Maybe those troublesome missions had made him seem quite reliable. Kim Mai continued. "And that 5% reward you mentioned earlier? I won't be taking it." This news left Sang Huynh stunned. "What?" But before he could finish his sentence, she had already waved her final goodbye. "It's fine, don't feel pressured. We'll likely be working together often in the future, so think of it as me investing in you." Sang Huynh, "You get it, right? I'm off now." Sang Huynh stood frozen with a wry smile. Truly, even at the very end, he couldn't lower his guard around her. He turned to look at the light emitting from behind him. "All right, now let's check the rewards I've been waiting for." It was the Blue Moon Stone, a platinum-grade holy relic, a special item classified as an accessory. Special effect: Wolf and Dog Time, the intersection of day and night. Special effects: plus 100 health, plus 100 mana, plus 50 luck. A gemstone containing the faith of the Silver Wolf tribe, worshippers of the Blue Moon. Sang Huyn's body trembled strangely. I finally have a platinum-grade item." His face lit up with unexpected excitement. A platinum holy relic was worth at least 1 billion. It was incredible. This much is enough to buy an apartment in the city center. Just then, the goddess of luck appeared, asking if he was doubting her, claiming it was only because she touched it that he was so lucky. Sang Huynh looked at her, surprised. "Wait, you touched it? I thought I did." Suddenly, another strange entity appeared. The Master of the Ripped Lips protested against the biased luck he had received. They proposed to expel the Goddess of Luck from the player system. The Goddess of Luck unexpectedly called for a vote among the constellations connected to the player system. The vote was underway. The motion to expel the Master of the Ripped Lips from the player system began to climb in votes. Through this, the Master of the Ripped Lips would no longer be able to act as a constellation. Seeing what just happened left Sang Huynh speechless. Is this actually allowed? She really is popular with the constellations. First, since this was platinum grade, he could absorb about 40% of it. The special effect information also revealed what he needed to know about the intersection of day and night. The special effect was always active, with no cooldown. When the moon appeared in a dungeon, his health recovery and wound healing speed increased 5-fold. Regardless of whether the moon was out, dog or wolf-type monsters would fall into a state of fear when facing a player wielding the Blue Moon Stone. Furthermore, if the moon appeared, dog-type monsters would never attack a player holding the Blue Moon Stone. Reading this, Sang Huynh couldn't help but laugh. Simply put, if the moon is out, I become a monster even scarier than the monsters themselves, huh? The system displayed a notification. Syncing the Blue Moon Stone with his mana. The scene shifted back to the lobby of the mission area. Sang Huynh looked absolutely exhausted. As he stepped outside, the sight before him left him stunned. A crowd of reporters and various other people were waiting for him. They whispered amongst themselves, "That's Din Sang Huynh? He really cleared a level 100 mission alone? I guess so." If Kim Mai isn't lying, Kim Mai appeared with the others. "Don't worry about that." An employee looked on, startled, Kim Mai smiled and asked everyone, "Who would even think to send a level 17 newbie to a level 100 mission? If it were me, I would have stopped them. You really did your best." Those warm words touched the employee deeply. Kim Mai glanced toward Sung-hun. "From now on, you should memorize Din Sung-hun's face. He's going to be a frequent VIP guest here." Watching this, he chuckled. "Now that I think about it, I feel kind of bad for the staff here. They must be under a lot of pressure." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Din Sung-hun." A crowd rushed over, thrusting their business cards at him. "I'm Nguyen Du-han, HR manager of the Fat Cat Guild. You look like a solo player. Do you want to join our guild?" "No. Ours will offer you many more benefits." Kim Mai suddenly stepped in to block them. "Sorry, but Sung-hun has something to discuss with me. We have to go now." This left everyone stunned. "Wait, does that mean the Eden Guild has decided?" She smiled, turning her head toward him. "Right?" Huynh gave a wry smile. "Right, I guess so." Even though he was confused, "She saved me. But what exactly does she want?" Time passed, and the scene shifted to a luxurious supercar on the street. Sang-hun looked at the 500 million dong in his account. His face was full of joy and excitement. The mission rewards transferred really fast, didn't they? This speed is the first time I've experienced it. It's no wonder she comes from money. Kim Mai smiled and explained, "I called those A-rank transporters and used a few connections. Just thinking about the money he now possessed made Sang-hun ecstatic. Thank you for helping me." 500 million dong. Just then, Kim Mai commanded, "Driver." The driver nodded in understanding. "Understood, miss." A voice sounded, switching to private mode. Sang-hun looked at her, a bit bewildered, then glanced over at Kim Mai, who was still sitting there calmly. Just as he suspected, what on earth was going on? There was no way she would be this generous for no reason. She laughed and replied calmly, "I'm not one to beat around the bush. Why don't you join our guild, Black?" Inside the luxury supercar, Kim Mai quickly repeated her offer for him to join their guild. Sang-hun laughed in surprise. "You're asking me after you've already done that? You're pretty confident, aren't you?" She replied with interest. "That's why we're called Black. It's a paradise for players. I really don't think you'll regret it." Sang-hun looked thoughtful as he remembered. It would be a lie to say he wasn't looking forward to this. Before his rebirth, he was just a member of an ordinary guild. Back then, being part of them gave him a strange sense of security. Even though it was just a small group of unknown players with nowhere else to go, it was a truly comfortable and good place to be. At least, that was until the accident happened. And given how quickly he was growing now, no matter how good the infrastructure was, it would likely become a shackle later on. Playing solo would help him progress much faster. Sang-hun thought about this and spoke up. "I'm sorry, but Sang-hun, have already figured something out. You intend to build a guild around just me, don't you?" His words left her stunned for a moment. He praised her with surprise. "You're a fast learner," she laughed, and quickly explained, "I'm the daughter of a major conglomerate chairman. Based on your abilities, that wasn't too hard to guess. And the main issue is, I'm the only one who knows the truth right now." Her words startled Sang-hun. A wry smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as thoughts raced through his mind. Even though she knew he intended to start a one-man guild, she still left her business card on the table and openly said she was interested. She was building a mutually beneficial relationship. She was certainly quite skilled at socializing. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the player town near Dam Sin Station. The apartment leasing agent smiled and announced, "As I said, the security deposit is 100 million dong, and the rent is 5 million a month." Sang-hun nodded in understanding. He smiled and said, "That doesn't sound too bad." This made her even more interested. "You've made a great decision. Many people have been eyeing this unit. I'll take my leave now. If anything comes up, just give me a call." He waved goodbye. "All right, take care." Everything happened so quickly that he let out a sigh of relief. He had actually found a pretty good spot, so those who were eyeing this place were out of luck now. Was it the power of luck? Sang-hun's meager belongings were tucked away in a corner. In the middle of the spacious, empty room, he relaxed and gazed at the world outside, as a gentle breeze blew in. He enjoyed the moment, for in such a short time, so much had happened. The mysterious rebirth and this sudden change had left him reeling. He had spent almost a few days just processing all this information. Even though it hadn't led him anywhere, and he had no clues about what to do next, his mindset had changed completely. It was a feeling he had long forgotten. Even though he hadn't done anything yet, he could feel the blood pumping through his veins. Thinking of this, Sang-hun chuckled and clenched his fist. His youth, the strength of youth he now held in his hands, would not allow him to just sit still. He remembered Dakin's face back then, and then the destiny laid out between him and the god of luck. In just a short time, He had even gotten to know Kim Mai. So, this time, he decided he would live a completely different life. He vowed he would never live like a coward ever again. Above all, opportunities to get stronger kept appearing. Right at that moment, Kim Mai's phone rang. Yes, reporter Bak Dae-min. Why are you calling me? His intel was incredibly fast. The familiar name caught Song Huynh attention. Bak Dae-min from the Player Weekly. That S-rank reporter, the Player Weekly. Reporter Bak Dae-min said from the other end of the line. That's right, I heard you, Kim Mai, are in the mission area. It's total chaos here. But seriously, who is that guy named Din Song Huynh? She quickly replied. Just as you heard. Among the players I've met lately, the reporters surrounding him quickly took notice, making him feel a bit anxious. Sorry, but could you speak a bit faster? Everyone is staring at me. As time passed, the luxury supercar came to a stop at a destination. Din Song Huynh slowly stepped out of the car. Thanks for the ride. Kim Mai hurriedly called out to him. Song Huynh, wait a second. We're planning to explore an unidentified gate soon. It's an independent team limited to 4 people under level 120. Don't worry, this isn't a guild mission. His face became incredibly excited as he rushed over. I'm in, he said before she could even finish her sentence. If you're interested, you just rejected the guild invite. But why are you so excited about this? Sang Huynh was still happily thinking about the good times ahead. He finally had a chance to enter a gate. Simply put, a dungeon is an area that has been modified. Once you enter, the entrance and exit are fixed. Traps and monsters appear in a cycle. But a gate is more like a shifting area. After completion, the entrance changes, and sometimes even the monsters change. But a sage once said, the higher the risk, the greater the reward. It's an unspoken rule in the player world. And if this is an unclassified gate, there will certainly be a first clear reward, likely guaranteeing high-level holy artifacts. Perhaps Kim Mai had received one before, a holy artifact that could bypass the freezing properties of the Black Wolf, which couldn't be obtained at that level otherwise. Once again, Kim Mai was unpredictable. Back in reality, Kim Mai was tapping her phone screen repeatedly. I'll call you back as soon as I have more details about the mission. I guess we'll be calling each other a lot from now on. Here, enter your number. Sang Huynh looked a bit dazed. He noticed her phone background featured various portraits. Realizing it was a bit rude, Kim Mai hurriedly took the phone back. Sorry, I meant to change the screen before you entered your number. What's wrong with me? She looked a bit contemplative. All of these reactions from Kim Mai were witnessed by Song Huynh standing nearby. Stepping into the spacious house he'd just rented, he felt a bit pensive. Seeing her, she really did seem like the type to have secrets of her own. But honestly, what player doesn't have their own story? For instance, I've got a story I can't tell anyone either. If people found out about my reincarnation, no matter what, I'd definitely be in trouble. Suddenly, Song Huynh thought of the late blooming scholar Constellation. His eyes held a touch of melancholy as he wondered, where is he? And what is he doing now? We were together for several years, after all. At the very least, he should show his face. Meanwhile, over in the VIP room, Kim Mai was sitting there scrolling through her phone. Sitting across from her, Minle looked incredibly annoyed as he complained. I thought we'd finally be able to grab some coffee together after all this time. Yet, you've just been staring at your phone, waiting for someone to call. She laughed and sighed, explaining, It's Din Song Huynh. We planned to head to the portal together. This took Minle by surprise. Looks like you're completely head over heels for him, aren't you? She hurriedly shook her head to explain, It's not like that. He laughed, finding it amusing. Isn't he the guy who can hold his stun longer than I can? He's even the one who turned Kim Mai down so coldly. If I were you, I'd like him too. Kim Mai's eyes lit up with excitement. You should start worrying now. He felt curious. Why? She happily explained. His swordsmanship is just as top tier as yours. Maybe even better, right? Hearing that, Minle burst into a loud laugh. I was only teasing a little, and the little brat is already standing up for him. But for you to compare someone to me like that, he must be something else. This man was part of the E-Guild, Dao Minle, a level 700 S-rank player. Meanwhile, at the Dansin 43 training grounds, Sang Huynh smiled as he answered the phone. Yes, Miss Kim Mai, I'm listening. Kim Mai's voice rang out through the phone. Are you able to talk? I came to talk about the portal. He was surprised to hear that. That fast? I can talk now. Kim Mai excitedly recounted. An unidentified portal just appeared 500 meters northwest of the Huynh station on Road 7. We've done a preliminary scout of the area. I just sent you the info. Sang Huynh picked up his phone to examine it carefully. Okay, give me a moment to check. Kim Mai nodded, signaling, take your time. Seeing the information on the screen left him somewhat surprised. It was information about the mid-floor boss of the second portal. A Cerberus, a three-headed dog, considered a type of wolf monster. Estimated level 100. Its main trait is biting and tearing. It has multiple heads. The portal details included various other pieces of info. Reading this made Sang-hoon feel incredibly pumped. What the hell is this? I just got my skill, and this monster appears this quickly? The three-headed dog seems to meet the requirements for that skill, doesn't it? He recalled the info regarding the intersection of day and night. The special effect is always active and has no cooldown. When the moon appears in the dungeon, health regeneration and wound recovery are increased fivefold. Whether the moon appears or not, dog or wolf-type monsters will fall into a state of fear when facing a player who possesses a blue moon stone. Furthermore, if the moon appears, dog or wolf-type monsters will never attack a player holding the blue moon stone. After reading this, Sang-hoon smiled and called Kim Mai back. I've checked it out. Thank you for the info. She nodded, advising, sharing is only natural. I'll contact you later. Right at that moment, Dakin slowly walked over. What's with the loud noises? What's going on? He realized he had been a bit impolite. Sorry, Captain. The man laughed and replied, I'm just joking. You're a famous guy now, so I get it. And I'm not your captain anymore, just call me brother. Sang-hoon awkwardly scratched his head. Come on, brother, I'm not that famous. I still have a lot to work on. This made the man curious. Judging by how you're talking, I guess you haven't received that call yet, have you? He didn't understand what Dakin was getting at. What call? He held his phone up in front of Sang-hoon. See for yourself. You're on the cover of the Player Weekly. If that's not being famous, then what is? Sang-hoon's photo appeared on the cover of the weekly report. The legendary rookie has emerged. Player Din Sang-hoon appears like a comet. Reporter Bak Dae-min reports on the player who suddenly appeared in the mission zone. The name of the person seeing himself in the news left him completely bewildered. What is this? His reaction made Dakin laugh wildly. You should turn off your phone now. You're going to have all sorts of people calling you. He didn't know what to do next regarding the article about him. It wasn't that he hated the newspaper, but they often just published things without meeting the person involved. Seeing him looking worried, Dakin approached him with surprise. What's wrong? Don't tell me you've already been called by some distant cousin. He looked at his phone screen. I'm currently only thinking about my close relatives. Brother, I have problems today, and now I have even more things to worry about. Dakin remembered something. He picked up a bag and handed it to Sang-hoon. Right, you were talking about this, weren't you? Taking the bag, he felt very excited. That's right. Thank you so much. He laughed with surprise. Thank you? Others would say I should be giving this away for free. By the way, these are all old relics covered in my fingerprints. Wouldn't it be better if you bought new ones? Din Sang-hoon immediately gave an awkward smile. I think I just want to inherit your fighting spirit to help me solve the problem. Dakin looked at him in surprise and said, You're a quick talker, aren't you? Sang-hoon's face grew uncomfortable. Just consider it a way for me to get rid of some bad luck. Because, in his head, he was silently calculating how to explain that old artifacts have a higher absorption rate. Dakin was about to say something more. But right then, Manhwa hurried over. Sorry, I'm late. She scratched her head awkwardly, stepped up, and asked, It's so hard to find a parking spot here. Let's start the appraisal right away. Looking at the woman in front of him, Sang-hoon felt curious. Who is this person? Dakin, standing right next to them, hurriedly explained. This is the appraiser who will help us with the transaction. I brought her so you wouldn't get ripped off, since we're acquaintances. He didn't know what else to say in this situation. Oh, stop it. Manhwa continued to look at the pile of items in front of her, using her ability to slowly focus on inspecting their energy. The system also issued a notification. Artifact appraisal complete. After a long period of consecutive work, Manhwa felt a bit exhausted. She turned around to inform them both. The evaluation was finished, and the two of them could proceed with the deal at the agreed-upon price. Dakin glanced at Sang-hoon in surprise. So, you aren't actually going to haggle? He shook his head to explain. Of course not. Right then, Dakin slowly drew his sword. So, before we finalize the price, would you mind taking a look at my swordsmanship? Seeing this, Sang-hoon hurriedly shook his head to decline. No, brother, I'm not qualified to judge something like that. But he was incredibly stubborn. Don't pretend to be humble. I'm not so stupid that I can't tell you're much better than me now. And I'm not so stupid as to let my ego get in the way of learning. He began to feel awkward. No, man, I'm being serious. Sang-hoon thought worriedly. He really hated such troublesome situations. But the next scene caught Sang-hoon's attention quickly. After being rejected, Dakin's mood plummeted instantly. Seeing this, he realized he had no other choice. Ignoring someone so sincere would be very rude. Sang-hoon continued, reminding him, Then don't mind me. Just do what you usually do. Dakin's face instantly lit up with excitement. All right then. Sang-hoon didn't forget to turn back and add, Evaluator, you'll probably want to stand behind me. She nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand. Clutching his sword, Dakin's determination was incredibly strong. Here I come. His movements were extremely decisive, striking from one side to the other. Watching these techniques, Sang-hoon couldn't help but be impressed. It was truly remarkable. He was much stronger than the last time they met in the dungeon. It seemed he hadn't stopped practicing for a single second. Sang-hoon seemed to have realized something, but ahead of him, Dakin kept practicing his forms, causing everything to become increasingly chaotic. He suddenly spoke up, calling out to him. Dakin looked confused. So fast? I still have more. Sang-hoon's expression remained calm as he stepped forward to ask, Has your left arm been giving you trouble? This question left Dakin completely stunned. How did you know that? Sang-hoon analyzed it seriously. When you swing with your right hand, your left shoulder opens up too wide, like you've lost all sensation in that area. If I'm not mistaken, Dakin recalled the past with a bit of helplessness. Seeing he couldn't hide it anymore, he sighed. You're right. I have a bit of an injury from blocking with my left shoulder, so I couldn't hide it, huh? Most of the injuries I sustained while training in the dungeon are on this side. I know, but there's nothing I can do about it. Suddenly, Sang-hoon announced, It can be fixed. This information surprised Dakin. The injury was easier to treat than he had thought. Wait a second, don't hide your injury. Choose a bolder strategy to turn it into a strength. From control to the rhythm of your steps, changing everything won't be easy, but you'll improve a lot. Try gripping it again, like you're writing, just a bit more with your fingers. Dakin was surprised. It didn't look easy. That hurts, Sang-hoon. He laughed and replied, Just bear with it a little bit. This scene made Manhwa, standing to the side, blush instantly. Ambiguous words kept echoing. It's a bit embarrassing, but you can feel that it's much better now, right? It will get better gradually. Now, rotate your hips here. She wondered to herself, what were these two idiots doing? In front of her, the two were still constantly getting into different positions. This spot of yours is too stiff, right? Be patient. Following Manhwa's gaze, the two looked incredibly strange. Wait, what am I looking at right now? A while later, in Manhwa's phone, search history appeared after the job was done. Who takes the role of an attacker? Reporting to the Players Association. A man's feeling when holding a sword. The sword-holding posture of two men. A player's love. A car speeding down a long road. Sang-hoon drove happily, thinking, although this deal cost him over 100 million dong, it was still a great price. The benefits he received from it would be much greater than what he had spent. Although he seemed satisfied after that sword training session, at the very end, the evaluator had a very strange expression. He wondered to himself, could it be that she was tired? Thinking of this, Sang-hoon searched for his phone. Forget it. I want to hurry up and eat the rest of these sacred objects to see how much I've improved. How can I wait until the next gate appears? Or should I call Kim Mai? Looking at the scene in front of him, he felt somewhat startled and confused. Fortunately, at the last second, he hurriedly stopped the car. Otherwise, he would have hit that big, fat man. Sang-hoon hurriedly raised his head and asked, I'm sorry, are you okay? He had been standing in the blind spot. Kim Trang just coldly replied, You finally arrived. I'm sick of waiting for you. What else are you doing? Get out of that damn car, quick. Faced with this situation, Sang-hoon was very confused, while Kim Ho behind him burst into loud laughter. Newbies always react like this. What was that? Did I hear that wrong? A yellow light appeared, catching Sang-hoon's attention. Kim Trang smiled smugly to show off his power. No need to talk much. Do you want to be burned alive with this piece of trash car, or do you want to step out? After a moment of analyzing the situation, he seemed to understand something. Now I remember, these guys are Tran Kim Trang and Tran Kim Ho from the Fat Cat Guild. Sang-hoon had seen posts by these two. These guys are really making me angry, teaching a rookie a lesson. The characteristics of Tran Kim Trang were that he only chose people weaker than himself. His various posts had clickbait titles like, I think I like you, when talking to beautiful women. And Tran Kim Ho was his henchman, the one who filmed short videos for YouTube for him, always with different titles. All the newbies were very surprised. Can Tran Kim Trang carry the team, disguising as a rookie to explore a new dungeon? Thanks to all that ridiculous content, he had gathered a few loyal subscribers who always watched his videos. But after he crossed the line, the news reported that a famous player and YouTuber had gone to jail. He received a life sentence and was forgotten by almost everyone. Returning to reality, these guys kept mocking him. Look at that, Kim Trang. That kid doesn't dare to move anymore. He just sighed. In other words, both of these guys were failures of humanity. Seeing Sang-hoon's strange reaction, Kim Trang became interested. Why does this brat keep ticking me off? Kim Ho laughed from behind. I knew it. Their profiles both popped up. Tran Kim Trang, level 100, defeated player B. Tran Kim Ho, level 75, defeated player C. They both belong to the Fat Cat Guild. Just thinking about getting dragged into their drama makes him incredibly exhausted. It's true, I said. I wanted to see how much I've improved with my new holy relic. But why do these annoying things always find me? Still, these aren't the kind of opponents I want to test it on. As if guessing Sang-hoon's attitude, Kim Trang seemed surprised. He noticed him holding his sword as he stepped out of the vehicle. What now? This didn't scare him at all. In fact, it made him even more interested. What are you thinking? Take it easy. Calm down. I'm a town guard here in the player town. Lately, there have been a lot of complaints about some jerk driving a piece of junk car around here. In other words, Kim Trang stomped hard on the front of the car he had just bought. They're annoyed by this piece of junk car of yours too. Sang-hoon's face began to lose its composure. His voice kept booming. What's wrong? Did that clear your head? If you don't want this car of yours to turn into scrap metal, take your stuff and get lost immediately. Get it? The crowd around them started whispering. What's going on over there? It's Tran Kim Ho and Tran Kim Trang. Those jerks are acting up again. Someone quickly recognized Sang-hoon. Wait, hold on. Over there, Sang-hoon was still touching the car he just bought. Isn't that the person who made it onto the player weekly report? He's the one who went into the mission area with Kim Mai. What was his name again? Din Sang-hoon. These comments made Kim Trang a bit surprised. He's strong. Kim Ho quickly checked his phone. I remember now. It's the kid who went into the mission area with Kim Mai. There's a rumor that he cleared a level 100 dungeon all by himself. This made him listen with contempt. But he looked so weak, he laughed from the side. Hey Kim Trang, Kim Mai went with this kid. Do you really think she'd let a newbie take all the glory? I've already got a title for the next video. I can't believe you're this quick. Kim Ho held his camera, ready to teach the rookie backed by Kim Mai a lesson. The camera is rolling, you know. Kim Trang stepped toward him. Hey Sang-hoon, I'll show you some mercy. Let's enter training mode and have a one-on-one duel. Look at this, everyone. It's really Din Sang-hoon. If I win, you have to leave the player town immediately. And obviously, we'll be posting this, too. If you win, we'll stay as far away from you as possible. Deal? Sang-hoon only replied coldly. Deal. That just made him even more excited. Damn it, our Sang-hoon really is a man. Then, his face became incredibly terrifying, as if he couldn't wait to tear this Kim Trang apart. If you add 500 million dong and your wrists to the bet, we've got a deal. But if you're scared, then get lost. Those words made him extremely uncomfortable. That bastard. Kim Ho called out from behind. Kim Trang. He turned his head, annoyed, and scolded him. Can't you see I'm busy, you idiot? He hurried to explain. Take a look at this. The chat channel was blowing up with comments demanding that he accept Sang-hoon's request. This made Kim Trang incredibly irritated. Damn it. He asked him one more time. So, are you betting or not? Are you scared? He seemed to realize something. Wait, if we do that, the video won't be eligible for monetization because it contains violence and mature content. Let's just treat this as a chance to blow off some steam. Sang-hoon shouted. What's the matter? The scene shifted to the large hall. This was the center of the player town's administrative building. The crowd watching began to get thicker. What's going on? Is that really Din Sang-hoon? They're just doing what they always do. Bullying the newbies. Do you live here? Or are we? I have a boyfriend. Sang-hoon warmed up, preparing to enter the match. Training mode has been activated. Player Tran Kim Trang, player Din Sang-hoon. You have received the shield effect. Kim Trang smiled and spoke. Like you said, 500 million dong and our wrists on the line. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. And don't be scared, either. And don't come begging for your life later. Run while you still can. The system notifications kept popping up. Training mode has been set up. Players, please begin your duel. Kim Ho quickly reminded him. The training mode is all set. Kim Trang nodded. All right, got it. He still didn't know his end was coming soon. You heard that, right? We're starting now. I'm not kidding. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Kim Trang. Seeing that, he was startled and looked up in surprise. Before he knew it, Sang-hoon had leaped into the air, sword in hand, attacking him. Just thinking about how he'd been bothering him made him unable to stand it. I don't want to play around with you, either. Even if you beg, I'm not letting you go. All of this was being broadcast on TV. Seeing the familiar figure, Kim Mai froze for a moment. Din Sang-hoon. Kim Mai continued watching the live stream. What the hell is going on? Sang Hoon's voice boomed. Even if you beg, don't expect me to go easy on you. Kim Mai's face was puzzled as she watched the situation. Looking at the Kim Trang before him, she quickly realized. Wait, isn't that Tran Kim Trang from the Fat Cat Guild? He's a B-rank player. But I heard he's so arrogant because it's his uncle's guild. Why is he with Song Hoon? Right then, Trong Lee walked out. Kim Mai, what's wrong? Seeing that, she reacted in a hurry. Kim Mai brushed her hair back. Why are you frowning? She was from the E-Guild, Din Trong Lee, a level 700, S-rank player. Seeing Sang Huynh appear on the broadcast screen made her slightly surprised. Isn't that the person you were trying to recruit for the guild? Kim Mai nodded in response. Yes, Sang Huynh, but I don't know why he's appearing on this ridiculous broadcast. This made Trang Lee surprised enough to praise him. Your movements are sharp. On the other side, Kim Trang kept cursing. That bastard, that coward. He kept dodging Sang Huyn's attacks, unable to just stand there and wait for death. He reached behind him, preparing to move. Are you really a thug? Or not? Facing the flames that seemed to want to burn everything to the ground, Sang Huynh just calmly gripped his sword. Before everyone's eyes, he gently slashed through the giant fire in the blink of an eye. Kim Trang was frozen on the spot by the sight. He looked incredibly cool, having shattered his power with just one strike. A massive explosion occurred behind them, and the scene grew chaotic. Kim Ho witnessed this scene and was left bewildered. What the hell was that guy? Comments kept popping up, confused as to how Sang Huynh could have pulled that off. Everyone was frozen at the sight before them, when suddenly, Sang Huynh spoke up. Finally, his face was filled with extreme excitement as he fought Kim Trang. Ever since I was reincarnated, only now has my body finally moved exactly the way I wanted it to. Flashing back to 3 hours ago, Sang Huynh smiled as he chatted with Mai Hoa. Thank you. Thanks to you, the deal went through so quickly. You worked hard today. Her face flushed slightly, and she hurriedly waved her hands to explain. No need for that. You two did all the hard work anyway. Dekin, standing right next to them, leaned in and added, Days like this call for a drink. Come join us. She was incredibly surprised. Really? He nodded in confirmation. We've got money now. Order whatever you want to eat. Tuna, beef. Just then, Sang Huynh forced a polite smile and explained, Brother, I'm sorry, but I have to go. You two go ahead and eat. This left Dekin very confused, and he scolded, Hey, what's this about? Sang Huynh tried to explain. It's not like that. He continued to speak loudly. Planning to play the, You paid me too much, so I have to go earn it back card, huh? Din Sang Huynh just helplessly explained. I had plans beforehand. I'm truly sorry. Dekin sighed. Is that so? Then there's no other way. He turned to look at Mai Hoa. Looks like it's just the two of us then. She quickly reacted. What am I doing? I completely forgot I have another extremely important appointment. Sang Huynh looked at the items he had just collected in his hands. Sorry, but right now the taste of these things is even better. Mai Hoa hurriedly ran off. Then I'll head out first. Dekin chased after her in confusion. Hey, wait! The time gradually shifted toward the evening of that day. Sang Huynh calmly looked at the pile of items in front of him. A long time passed, leaving him tired as he sighed. The basic absorption rate for bronze-ranked items was 10%. As he reached out to absorb the holy relics before him, the system displayed a notification. Measuring absorption rate relic durability recalculated. Final absorption rate, 90%. Hearing this number left Sang Huynh completely stunned. 90. Right at this moment, the goddess of luck slowly appeared. The goddess of luck believed this was all because of her. Hearing that, he laughed and looked at the holy relics with a flushed face. Only 10% could be absorbed due to the limit. As expected, things that have actually been used by humans are on a different level, aren't they? Right. I have something I want to ask you. Goddess of luck. You're known as a very social constellation, right? Have you ever heard of a constellation called Late Bloomer? This made the goddess of luck extremely sulky. She said she had only signed a contract with him a few days ago. Din Sang Huynh hurriedly explained, That's not it. But she scolded him for a while, saying he was already interested in another constellation. His gentle voice echoed, It's just that the constellation holds meaning for me, but thinking about it, you do have the right to feel sad. I'm sorry. Just forget about it. The goddess of luck looked at him again, and this time the system notification surprised Sang Huynh. The goddess of luck is currently being very generous. She will help you try to find that constellation. This made him overjoyed. Thank you so much, goddess. Sang Huynh continued to pick up the holy relics in his hands. All right, then let's finally head straight to the feast. The system notified him, starting the magic resonance process with 5 holy relics. Delicious dishes, like gourmet delicacies, appeared before his eyes, the top 5 dishes for a man. Looking at the delicious things laid out in front of him made Huynh filled with anticipation. He wiped the drool from his mouth. No matter how many times I've worn these holy relics, I never expected they would turn into such manly food. But I really love it. The holy relic has a 90% absorption rate at its maximum. Once this is all over, just how strong will I be? There's no way to guess. Returning to reality, system messages rang out in succession. The true battle title has been activated. Solitary player Tran Kim Trang has not detected any allies within a 5-meter radius. Combat mode activated. Huynh praised, "Your firepower is pretty impressive too." At the same time, his information was displayed. Name, Din Huynh. Title, True Battle, and 6 others. Constellation, Goddess of Luck. Unique skill, Holy Relic Absorption. Number of Holy Relics absorbed, 17. Health, 880. Energy, 124. Experience, 97. The status window information also opened. Strength, 77. Stamina, 90. Speed, 28. Magic Power, 60. Luck, 167. Evasion, 30. Defense, 49. All of his actions made Kim Trang tremble in a strange way. Seeing the guy standing still without moving, Huynh felt curious, but the guy couldn't stand the anger anymore and attacked him. "You bastard!" Kim Mai screamed anxiously while watching through the TV screen. Huynh, be careful. Trang Li sat next to her and comforted her. "Don't worry, he'll be able to dodge it." "I know, right?" Just as Trang Li predicted, Huynh dodged it completely. "You haven't forgotten our deal, have you?" Thinking about the money he was going to receive, he lunged straight toward Kim Trang to attack. His face looked incredibly terrifying as he declared, "For 500 million, I'm aiming for that arm." Kim Ho, standing to the side filming, became extremely excited. "That's it, I've got you now." Just as he lunged forward, something suddenly held him back. The corner of Kim Trang's mouth curled into a cruel smile. The bulky, fat man appeared right in front of him and gave him the middle finger. "Got you." Time seemed to stop. Din Huynh stood frozen. Conditions met. Forced freeze skill has been activated on player Din Huynh. He noticed he couldn't move. There was even a thin layer of ice holding him tight. Trang Li watched through the TV screen and was amazed. So he can use other magic besides just stunning spells. This is pretty good, isn't it? This made Kim Mai, standing nearby, extremely excited. "Don't be surprised, sis, just listen carefully. Huynh can even use status ailment cancellation. Don't underestimate my judgment. Now you'll understand why I want to recruit him so much. Watch closely with your own eyes." A second later, she seemed to freeze herself when she saw Huynh frozen on the TV screen. He had no reaction as he was turned into a block of ice right before their eyes. Huynh, even Kim Trang, who was fighting, became bewildered. "What the hell is this? Where did that bastard disappear to?" Sweat poured down his face. The skill was clearly activated. Unless he has status ailment cancellation, there's no way he could have escaped. Is he really a rookie? Just as that thought crossed his mind, Huynh appeared right above Kim Trang. He shoved the guy's heavy frame down hard, forcing a pained cry out of him. Huynh coldly remarked, "What the hell? Seems like that training mode really saved your skin." It was a good thing there was a protective barrier, or Kim Trang would have been done for critical damage is negated in training mode. The scene left Kim Ho, who was recording the whole thing, completely stunned. "Kim Trang," the comments flooded in, praising Huynh endlessly. One of the viewers watching the monitor spoke up. "Isn't Din Huynh a bit different from before?" He suddenly noticed it too. Thinking back, the aura that bastard was putting off was completely different than earlier. What kind of trick did he pull? Watching the entire match, Trang Li realized it instantly. It looked like some sort of awakening skill. Kim Mai, standing right beside her, was a bit curious. "An awakening skill?" Huynh nodded in confirmation. "Seems to be something in the illusion or transcendence branch. Judging by those black marks, I'd guess illusion," she said. "From what I know, taking hits in that state leads to severe exhaustion. Is he planning to take that guy down without getting hit a single time? That's awfully confident." Kim Mai's expression grew stiff as she recounted it. "Big sis, I don't think that's it. It's true he's very different, but he didn't use any skills like that when he was with me. And that skill also costs a lot of luck." Trang Li had already speculated something else. Then it's one of two things. Either he had no reason to use it while with you, or he didn't have it. The room fell into silence. She seemed to realize that this guy Huynh was quite interesting, or he found a way to obtain it in a short amount of time. Over here, Mai Hoa was constantly checking the info in her hand. She sighed with some fatigue. This is bad. The relic, Mr. Din Sang-hoon bought today. This item was supposed to go through an attribute test, right? The paper clearly noted information about the red meditation bracelet, a silver tier holy relic. Support equipment, ring type. Effects. Strength and stamina. Chance of hidden skill, 0.02%. Hidden skill. Illusion. It's said to be a bracelet left behind by the gods, potentially containing suspicious power. Unless you're blessed with insane luck, you'll never get it. So don't hold your breath. The details were very clear. Item type. Bracelet. Effects. Strength plus 15. Hidden skill chance. 0.02%. Hidden skill. Illusion. Manhwa sighed, lost in thought. With such low odds, the hidden skill won't be activated, right? If he actually managed it, it'd be like the god of luck chose him. Just as she guessed, Sang-hoon had been chosen by the god of luck. Information about the hidden skill appeared. Awakening skill, upgradable, cooldown, 1 hour. Upon activation, restore full HP, and enter an awakened state for 100 seconds. Physical and mental capabilities are pushed far beyond their limits, putting the user into a near berserk state. In the awakened state, decision-making, reaction time, and information processing become vastly superior to normal levels. When the illusion effect ends, the user falls into a state of extreme exhaustion for 10 minutes, with damage accumulated throughout the activation time. Sang-hoon was incredibly excited, pressing his sword hard against Kim Trang. So, how should we settle the bet? Or should we turn off training mode and try again? Kim Trang was furious and wouldn't stop screaming. Get off me, you bastard, he thought angrily. Damn it, because this guy looked like a rookie, I let my guard down. I didn't expect him to reach this level. Now I need to get serious. But first, I have to put some distance between us. Is this situation even real? This is totally different from what that Tran Kim Ho said. If I knew this guy was this strong, I never would have challenged him. He glared angrily at Kim Ho. That bastard just talks nonsense. While he was still deep in thought, Sang-hoon lunged forward and slammed his hand onto his head. You piece of trash. Let's end this. It's time to decide the outcome. Don't worry too much. Since it's training mode, you won't get hurt too badly. Sensing things were going south, Kim Trang kept begging. Wait, you win. I'll transfer 500 million right now. Sang-hoon continued to press his head firmly into the ground. Good, the bet is settled. Now, it's time for revenge. That made him terrified. What the hell? Revenge for what? You bastard, he said, clearly annoyed. You ask what revenge? This was the reason I started this fight in the first place. The scene shifted back to 3 days ago at the auto center. The employee held the report in his hand and said, I've fixed it, but you should probably replace it soon. That comment left Sang-hoon a bit confused. The employee continued to explain, please sign here. It's too old, it won't last much longer. He still couldn't believe it, and turned to look at the car. No way, he sighed and reminded him, I know you're attached to it, but it's time to say goodbye. It's been with you for a long time. I'm sure it was very happy too. Tears streamed down Sang-hoon's face as he realized his friend was about to be taken away. That's right, Sang-hoon, I was very happy driving it all this time. It must have been happy too, right? Back to reality, Dean Sang-hoon yelled as he launched an onslaught at Kim Trang. This is to avenge my beloved car. The jerk was so scared he was tearing up, begging non-stop. Damn it, I'm sorry. This sight left the crowd of onlookers completely bewildered. What the hell is that? A smell drifted up, leaving Sang-hoon speechless. In front of everyone, including those watching the stream, Kim Trang had actually messed his pants. That caused the broadcast to blow up. He kept begging to save his pathetic life. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Everyone present started whispering amongst themselves. That crap really reeks, doesn't it? What did he eat to smell that bad? Kim Ho was now incredibly embarrassed. Damn it, what do I do now? Forget the YouTube channel or whatever. We messed with someone we shouldn't have. Suddenly, a silhouette stepped forward and called out. Tran Kim Ho saw the man appear and was overjoyed. Manager, but he looked incredibly annoyed. You keep causing trouble, don't you? We'll deal with you later. He was Mai Bok Thun, the manager of the Thun Xuan district for the Fat Cat Guild. Kim Trang's voice rang out. I'm sorry. He quickly glanced in another direction. The scene before him made him surprised, and the situation was quite interesting. Sang-hoon stood up, looking at his clothes in confusion. That thing is stuck to his back. I heard he just awakened, yet he already managed to beat a veteran like Trang Lai. I have to figure out who he really is. Bok Thun quickly stepped forward and greeted him. You are Din Sang-hoon, right? Hearing this, he was startled and took notice. Then he stepped forward with a smile to make his proposal. We are here to handle the aftermath and negotiate compensation. Could you spare a moment? He asked him coldly. First, could you tell me your identity and position? Sang Huyn's attitude surprised Bok Than a bit. What kind of arrogant attitude is that? Kong. Wait. This isn't arrogance. It's composure. It's like a player who returned from hell. This skill and aura are far beyond his level. He hurriedly bowed his head and introduced himself. I am Mai Bok Than, manager of the Than Xuan district for the Fat Cat Guild. Sorry for the late introduction. In his mind, he already had his own plan. He had to recruit him at all costs. He triumphantly announced in a loud voice, the Fat Cat Guild. We will take care of all compensation costs. Sang Huynh immediately held out his account number. Really? Because he secretly calculated that taking a little blame was fine if it showed sincerity and helped build this relationship. With a completely calm face, Sang Huynh held the account number out to him. Then that's simple. 20 billion dong. Here is my account number. I was also thinking that 5 billion was a bit too little, not even counting the emotional distress and such. This number made Bok Than freeze for a moment. 20 billion with no discount? Maybe I should just let this smelly guy do whatever he wants. Kim Trang kept crying, and the time had shifted to late evening. Whispers filled the room. When will they arrive? It's Din Song Huynh. Mr. Din Song Huynh. Has the Fat Cat Guild taken care of the compensation costs for you yet? Geez, are you guys planning on selling here forever? Haven't you been able to contact Kim Mai yet? You aren't involved with the Black Guild, are you? Sang Huynh sighed, stepped inside the apartment, and scolded them. No, so get lost. The reporters behind him started asking, is it because you've finished your training that you want to go home now? Mr. Sang Huynh, the public has a right to know. That's right. Please answer us. Hey, wait. Why am I being dragged into this? God, stop dodging us. Give us an answer. Is it true that you are dating Kim Mai? Sang Huynh sighed wearily after becoming famous. The right to know someone else's personal life, yeah, right. He grabbed his clothes, ready to take a shower. He was tired enough without being asked nonsense about dating. In this situation, keep dreaming. Looking at the pile of gear in front of him made him smile. All right, time to get ready. Looking at them, he remembered what Kim Mai had told him. Today is the big day, Sang Huynh. Sang Huynh excitedly sat and looked at the gear in front of him. He didn't expect the portal mission Kim Mai proposed would happen today. Because of that incident, the last 2 weeks had been complete chaos, but the result was totally worth the effort. Who would have thought I'd be able to contact Dude Kin so quickly and sell him that much material? The system quickly displayed a notification of his status board. Strength 100, Stamina 109, Agility 33, Magic Power 71, Luck 167, Evasion 30, Defense 62. Sang Huynh continued to examine the info screens. And the Demon Warrior also leveled up after the last battle, right? Greatsword skill also leveled up. With the effect from the Overwhelming Strength title, it will be about 2.6 seconds, right? And if you add the delay, the total will exceed 5 seconds. Of course, it also depends on the opponent's resistance to effects. Information about the water combat skill quickly appeared on the screen. Hidden skill. Minor stun effect. Recovery per target 15 seconds. Skill level 2. Causes minor stun for 2.4 seconds, forcing the player to reveal an opening. However, the duration and success rate depend on the target's resistance to effects. Another skill was Greatsword Training, a passive skill. Basic Swordsmanship. Skill level 2. Significantly increases adaptability with all types of swords, except for daggers and one-handed longswords. Sang Huyn's eyes lit up. And that wasn't all. Now, let's look at the results of that blood, sweat, and tears training. Information about one-handed sword training also appeared. Passive skill. Basic Swordsmanship. Skill level 1. Improves ability to use daggers and one-handed longswords. The next skill was Charge. Charge. Level 1 movement skill. Concentrates a huge amount of power, then lunges forward in the blink of an eye to attack the enemy. The longer you charge, the stronger the damage and the distance of the lunge, but you absolutely cannot move while charging. Sang Huynh sat still in the room and sighed thoughtfully. All right, being this well prepared, I'm completely ready to clear the gate. My sub-weapon and movement skill are more than enough. In previous battles, there were too many openings, so I couldn't fully replicate the experience of my past life. When facing the Wolf King, I had to struggle because my attack style was too limited, and in the battle against Tran Kim Trang, I easily fell into a trap because I didn't have a movement skill. In other words, if the opponent back then had been even a little bit stronger than me, I would have lost my life. I must keep my mind sharp. If I keep going like this, All that getting stronger stuff will be wasted, and I will repeat the same failures as before. The second collapse will happen in 2040. This time, I must make sure the future changes. I can't lose everything again like before. This time, that's right, in this life, I have to become stronger, just like that person. Just then, as Sang-hoon was still sitting there thinking, his phone rang, catching his attention. He quickly answered the phone. Yes? The voice on the other end spoke up. Hello, Sang-hoon. I'm reporter Bak Dae-min. I'm calling about the interview we mentioned earlier today. I wanted to check if your schedule still works. At this, he was startled and hurriedly responded to him. Of course, it's coming up soon, right? Dae-min nodded in confirmation. Yes, exactly. Let's meet at the cafe I sent you. This left Sang-hoon a bit speechless. He had completely forgotten about this. The gate raid is at 7 p.m., the interview is at 2 p.m., right? On the phone screen, it now showed 1:45. As soon as they saw Sang-hoon appear outside, all the reporters were full of expectation. Mr. Sang-hoon is here. All right, tell me about your love affair with Kim Mai. Looking at Sang-hoon's appearance made the reporters a bit fearful. Mr. Sang-hoon, time is running out, he said in a terrifying tone. You guys better get out of my way, immediately. The system displayed a notification. Illusion skill activated. User's body is enhanced. User's speed is greatly increased. Over there, reporter Bak Dae-min was still sitting and waiting. The shop owner's voice rang out. Welcome. Hearing that, he looked up, saw Sang-hoon's figure, and Bak Dae-min smiled and waved his hand. Sang-hoon, over here. I've already ordered coffee for you, so just have a seat. Seeing how strange he looked, the reporter froze for a second. Are you? What a terrifying player you are. Sang-hoon forced a polite smile. Thanks. Bak Dae-min. I'm extremely curious, you just got out of a dungeon. He hurriedly shook his head, explaining, it's not that, he thought to himself, confused. That last run was way more exhausting than the dungeon, right? He sat down and apologized for being late. The reporter, Bak Dae-min, laughed and shook his head. Don't worry about it, really. Anyway, I was planning to interview you about the mission area, but now there's another major development. Oh, really? Sang-hoon smiled and dismissed it. It's nothing serious, just a bit of trouble. The reporter's eyes lit up visibly. It's actually more serious than you think. Sang-hoon. That situation is becoming a hot topic in the player community. It's true that rank doesn't always reflect true level or strength, but you're an exception. Even with such a low rank, everyone is calling you a legendary rookie. Sang-hoon responded with extreme humility. It's really not that big of a deal. Bak Dae-min asked with surprise. By the way, are you aware that it's not just local players looking for you? There are many international opportunities popping up as well, he thought to himself. Well, I have been getting a bunch of affectionate calls lately, but he just smiled and replied. He was trying to fish for information about the Eden Guild or other organizations. Bak Dae-min shook his head. No, I'm talking about international guilds, not domestic ones. Sang-hoon started to feel uneasy. This news had only broken today, so perhaps he hadn't heard. This morning, 5 international guilds sent official requests to the Korea Players Association. International guilds usually scout players early, often at low levels, but showing this much interest while someone is still a novice, that was unheard of. Either way, you should be careful from now on because a lot of people are curious about you. Time had shifted toward evening at the gate area. In an alley near the station, Sang-hoon walked down the long path, deep in thought. Damn it. I originally planned to go solo and then start my own guild. But those international guilds are seriously tempting. Their level of operation is just on a different scale. Come to think of it, how badly was I treated before? Thinking about it now, it really is a lot. A familiar voice echoed. Hearing that, Sang-hoon smiled and stepped forward. Kim Mai waved and greeted him. Long time no see. We have a bit of time before we raid the gate. Sang-hoon suddenly noticed a figure in front of her. Trang Lai was looking at him with a smile, which made him curious. Who is that? Time seemed to freeze. Sang-hoon looked at both Kim Mai and Trang Li standing before him. While he was still trying to figure out what was happening, Kim Mai spoke up. My sister has been saying she wanted to meet you, Sang-hoon. So, I brought her to meet you for a moment before we head into the gate. I hope that's okay, she continued, pointing toward Trang Li, who was standing to one side. This is my older sister, Din Trang Li. She's a member of the Eden Guild, just like me. She was about to add something else. There's a cafe nearby. If you want to sit for a bit. Trang Li walked over slowly and extended her hand to Sang-hoon. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Din Trang Li. He smiled and replied, I'm Din Sang-hoon. He forced a polite smile. What an honor to meet you. But deep down, he was thinking, even if Kim Mai hadn't introduced her, there wasn't a player in Korea who didn't know Din Trang Lee. She was a top-tier player known as the Shadow Assassin. Her reputation reached far beyond Korea, so for all intents and purposes, she was one of the leaders of the Eden Guild. Her presence alone was enough to elevate the status of an entire guild. I have to admit, since I was reborn, I've met a lot of players. My past life? Oh Lord, it was a miserable existence. Just then, Trang Lee made an offer. Sang, Huynh, could I ask you for a small favor? This left him stunned. Why would she suddenly want his help? Wait, Din Trang Lee wants to ask me for something? He hurriedly replied, if it's something I can do, she spoke softly, explaining. It's nothing major. Would you mind having a friendly spar with me? This left Kim Mai beside them speechless. Sis? Seriously? You guys just met? She was confused. Wasn't she talking about this on the way here? Thinking back to earlier, Kim Mai had been the one to say, that's why I said we have to recruit Sang Huynh. And Trang Lee had declared, if that's the case, I'll have to test his abilities myself. Kim Mai had been stunned. Did she just say that? Back in the present, Trang Lee insisted that she had already said it. Kim Mai hurriedly shouted, but that's not what you made it sound like. I'm sorry, Sang Huynh. My sister's personality is a bit blunt. Trang Lee looked at Kim Mai with a surprised expression. What is this girl doing? To prevent things from getting awkward for both sides, Sang Huynh nodded. I don't mind. Shall we start right now? Kim Mai still couldn't believe it. Sang Huynh chuckled and gently explained, it's not every day that a top-ranked Korean player wants to spar with me. To me, this is nothing short of an honor. This seemed to please Trang Lee immensely. It seems our Kim Mai has a great eye for talent. I apologize if my approach earlier was a bit rude. How about we just spar for 5 moves? Let me know when you're ready. Hearing that, he secretly calculated that he had almost no chance of winning, but that was exactly why he smiled. I see. Let me see how far I've come and what I'm still lacking. However, just as she picked up her weapon, her aura shifted 180 degrees from before. This time, there's definitely no room to let my guard down. Sang Huynh gripped his sword, smiling. I'm ready. The system notification appeared. Awakening skill activated. He quickly reminded himself, I'll use all my strength from the very start. On the side, Kim Mai still couldn't understand what the hell was going on. What's happening? Sang Huynh knew he might not be able to keep up with her pace. Trang Lee stepped forward with her weapon. For the first move, the space around them seemed to warp, and she instantly vanished into thin air. The sight made Sang Huynh freeze for a split second, and it was then that he realized the real problem and lunged backward. Damn it, I messed up. With my current physical level, I completely forgot my reaction speed would be too slow. Luckily, at the very last second, Din Sang Huynh managed to block Trang Lee's attack. Her power is so overwhelming that even he has to be cautious. Looks like I need to anticipate her moves to act accordingly. Seeing Sang Huynh block her attack perfectly only makes her more intrigued. Trang Lee vanishes into thin air again, leaving Sang Huynh in a tight spot. Now she's appeared high above. Trang Lee doesn't forget to compliment him. You move pretty well. Should I go harder now? You've still got 4 moves left. Slashes appear continuously in the air. Clearly, Sang Huynh can't keep up with her techniques. He realizes this isn't an easy game. Just as expected, her moves are terrifying, and even faster than before. He tells himself, in moments like these, he needs to do what he did back then. With his vision completely blocked, he must rely entirely on his intuition to predict his opponent's actions. Of course, the smoke density this time is 10 times higher. Sang Huynh slowly closes his eyes, leaving Kim Mai behind him feeling confused. Every time she watches him fight, it makes her question everything. How can he still keep his eyes closed in a situation like this? Even for Sang Huynh, this is insane. He's fighting way too recklessly. Trang Lee's sword rushes towards Sang Huynh. He's still keeping his eyes closed, sensing everything. Noticing the situation, he suddenly snaps his eyes open, realizing his chance has come. Now for another strike, Sang Huynh blocks Trang Lee's attack, which earns her admiration. Your concentration is truly commendable, but don't think you can block the next one. Even the best swordsman couldn't reach that level of focus. This doesn't look like talent. It feels more like raw experience. She seems to have realized something that surprises even Sang Huynh. What sharp deduction. Trang Lee quickly backs away to keep her distance, acting just like a veteran player. Sang Huynh tries to stay calm. That was indeed a generous compliment. She smiles and nods at him. All right, we have 3 moves left. He suddenly proposes, can I ask you something before we continue? Trang Lee nods without a second thought. Of course. A strange smile creeps onto his lips. Thanks. So, instead of using 3 more moves, how about we end it all in just 1? His words cause Trang Li to freeze for a moment. What did you say? Sang-hoon remains completely confident in what he just said. I know this sounds a bit arrogant, but I don't think I can let this opportunity slip away. Please, just this once, give it everything you've got. He thinks to himself. Everything she said is correct. If I can't handle her properly, I won't be able to clear this level. Kim Mai is about to interrupt their fight. Sister Trang Li, please listen to me. Trang Li excitedly agrees with him. Fine. She stands to the side, feeling desperate. Sister, listen to me. Fearing for Song Huin's safety, Trang Li doesn't forget to add a warning. But I won't be 100% serious. The training mode hasn't even started yet. Next, I'll show you some speed-based techniques. These skills are a bit hard to control properly. You can't use those on a person. Song Hoon laughs as he replies. That's more than enough. Because in his mind, he's calculating, that's a dash purely based on Trang Li's speed. Just forcing her to get serious is a victory in itself. Trang Li slowly crouches into a fighting stance. Sang Hoon is waiting for it too. I'll treat this as a real battle. The moment he fails, she moves with incredible speed, bolting straight forward. I'm coming. He realizes the severity of the situation. I'm going to die. I don't even have time to sense her presence. I need to prepare carefully. Seemingly in the dark space, the glass panes shatter instantly. Everything becomes chaotic due to their battle. That's right. Instead of just swinging their swords, strange movements keep appearing. Before the opponent attacks, you have to seize the moment to move as if you were already there. Sang Huin's sword swings straight toward Trang Li. She realizes she's messed with the wrong person this time. Luckily, the system suddenly displays a notification. Blessing of Shadows skill activated. In a split second, Trang Li appears behind him. This lightning speed catches him off guard, and he turns around in a rush. What the hell? Things are spiraling in a different direction. Her hand accidentally hits his face. This makes Trang Li feel a bit worried. Are you okay? Kim Mai also rushes over. Sang Huin. He sits there and nods to reassure them. Yeah, I'm fine. Even though he's in pain, she said she wouldn't use skills. Remembering the hit just now, Sang Huin clutches his face in pain. Is my nose broken? A hand reaches out toward him, leaving him confused. Trang Li offers a sheepish smile, quickly explaining. Sorry, I didn't mean to use a skill on you. It was just a reflex. Are you okay? Sang Huin reaches out to grab Trang Li's hand, smiling as he stands up to talk. I'm fine. Actually, I want to thank you for taking me seriously. She laughs and adds, it's an honor for me, too. He quickly takes note of her words. I hope we'll have a chance to talk properly soon. Sang Huin reaches out to shake Trang Li's hand. Anytime. This makes her incredibly happy. Really? Then I'll call you later. Just then, Kim Mai steps in, whispering a reminder. Sister, it's almost time for the gate raid. Her face shows a hint of frustration. Besides, you'd better go submit the report to the guild about everything that happened today. Do you even realize how dangerous that situation was just now? Trang Li can only look at her awkwardly. I'm sorry, okay? Alright, Kim Mai, good luck with the raid. Make sure to message me when you're done. Kim Mai nods to say goodbye. Get home safely, sister. Seeing everything return to normal, Sang Huin finally lets out a sigh of relief. After all, this is his first defeat since his regression. If Trang Li had been serious from the start, he wouldn't have lasted a single move. This encounter was unexpected, but he's found a new mountain he has to climb. As he heads back to his familiar home, Trang Li suddenly stops. She slowly turns her head back to stare at him, as if signaling something. It seems Sang Huin understands. Could she be saying, try and get past me if you can? No. The situation was far from peaceful. All four of them had gathered at the unidentified gate, number 727. Kim Mai greets everyone with great excitement. Alright, let's start with introductions. These are the people who will be joining us. Kim Thang speaks up. Hello. Beside him, Mai Hai is a bit more reserved. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Sang Huin steps forward. I'm Dean Sang Huin, and it's a great honor to work with such talented people. This makes him chuckle in surprise. No need for that. I was actually surprised to see a wonder boy like you appearing in the headlines. That was truly impressive. He places a hand on his chest to introduce himself. I'm Bak Kim Thang. I'm a mage class player specializing in fire-based skills. His profile is simple. Bak Kim Thang, level 120, A-rank mage. Sang Huin realizes something. Fire-based? That's a flame-type skill, right? He nods in confirmation. Exactly. Just like the one that guy, Tran Kim Trang, used against you recently, he says, with a smug smile. However, Kim Thang immediately demonstrates his powerful energy for everyone to see. I've poured all my playtime into flame skills. so my firepower is definitely stronger than his. But I've only reached the blue flame level. There's still a long way to go. Sang Huynh laughs and compliments him. Not at all. You look very reliable. Deep down, he calculates, he made the right choice. Until a skill stabilizes, focusing on one thing is better. The reason he dealt with Tran Kim Trang so easily was because instead of focusing on one specific skill, that guy spread his time across many different types. In other words, he's the kind of player who knows a little bit of everything, but isn't great at anything. While he is deep in thought, Kim Mai points to Mai Hai, and over there is Dang Mai Hai, a space-type user. She's a mage who primarily uses spatial link skills. She stammers as she introduces herself. Yes, just like Kim Mai said, her profile is also very simple. Dang Mai Hai, level 110, A-rank mage. She doesn't forget to show off her power. Since Kim Thong used his skill, Kim Thong and Kim Mai quickly stop her. Mai Hai, wait! A strong gust of wind blows, leaving Kim Mai speechless. This makes her angry, and she scolds her. Mai Hai, I've told you so many times not to do that. She looks pitiful, almost on the verge of tears. I'm so sorry. Din Sang-Huynh notices something. What the heck was that gust of wind? Didn't she say she was a space-type player? He stands there, bewildered, observing the situation. An image of another place reflects, leaving him stunned. Mai Hai timidly explains, anyway, that's my ability. It's very nice to meet you. Sang-Huynh hurriedly speaks, just standing straight is fine. I hope we'll work together smoothly. A relieved smile finally plays on his lips. He knew he could trust her. She has assembled an extremely balanced team. I'm the swordsman. Loen and Kim Mai handle long range. Back Kim Thang will support and compensate for any lack of firepower, and Dang Mai Hai will create escape routes when needed. Aside from missing a healer, this is almost a perfect party. But most importantly, the team's atmosphere is incredible. Everyone is still discussing about that plan B we talked about earlier. This part is for the first wave. After that, Will Din Sang-Huynh quickly understands. Clearly, they have practiced together more than once. Things like this are more useful than strategy when it comes to survival. I used to be like that too. He constantly discussed plans with his teammates in his past life. I'll use my sword too. What a coward, huh? Sang-Huynh. There you go again. Remembering that time makes Sang-Huynh smile slightly. Just then, Kim Mai approaches and asks, startling him. Sang-Huynh, are you okay? Were you injured in the battle with Trang Li? Sang-Huynh smiles and shakes his head. I'm fine. I was just thinking about something. He secretly decides, let's leave those thoughts for later. Shall we head out? Because he knows that instead of the past, he wants to focus on the present. As the four of them step inside, the undefined gate turns out to be the hell of frozen bones. The snowy mountain ranges are freezing cold. The four of them step forward to scout the area. Remembering something, Din Sang-Huynh laughs. By the way, thanks, Kim Thang. If it weren't for your buffs, we would have frozen to death a long time ago. The skill he uses is a flame blessing that increases cold resistance for those blessed. Kim Mai and Mai Hai also laugh and add, seriously, last time we went exploring, it wasn't this cold. Thank you, Kim Thang. We really hit the jackpot this time. Thank you. Remembering something, she turns to look at Sang-Huynh. By the way, Sang-Huynh, do you have any other weapons besides your greatsword? Why didn't you use it last time? He smiles gently to explain. During this raid, I thought we needed to be more flexible. I only recently learned how to use it. Kim Mai laughs, finding him interesting. So, you know how to use multiple weapons, huh? Most players usually stick to just one. He hears this and offers a sheepish smile. I'm just trying to improve a little. Although he thinks silently, coming up with excuses is hard. That is the only side effect of regression. Kim Mai continues forward, but Mai Hai? She slowly turns back with a confused look. Indeed, at that very moment, a giant monster appears from behind. Everyone immediately grabs their weapons to execute Plan C. Mai Hai hears this and quickly uses her ability. Okay. A fierce, one-eyed monster, without saying a word, charges straight at them. A huge explosion occurs, and the scene becomes chaotic. Kim Mai and Sang-Huynh appear in midair, aiming straight for the monster's back. Because he makes a reckless move, she reminds him. Wait for the signal. Sang-Huynh hears her and lunges. All right, then cover me. His face shows clear excitement. By now, the monster has noticed the group and turns back. Sang-Huynh is a bit surprised, as it is still waiting for Sang-Huynh to land on its stomach. Realizing the situation is unstable, Kim Mai draws her bow and signals him. Kim Thang hears his name and quickly provides support. A flame-imbued arrow from Kim Mai is fired straight ahead. Din Sang-Huynh wields his sword and also charges directly at the monster. A loud noise erupts, flames engulfing the monster's head, causing it to scream in agony. Seizing the opportunity, he lunges forward. Continuous attacks leave it struggling in desperation. At the same time, Sang-Huynh unleashed a powerful strike through the monster's body. The beast wasn't fully taken down yet. Its body was merely sliced into several pieces. He looked incredibly cool at that moment. Feeling it wasn't time yet, Sang-Huynh shouted, "Dang my high," although slightly flustered, understood his intentions perfectly. "Yes, I understand." The monster, not yet dead, glared back with a ferocious look. It swung its massive hand towards Sang-Huynh, screaming as it attacked. A loud blast erupted, and the battle grew increasingly intense. The monster saw the sword plunged deep into the ground, but Sang-Huynh body was nowhere to be seen. Thinking he had killed him, the monster laughed in great delight. While the beast was still excited, Sang-Huynh appeared right behind it. "What's wrong? You thought you could take me down?" As it hurriedly turned to react, he lunged straight at it. Bak Kim-Thang quickly chimed in to remind them, "My high, get ready to unleash your skill." She nodded in understanding. "Yes, I understand." At the same time, Sang-Huynh second-level ghost battle skill was activated. No matter how hard it tried, the monster couldn't move an inch. Everything was according to Sang-Huynh calculations. He flashed a triumphant grin. This time, a decisive, swift strike decapitated the giant one-eyed monster. His power left Kim-Thang and Mai Hai frozen for a split second. As the giant head fell to the ground, Sang-Huynh landed with effortless style. "That took a bit of effort," a voice remarked. "What was that just now?" He looked up in surprise. Bak Kim-Thang asked in confusion. "Our original plan didn't account for it falling in just one hit." Mai Hai nodded in agreement. He felt a bit awkward hearing that. "I understand. Sorry about that." He quickly replied, No, you don't need to apologize. I'm just genuinely shocked." Kim Mai laughed and added, "Didn't I tell you guys? I reacted the same way at first, maybe even more exaggeratedly. Sang-Huynh hasn't even shown us his full potential yet, has he?" This made Sang-Huynh offer a strained smile. The way she said it felt like she was pressuring him to show even more. Why would she pressure him like that? He glanced in another direction. For a first-time collaboration, they were strangely in sync. Kim Mai and the others were still discussing among themselves. "He's amazing, isn't he?" "Definitely," Sang-Huynh wondered to himself. "So these are experienced players? This feels promising." He picked up his sword and walked toward the group. "Shall we start the second wave then?" The commotion had awakened more ferocious monsters, which were now approaching. A long time passed, and the corpses of the giant one-eyed monsters lay scattered across the ground. Witnessing the fight just now had made Bak Kim-Thang's eyes light up. "You are truly amazing. You're the best swordsman I've ever teamed up with." Sang-Huynh walked along, nodding back with a hint of shyness. "Thanks." Kim Mai, walking behind them, added, "If you're embarrassed, just try to hold it in." Din Sang-Huynh. "Kim-Thang hasn't even really used his ultimate moves yet. He's only relaxed because you're here, so naturally he's very happy." The smile on Sang-Huynh face began to stiffen. For mages, if they don't have a reliable swordsman, they often have to rely on support spells. But this guy's gaze was putting too much pressure on him. Now, the way Kim-Thang looked at him had turned into the look of a fanboy. Sang-Huynh remembered something. Kim Mai asked, "By the way, Sang-Huynh, what was that skill earlier?" Before he could answer, the guy beside him spoke up, incredibly excited. "Sang-Huynh, next time we go on a raid, you have to come with us." Hearing this, she sighed and continued to recount the earlier moment. "It's true, I should be used to it by now. But you keep surprising me." Time flashed back to earlier, with no gory scenes in sight. One after another, the monsters were dealt with by Kim Mai using her bow. She combined her efforts with Bak Kim-Thang to use his fireballs to wipe them out. Suddenly, loud noises rang out, catching her by surprise. The giant monsters were now charging at them one after another. Kim Mai quickly shouted a warning, "Iron-armored monsters are coming!" Kim-Thang was also completely bewildered, not knowing what to do. "What should we do now?" "The timing is terrible," she said, feeling a bit helpless, before quickly suggesting, "That's right. We need to focus all our firepower on it. Let's keep our distance first." Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Miss." "Dang, my high," Sang-Huynh requested. "Can you open a teleportation portal leading to the ones right in front of me?" Kim Mai was completely baffled by this. "Sang-Huynh, that monster has extremely high defense." Suddenly, she noticed something he was planning to do something. In moments like this, trusting him once can't hurt. She shouted quickly, "My high, do what Sang-Huynh says." She nodded in agreement immediately. "Got it," opening the portal. Sang-Huynh grabbed his greatsword and lunged straight toward the open portal. At the same time, the system displayed information about the full force strike move. Movement skill, skill level 1. Focuses a massive amount of power, then lunges forward in a blink of an eye to attack the enemy. The longer the charge time, the more damage and distance the lunge has. However, one cannot move at all during the charging process. Huynh leaped quickly toward the portal, leaving everyone a bit bewildered. He lunged straight at the iron-armored monster without a single moment of hesitation. His small body sprinted forward, further provoking the bloodlust of these giant monsters. With just one strike, he completely took it down. The scene before them left Kim Mai frozen on the spot. Bok Kim Thang was stunned, unable to believe if what he just saw was real. Huyhn's face was filled with smug satisfaction. Back in the present, Kim Mai walked and chatted with Huynh. That's a type of movement skill, but I've never seen one with such force. He brushed it off. I was only confident enough to use it because I trust you all. Just then, Mai Hai turned around and signaled for everyone to be quiet. She looked forward with great concern. It seems we've arrived. Before them, a boss monster radiated a terrifying fiery light. Everyone looked at the three-headed dog chained up right in front of them. Is it sleeping? It was the mid-level boss, the late-night sleeper of the Frostbone Hell. Everyone quickly started discussing a plan. All right, let's plan this out. We don't have much support gear, do we? Maybe I'll open a few more portals, or as soon as we start, I'll toss fire straight at it. The corner of Huyhn's mouth curled into an excited smile. Finally, my punching bag has appeared. A strange smile spread across his face as he utilized the intersection of day and night. The special effect activated immediately, with no cooldown. When the moon appears in the dungeon, his health and wound recovery rate increase 5-fold. Whether the moon is visible or not, canine-type monsters will fall into a state of fear when facing a player holding the blue moonstone. Furthermore, if the moon is visible, canine-type monsters will never attack a player holding the blue moonstone. Kim Mai was still discussing with her teammates. Then, let's execute the suppression plan. Suddenly, Huynh slowly stood up. Seeing him looking surprised, she spoke up. Huynh, what are you planning to do? He didn't answer, his mouth curling into that strange smile again. Everyone looked a bit surprised at this expression, immediately realizing that that look of Huyhn's had appeared again. Should I trust him? Even with all kinds of thoughts, does Huynh have a plan now? His status information was clearly displayed on the system. Huynh gripped his sword tightly and announced to the three of them, I think you guys just need to stand back and watch. Everyone was stunned, hurriedly replying, Din, Huynh, that's fine, but you at least have to explain it to us. He secretly glanced at the full moon behind him. There wasn't enough time to explain everything and the strategy. To trigger the special effect of the intersection of day and night, the moon must be clearly visible. Right now, it's just covered by clouds, which, I heard, reduces the effect by half. Sorry, team. But seeing Huynh dash straight ahead left his teammates extremely worried. Huynh advanced right in front of the giant hellhound, waking it up. A curious smile spread across his lips. Begging for forgiveness is faster than asking for permission. He offered a greeting. Hello there, even up close. You aren't exactly cute, Kim Mai shouted, rushing to warn him. Let's get ready to support him. Dang, Mai Hai looked a bit dazed. Wait a second, sis. That thing seems a bit strange, don't you think? The hellhound didn't react at all, which left Kim Mai very confused. You're right, she thought to herself. Is it probing us? Wait, the last time we encountered it, it went berserk immediately. Even though it was clearly angry at Huynh, the hellhound didn't dare to charge, just standing there growling. This caused everyone to react immediately. It's moving. I must have been mistaken. Let's go help him. Only Kim Mai sat to the side, as if realizing something. Wait, that posture isn't for attacking. The hellhound's tail was quickly raised high. Huynh realized it too. It was a posture of submission. The system notifications kept popping up. The hellhound of the Frostgrave considers you a higher-level being. It has entered a state of complete submission. Seeing it refuse to fight him left Huynh feeling quite annoyed. What the hell? You're cuter than I thought. I'll finish this quickly. As time passed, the system finally provided a new notification. Congratulations, you have defeated a mid-level boss, the Hellhound of the Frostgrave. After killing the Hellhound, Huynh said with surprise, It's actually sad to kill something that listens like this, but if I don't, I can't proceed with the plan. Suddenly, a notification appeared right before his eyes. You have obtained the C-rank title, Halving. He looked at this info on the screen. The info stated it could designate one skill and have its cooldown time. This made him chuckle, finding it interesting. This will go quite well with recovery. The info about recovery also appeared. Special effect. Cooldown 30 seconds. Skill level 1. Instantly cleanse all abnormal statuses. The halving effect is applied. Cooldown time reduced by 50%, duration increased to 60 seconds. Right at this moment, Kim Mai's group ran over, saying, Huynh, wait. He turned his head in surprise to look at them. What's wrong? The reward from the Hellhound appeared right before his eyes, leaving him frozen. Looking at this scene, Sang-hoon felt awkward and didn't know what to do. Damn it. Come to think of it, we haven't discussed how to distribute the loot yet, right? I've been soloing for too long. I made a big mistake. Does she want this? I don't think so. Right? Right? Kim Mai spoke up then. Din Sang-hoon, you took care of that Hellhound yourself. Just take it all. He was startled by her words, his face immediately lighting up. Thank goodness, thank you. But do the others agree? She glanced toward the others. Agreed. You saw that, didn't you? Dang, my high. Standing behind with Kim Mai, was very excited. Of course, Sang-hoon should take it. That's right, we didn't do anything anyway, so we're all in agreement, aren't we? This made Sang-hoon very happy, and he scratched his head in agreement. Thanks, everyone. Although he quickly learned his lesson, he really needed to make a habit of discussing loot beforehand. Maybe it's just a habit from my past life. Right then, Kim Mai's group turned to leave. Alright, we're going somewhere else. Just do your thing like you always do. This left him a bit confused. Always do what? She turned her head back to explain. Every time you get a holy artifact, you always do that thing, right? Realizing Kim Mai knew something made Sang-hoon a bit flustered. What do you mean by that? She laughed and recounted it. Right, actually, I've known for a long time. Back at that time, right after we finished the mission area, Kim Mai turned to leave, so I'll head out first. Back then, when I was preparing to leave the mission area, I turned around to see what you were doing, and then I saw your secret. Sang-hoon also realized the danger of the situation. So, this day has come. Damn it, a unique skill is no different from a player's life, and now it's been exposed. With no other choice, he had to accept it. Miss Kim Mai, my skill is. Before he could finish, she described the scene of him hugging the loot. Brother Sang-hoon is a player performing some kind of ritual. There are actually a few players like that. So don't be shy. Just go ahead. If it were me, I'd keep it a secret too. All three of them turned and walked away, leaving Sang-hoon behind. Sis, is Sang-hoon really that kind of person? This is something we must keep quiet. Seeing that they didn't fully know his true secret, he breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like there's a pretty big misunderstanding here, but this is better than my true secret being exposed. If my unique skill were leaked, it would definitely be troublesome. Forget it. I'll just absorb it. He had been waiting for this moment. The info screen appeared. Heart of Frost, gold grade holy artifact, support item, accessory type equipment, frost effect engaged, evasion +10, defense +10. The extreme chill of the frost heart was hidden deep within this heart, fueled by the desire to freeze the entire world. As time passed, the four-person team launched themselves back into battle. Dang Mai Hai used her support abilities and shouted out, Alright, this is the last one. Kim Mai stepped forward, smiling as she placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Great job, Dang Mai Hai. We wouldn't have survived without you. Sang-hoon also laughed and chimed in. It's all thanks to you, Dang Mai Hai. She looked at him, surprised. Sang-hoon, but are you sure this will actually work? I'm only doing this because you said so. Even if we stack the corpses of the monsters we just defeated, will the boss really come to eat them? Thanks to his memories from his past life, Sang-hoon was incredibly confident. Don't worry, this boss goes crazy for any kind of meat. She felt quite curious about that. How do you know that? He froze for a moment at the question, not knowing how to explain it. Unable to answer, Din Sang-hoon spoke up instead. Kim Thang, light the fire quickly. We have to lure the boss out. He nodded in agreement. Got it. This left Kim Mai speechless. He's ignoring me again. The fire gradually roared to life in the middle of the pile of monster corpses. All four of them sat quietly on the side, waiting to see what would happen next. Kim Thang felt a bit nervous. It's been 20 minutes, Sang-hoon reminded them. It could take the bait at any moment. A roar erupted, instantly grabbing his attention. Looking at the giant monster in front of them, Kim Mai quickly warned the others. It's here. Sang-hoon gripped his weapon excitedly. All right, everyone, get ready. This boss was incredibly dangerous. Just looking at its massive silhouette made everyone tremble. It was a giant grizzly bear boss looming overhead. Kim Mai looked at the scene below, deep in thought. Her expression was slightly bewildered as she naively thought, it's true that we're handling everything so easily because of Sang-hoon's plan. Sensing something was wrong, Kim Mai was stunned, but the black bear was becoming increasingly enraged, heading straight for Sang-hoon. Sang-hun also realized the situation had taken a turn for the worse. No matter what, the wounds on Sang-hun's body were starting to multiply. This situation was way too dangerous. Time flashed back to a few minutes earlier, when the group of 4 was gathered to discuss the plan. After hearing Sang-hun's idea, Kim Mai was completely bewildered. "What did you just say, Sang-hun?" He calmly replied, "Just what you heard." Kim Mai couldn't even believe her ears. "You're really going to act as bait all by yourself?" He sighed and nodded, replying, "There's no other way. If we want the team to clear this, this is the best way." Most giant beasts have one thing in common. When they lose a certain amount of health, a special state is triggered. That state is called Devour. When in the Devour state, the beast's physical stats are buffed, and it becomes much more aggressive. They also tend to devour everything around them. That's why we piled up the monster corpses as bait. Otherwise, we would have become its target instead. This made Kim Mai, standing to the side, feel worried. If that's the case, what if we do something to the bait pile? He pondered for a moment before explaining. Starting from that idea, while Dang Dang Mai Hai was piling up the monster corpses through the portal, we prepared extra thorn pine wood with a strong anesthetic effect and mixed it into the bait. But there was one problem. Kim Thang also thought carefully. How do we drain enough blood to trigger the Devour state? Sang-hun nodded, confirming the point. Exactly. Creating an environment where everyone can easily deal damage, that will be my part. Just this once, trust me. Back to reality. The grizzly bear continued to attack ferociously. Din Sang-hun secretly dodged. How could I have done that? I'm almost at death's door here. But wait, haven't I become much stronger than I was before? So I thought I could take a few hits. But why is this stupid thing so incredibly strong? Is my strength stat still not high enough? If I keep fighting like this, I'm really going to kick the bucket. I worked so hard to reincarnate too. From now on, I have to dodge everything. A loud explosion rang out, and the ground seemed to shatter under the power of the giant grizzly bear. It looked like a monster, driven mad, constantly slamming into the ground in a rage. Sang-hun managed to leap into the air just in time. He glanced toward the grizzly. Very quickly, the grizzly noticed the problem too. It coldly raised its head to look at him. The grizzly's gaze made Sang-hun realize something was wrong. It's moving too fast. Damn it. Jumping up, did I just play right into its hands? At that crucial moment, Kim Mai's arrows shot out incessantly. The grizzly bear, attacked suddenly and caught off guard, screamed in pain. Seeing this, Sang-hun felt like he had found his chance. On a distant rock, Kim Mai was standing there supporting him, not forgetting to shout a warning. At that moment, Din Sang-hun seemed to understand his teammate's intent, and he laughed in surprise. "Kim Mai, I'm alive thanks to you." Seeing him prepare to counterattack made the grizzly somewhat fearful, its eyes widening in disbelief. Sang-hun used his full strike technique, sliding past the grizzly's massive, powerful body. After finishing the move, he slammed his sword into the ground, making everything seem as if it were shattering. The grizzly bear's body was in extreme pain, as it was affected by the freeze effect for a second thanks to the full strike skill. Seeing the grizzly bear finally collapse made Sang-hun incredibly happy. It worked. The freezing skill I got from the Frost Heart, I combined it with full strike. I thought it wouldn't work because of its skill resistance, but it was actually effective. As soon as he saw the grizzly collapse, he seized the opportunity and lunged straight forward. If that's the case, now it's my turn. Repeatedly struck by the attacks, the grizzly became extremely pained. A system notification appeared. The level 2 War Demon skill had been activated. Seeing the grizzly growing weaker, Kim Mai shouted out, "Kim Thang!" He nodded, understanding. "I know. I'm going to use my most powerful move." His face was deathly serious as he shouted, "Sang-hun, get out of the way." Sang-hun saw the situation was critical and quickly turned back, while he also used the Crimson Crane Dance skill, burning the grizzly bear directly. No matter how thick its hide was, it roared in pain as it was engulfed by the flames. This firepower is truly beyond my expectations. At this level, we've definitely dealt enough damage. While everyone else was still worried, the gray bear's eyes suddenly snapped wide open. The energy surrounding the giant gray bear is shifting. It's still refusing to give up, howling in desperate frustration. Seeing things finally taking a turn for the better, Sang-hun chuckles with relief. It's working, the damage output is sufficient, and the system notification pops up. The giant gray bear enters its Devour state. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, just as planned the Devour state. Seeing Sang-hun acting strangely, Kim Mai calls out to him, confused. "Hey, Sang-hun, something's changing over there." The gray bear slowly crawls to its feet, staring at Sang-hun, as it begins to devour everything in its path. Seeing it act so strangely makes him a bit uneasy. Is the devour state normally this violent? Where did that silly bear from a moment ago go? My H will be handling the ultimate move, but can I hold out until then? Kim Thang, watching from above, is absolutely stunned in disbelief. It really is the devour state. It's almost transformed into a completely different monster. Kim Mai jumps to the ground and shouts, "Kim Thang, my H, how are you holding up?" Hearing her, he slowly calls back. As for Kim Mai, he keeps a close watch on her situation. She's still preparing right now. Amidst the chaotic scene, my H slowly begins to levitate, preparing to unleash her ability. Sensing that something is wrong, her eyes widen. Kim Mai feels a bit anxious. Will she make it in time? Kim Thang, standing right beside her, chimes in. Now isn't the time to worry about that. What matters is whether Sang Huynh can take it. The gray bear keeps lunging at Sang Huynh with its razor-sharp teeth, causing him to scramble away in fear. In this situation, even if Sang Huynh had lived through several lifetimes, he wouldn't dare fight back. My H, aren't you done yet? If this keeps up, forget about the raid. I'm going to be the one who ends up meeting my maker. While he was still lost in thought, he realized the situation was spiraling out of control. The gray bear was incredibly ferocious now. There wasn't a second to waste. Realizing that if he just kept going like this, he'd be the one to lose his life, Sang Huynh quickly grabs his sword. Damn it. If it's come to this, I don't care about the rules anymore. As he prepares his trump card, he knows he has to dive right in. At the same time, he uses his illusion skill, and a green mist immediately appears. It seems my H has finished her preparation. It took a lot out of her, but she still manages to announce to everyone, "I'm ready." Teleportation. At that exact moment, the ferocious gray bear lunges straight at Sang Huynh to tear him apart. He raises his blade just in time. My H's space-shifting energy suddenly manifests. Before he even has a chance to strike, the gray bear instantly vanishes. My H, completely drained of her strength, collapses to the ground. Kim Mai and Kim Thang rush over in a panic. My H, are you okay? She nods in response. Yeah, I'm okay, just used up too much mana. Sang Huynh lets out a long, relieved sigh that was almost the end of him. If his attack hadn't hit that exact spot, they might both have been devoured right then and there. Suddenly, a system notification appears. The giant gray bear is under the heavy influence of the suspicious Snow Mountain Cypress anesthetic. A wry smile forms on his face, but as long as it works, they must have pulled it off, right? Kim Mai's group is off to the side, joyfully celebrating. Sister, I'm so dizzy. Our My H is the best. After such long, continuous battles, the gray bear's body starts trembling terrifyingly. It stands in front of the four of them. Its blood is flowing like a river, blood constantly gushing from the wounds all over its body. Its gaze grows hazy, losing all sense of reason. Congratulations, you have defeated the boss, giant gray bear. It collapses face first onto the ground. Congratulations, you have cleared the unranked, frozen hell dungeon. Seeing this, Kim Mai sighs with relief. You worked hard, Sang Huynh. I feel like we've relied on you too much. I'm sorry, Sang Huynh chuckles in response. Not at all. I was the one who insisted on doing it. Right then, notifications start popping up continuously. You have received a massive amount of experience points as a completion reward. He offers a wry smile. This dungeon was truly difficult, and there were so many dangerous moments. My H slowly walks over to everyone. You guys were so amazing. I'm sorry I couldn't help more. Kim Mai quickly comforts her. You performed really well, too. Sang Huynh also walks over to praise her. No, I should be the one thanking you for supporting my half-baked plan. She gives a shy, wry smile in return. I think because of that, I finally know where my limits are. It's okay. Her sense of humor makes him laugh. He finds it quite endearing. Well then, I'll be counting on you again later. Even though he has his own private thoughts, in truth, he is genuinely grateful to them. He never expected his teammates to follow such a one-sided plan, but even if they hadn't followed it, he probably would have pushed through until the end. In his past life, the dungeons he entered always ended in tragedy. The poor adventurers who were attacked could only lie there, helpless. There's a patient here who needs emergency care. The average survival rate for dungeons with good rewards is 90%. But because the raid team members were all professionals, the survival rate was quite high. His teammates kept rushing the weak Sang Huynh to the medical station. Check him here too. His gaze at that moment is peculiar as he glances in a certain direction, but that last 10% could strike anyone at any time. The woman looks at her husband's body, tears of despair streaming down her face. Why did it have to happen this way? Back then, it wasn't just him. Every player had to face the Reaper. Getting stronger is important, but if he has a goal in this lifetime, a very strange, knowing smile curls at the corner of his lips. He looks at his 3 teammates still laughing and playing. That goal is to prevent unnecessary deaths. As time passes, Sang-hoon and his teammates look at the scene before them, filled with excitement. Alright, let's check out the reward we worked so hard to get, shall we? The system notification appears. The first clear special reward for the dungeon has appeared. Sang-hoon is incredibly eager for this reward. Finally, I've come face to face with it. First clear special reward. Whenever you touch the first clear special reward, it will be determined based on each individual. Without realizing it, Sang-hoon slowly reaches his hand forward. He is still waiting to see what happens next when, suddenly, the hand of the God of Luck grasps his. The God of Luck tells him that now he can finally witness her true power. Hearing this piece of information, Sang-hoon is absolutely stunned. Her true power, she's so confident, I'm really looking forward to the results. After Sang-hoon reaches his hand forward, a series of system messages appears, listing various rewards. Player Sang-hoon has received a unique grade holy artifact. You may choose one of the holy artifacts from the list. He couldn't believe his eyes. He'd guessed it would be unique, but the weight of this unique grade was on a whole other level. Could it be because it's nearly the highest tier? Realizing something was off, his expression shifted immediately. He looked at the system notification, relying on his blessing from the God of Fortune. Thanks to the God of Fortune's power, unique grade or higher holy artifacts always have hidden effects that are unlocked and inherited. He slowly came to his senses. Right, he'd forgotten about that line in the contract. The Goddess of Fortune asked him to sincerely call her Big Sister. Sang-hoon didn't hesitate and whispered it under his breath. Big Sister Goddess, I'm ready to call you that 100 times over. He glanced at his teammates. Great. It seemed the others were busy checking their own rewards. Right? They probably wouldn't notice. He slowly reached his hand forward. Now, for the real choice, no point in hesitating. He picked up the Spirit Warrior's greatsword. An incredibly powerful sword slowly materialized. Just looking at the expression in Sang-hoon's eyes, one could tell how much he loved this blade. He'd had his mind set on it. The system displayed information about the Spirit Warrior's greatsword. A unique grade, 2-handed greatsword. Attack power plus 500. Strength effect plus 100. Speed plus 50. And a hidden knockback effect. This sword embodies the indomitable fighting spirit of a martial artist. It doesn't just hold immense power, but also carries a mysterious blessing from the winds of heaven. When shrouded in the battle, aura awakened by the God of War and the wind's blessing, the user gains a 10% recovery speed boost. This information made Sang-hoon incredibly excited. It really lives up to its name as a unique holy artifact. The stats are insane, aren't they? He slowly reached out to take the sword. I'm counting on you from now on. But the harsh truth was, the great sword was so heavy that Sang-hoon couldn't even lift it. He tried his best to heave it up. What the hell? Why is it so heavy? Where did the weight reduction effect go? The info on the weight reduction effect popped up. A passive effect that is always active, with no cooldown since the skill consumes the holy artifact, and all existing skills no longer consume mana. However, as a penalty, the weight reduction effect is halved. All equipped items will only weigh 100 grams. Sang-hoon looked at these lines of text on the system with extreme skepticism. After reading the screen more carefully, he was uncontrollably angry. What is this? A scam contract? Where did that line even come from? Seeing him acting strangely, Kim Mai slowly approached. Is something wrong, Sang-hoon? He hurriedly shook his head to explain. It's nothing. He turned his gaze back toward everyone else, but it seems everyone has gotten the rewards they wanted. Huh? Kim Mai laughed happily, as she recounted, That's right. We all got artifacts suited to our jobs. Thanks to you, Sang-hoon, he replied bashfully. I didn't really do much. She smiled gently. There you go again. But it's undeniable that we got them because of you. Our team discussed it. How about we give all the side loot, like the insect carcasses and magic stones, to you? Sang-hoon was incredibly embarrassed and tried to refuse. No, you guys really don't need to do that. Mai Hai hurriedly stepped forward to explain. No, we have to be clear about these things. We've already calculated everyone's contributions, so don't you worry. This caught him off guard, and he looked down, touched. He felt a newfound appreciation as he looked at his teammates. He couldn't believe his teammates would think of something like that. Everyone was still looking at him with concern. Sang-hoon, we told you we're fine with it. Really, don't cry. The monster carcasses alone are worth 600 million, and adding in the side items, the number could easily reach 1.5 billion. He truly couldn't help but grin. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the outside. a peaceful place in the frozen hell. Hearing what Sang Huynh said made Kim Mai a little disappointed. Is that so? It's a bit of a shame, but I guess it can't be helped. At least it would have been nice to go out for a meal with me, he replied awkwardly. Let's save the celebration for next time, because he was secretly thinking, I'm dying to go check the results of those rewards. Kim Mai and the others quickly left. See you later then, Sang Huynh, I'll text you. He waved goodbye. Good work, everyone. Suddenly remembering something, Kim Mai stopped and turned back to look at him. Sang Huynh, from now on, can I talk to you more casually? This confused him. I can't say no, but how can a kid like her speak so freely to an adult? He replied stiffly. Sure, go ahead. Hearing this, Kim Mai smiled, satisfied. She waved goodbye and quickly left. Then get home safely, Sang Huynh. Kim Mai's smile froze him in his tracks for a moment. Suddenly, he let out a sigh of relief. Get home safely. He remembered his past. It had been so long since he'd heard those words. Meanwhile, Kim Thang and Mai Hai started to feel the air get a bit stuffy. The two of them were confused, thinking, that guy. The scene moved to a small alley behind the Hoa Bin station gate. Sang Huynh sat there quietly, as the system continuously displayed notifications. You have absorbed the ragged greatsword. The conditions for the weight reduction effect have been met, and the effect has been reactivated. He was a bit surprised, but he predicted it wouldn't absorb much since there were no substats. Regardless, since it was his favorite spicy tuna dish, he felt pretty happy. Alright, everything is done. Now, let's check the results. Information about Sang Huynh appeared, including titles like Wise Hunter, and so on. Constellation, God of Fortune. Unique skill, Holy Artifact Absorption. Total artifacts absorbed, 25. HP, 1,398. Energy, 183. XP, 408. His status window also appeared. Strength, 250. Stamina, 109. Agility, 83. Magic power, 71. Luck, 169. Evasion, 30. Defense, 62. Next was information about the knockback skill. A hidden skill, the effect causes a knockback state, consuming 27 mana to push back an enemy. The success rate and knockback distance vary depending on the target's resistance. You can spend up to 183 mana to increase the success rate and knockback distance. Wise Hunter, C-grade title. Title description: recover 1 HP by absorbing blood every time you kill a monster, big or small. Reading this information made Sang Huynh break into a radiant smile. He couldn't believe the information on his system screen. Just switching to the new sword had increased his strength this much already, plus 2 titles and 1 skill. This portal really is a treasure trove. Sang Huynh tapped his screen to take a closer look. If I increase my luck stat, while Sang Huynh was still calculating, the system notification popped up. The player's luck stat has exceeded 200. The critical hit distance has been recalculated from 120% to 600%. The information left him stunned as he carefully recalculated everything. A 600% critical hit. So, if I'm lucky, I can land 6 hits. I've come so much further than in my past life. Reaching level 50 in just 2 weeks. That's something Dudekin took years to achieve. He immediately spoke up, trying to motivate himself. Alright, I have to keep this pace up. Just you wait, Sword Demon Dukin Hoa. In this life, I'll definitely catch up to you. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. The atmosphere around you is becoming increasingly chilling. Sang Huynh finally noticed something behind him. Now he had to deal with the aftermath regarding Din Tranglei. The scene before him left him completely frozen for a moment. This familiar feeling, a scene he would never forget, was unfolding. 3 constellations are approaching you. The Lion King is intrigued by your swordsmanship. The Sower of Beauty and Fire acknowledges your intense fighting spirit. The Shadow Hunter questions your existence in this world. For someone who doesn't belong here, Sang Huynh stood frozen, staring at the scene in front of him. The God of Luck mentioned that some pretty decent constellations had appeared, and Sang Huyn's luck was skyrocketing. He looked at her in surprise. Where on earth did you learn to talk like that? The 3 gods stood right in front of Sang Huynh, waiting for his answer. This left Sang Huynh not knowing whether to be happy or worried. He didn't expect the next wave of constellations to appear so quickly. Maybe it's because my growth speed is absurdly insane. The God of Luck's friendliness and sociability are likely the biggest reasons. Stop acting like you can read my mind. Wait, she really can read it. Let's see who showed up. The Lion King, and the Sower of Beauty and Fire. Everyone knows them. They are real heroes who ascended to become constellations. Could they have seen the warrior potential in me? Perhaps the reason. In reality, the Lion King looked at him with an unreadable gaze. and the sour of beauty and fire looked slightly surprised to see Din Huynh eyes. Both of them were immediately outraged. The Lion King rebuked him for glancing around in front of his seniors, and the sour of beauty and fire bellowed that if this were back in his days as a general, his head would have already been rolling on the ground. He forced a stiff smile and replied, "I'm sorry." Even though he was calculating internally, this is exactly why people who used to be heroes are so annoying. If I signed a contract with them, I can already guess how much they'd lecture me. And then, an extremely dangerous figure appeared. The Shadow Hunter, the very last person you'd ever want to cross as a player. She constantly monitors spatial rifts in real time. She doesn't stop moving, tracking down players who gain excessive benefits from system exploits. Word is, she's a bounty hunter who specializes in taking out people who play dirty and overstep their limits. Something similar happened in his past life, except for special cases like the God of Luck, a player who signed a double contract. She would relentlessly cling to them until they completely collapsed. It was truly terrifying. Just thinking about it made Huynh feel like he was about to wet his pants. Damn it, none of these constellations are right for me. The Lion King increases stamina, and the Sower of Beauty and Fire increases strength. Of course, signing a contract with a constellation is crucial. It's definitely a life-changing decision for any player. But for now, having the God of Luck is enough. Does that mean if I wait a little longer, I might get something even more amazing? In Huyhn's mind, only two words appeared. Mythical Throne. Historically, you could count on your fingers the number of players who signed contracts with truly legendary entities. But I don't like gambling, though now I have no other choice. After thinking carefully for a while, Huynh immediately declared, "I'm sorry, but I don't think I'll be choosing anyone today." This made all three of them incredibly furious. The Lion King said in shock, "I have never been treated like this in all my days." The Sower of Beauty and Fire took his leave, saying he might visit 3 times, like a sworn brother. Huynh was left speechless. "Even if you come back 3 more times, my answer won't change." Looking at the scene before him, he was briefly surprised. It turned out the Shadow Hunter hadn't left willingly. She even turned back to look at Huynh once, the smile on her face becoming incredibly eerie. The Shadow Hunter warned that one day she would expose the secret he was hiding. With that, the Shadow Hunter left, leaving Huynh behind. So much had happened that he was about to lose it. "I'm so tired. I really wanted to avoid trouble, but I guess it can't be helped. From now on, I have to be careful with those constellations. Well, I think I'm okay for now, right? It's 11:25. Huynh decided. All right, if I leave now, I won't be late. The next monsters in the rift were a pack of vicious wolves, similar to the 3-headed dog from earlier. They were also affected by the intersection of day and night. I can't miss this objective. Action follows thought. Din Huynh gripped his sword and stepped forward. Running through 3 rifts in one day isn't easy, but let's try it until a mythical throne takes an interest in me. Time passed, and the scenery shifted to the mission area near Damsen Station. Inside the company, the staff members were still, busily working at the Player Association's Rift Management Department. B4, a customer service representative, quickly answered the phone. "That's right, this is the Rift Management Department of the Korea Player Association. We are listening." After hearing what the person on the other end had to say, the staff member looked incredibly panicked. "What?" She hurriedly turned around and shouted, "No way! A rift has appeared at exit number 1 of Hoa Bin Station. All combat members, prepare to deploy immediately. Confirmed. We will request that nearby players cooperate." The person on the other end kept explaining. "But there's someone already fighting there." This shocked the staff member. "What? What did you just say?" The woman quickly reported the situation to the staff. "I mean, there is already a player there." The staff member was completely bewildered. How could they have gotten there? She shook her head and explained, "I don't know, but he's fighting those monsters all by himself, which just makes the staff even more worried. It's way too dangerous alone. Tell him to evacuate immediately." The woman stared helplessly at Huynh, who was still battling the monsters. "Fine, I get it, but wait. Actually, this doesn't look that dangerous." The staff member was still confused. What? These rifts in reality started appearing 11 years ago after the first outbreak. They're not like dungeons or portals. This is an unpredictable catastrophe, the very thing bringing monsters into our world. The space-time barriers shattered, creating these strange fragments. The monsters slowly surged inward. However, upon seeing the scene before him, he gasped, eyes widening in fear. Huynh was already waiting for him, giant sword in hand, but seeing the dumbfounded expressions on the monsters, he just laughed. As for me, this wasn't unpredictable at all. The time shifted back to 10 minutes ago. Sang Huynh walked up to the subway station and looked around. It's time. From what I remember, if I just leave this exit, Sang Huynh was still searching for his target when he noticed something wrong. A faint pink light was constantly flickering in the air, as if something was about to happen. He chuckled and moved forward. Found it. The rift is right there. I can remember this clearly for one specific reason. This rift is a nightmare that killed countless civilians. But since I'm here this time, that won't happen. Thinking this, Sang Huynh let out a sigh of relief. It's a good thing I regressed. I grew up in an orphanage, so I don't even know what my parents looked like. Even so, I've never felt sad or desperate. But I know what it's like to lose someone. Painful memories surfaced. The monsters had destroyed everything, so I will never forget this. And the mysterious person who was ready to lend me a hand when I was at my lowest. Are you okay? Sang Huynh gripped his weapon and lunged forward. His goal was more important than just getting stronger. Chaos erupted. The monsters charged in relentlessly, looking absolutely furious, weapons clutched in their hands. He quickly activated the day and night junction skill. The wolf-type monsters were instantly frozen by the effect. The ferocious wolves didn't dare take another step towards Sang Huynh. He laughed in triumph. Nice. That works really well. He glanced to the side, though it wasn't as effective as when he fought the three-headed dog. Must be because of the moon, right? The moonlight is blocked, so they aren't completely under my control yet. But this is still interesting. Seeing Sang Huynh charging at them, the wolves flinched in fear. He raised his massive sword and rushed straight at them. This is the perfect chance to test all my new skills. Information about the lunge skill appeared. Movement skill, level 1. Concentrate a massive amount of power, then dash forward in the blink of an eye to strike the enemy. The longer the charge time, the greater the damage and dash distance. However, all movement is restricted during the charge. His sharp blade struck the wolves repeatedly, making them even angrier. A blue light appeared, leaving the monsters confused and startled. Before they could react, one monster after another fell by Sang Huyn's hand. The move he just used was pushback, a hidden skill that inflicts a knockback status. Consumes 27 mana to push the enemy back. The success rate and distance depend on the target's resistance. You can spend up to 183 mana to increase the success rate and knockback distance. The fierce battle continued. Sang Huynh tried to knock back every single wolf. Naturally, due to his overpowering skills, they didn't dare to counterattack and just tried to endure the hits. A thick cloud of dust rose. The howls of the wolves rang out in fear. Seeing his current overwhelming strength, even Sang Huynh was pleasantly surprised. The area of effect for this pushback is really good. Plus the lunge damage, that's some serious output. This has really boosted my crowd control, and that luck stat helps increase the critical hit chance too. Current critical damage stat, 120% to 600%. Gripping his weapon tightly, Sang Huynh walked forward slowly. You guys aren't dead after that hit, so I guess I haven't reached max critical damage yet? Well then, let's see what the max damage looks like. On the other side, a car sped forward. Looking at the chaotic scene, the two of them kept updating. Found him over there. The supercar quickly approached the people gathered around. At the same time, Huynh hurriedly stepped out of the vehicle. We're from the Player Association. Who made the call? This man was Huynh, a level 110, B+ rank player. The woman hurriedly pointed forward and explained. Yes, I'm the one who called. The monsters are over there. He quickly spoke up to warn them. All right, you go find a safe place. Before he could finish his sentence, his teammate beside him nudged him. Letrung slowly turned his head to speak, looking confused. Don't you think we should go check it out first? He was Letrung, level 90, B rank player. Meanwhile, Sang Huynh was still efficiently taking down the giant monsters, leaving the two of them bewildered. What the hell? The scene became incredibly chaotic as the beasts kept lunging in to attack. Watching this fight left Huynh somewhat unsettled. Enjiang warrior? This is the Enjiang rift. Let's hurry and take it down. Although terrified, Letrung nodded. Right. Just then, Sang Huyn's voice shouted out, I'm fine. You two stay back. I'll take them on alone. The two were left stunned by the scene. Wait, did he just say? The system constantly flashed notifications. Title, confrontation activated. Status, isolated. Enjiang warrior. No allies within a 5-meter radius of the target. Excluding you, all skills increased by 20%. He laughed loudly. I want to see what this can do. Body enhancement skill activated. User's body is enhanced. Speed increased. The ferocious wolf monsters attacked with their weapons. Sang Huynh just charged forward to retaliate with an excited grin, using the pushback he had built up until now. Let's see what happens. A loud explosion rang out. The scene became completely chaotic. As huge as that monster was, it was sent flying by Sang Huan in the blink of an eye. It was even knocked back to its original position. Seeing the ferocious wolf crashing hard into the ground, Sang Huan slowly stepped forward. Stunning. This kind of overwhelming power, it's the first time Letrung and Lehun have ever witnessed anything like it. After a brief moment of thought, they spoke up, their voices hesitant. Hey, you're Din Sang Huan, right? He looked at the two in front of him, surprised. That's right. Are they from the association? Sorry about what happened earlier. Lehun stepped forward to offer praise. If it weren't for you, someone would have been hurt. And here in the rift, that really is a miracle. I can't thank you enough. Sang Huan laughed and explained further. It's nothing. I just happened to be passing by. He was curious about something. I'm just guessing. But you're planning to keep going, right? Sang Huan looked at him in surprise. How did you know? He hurriedly explained his thoughts. I heard that most high-level players do that. If it's not too much trouble, please, let us tag along. Letrung, standing behind, spoke up in surprise. But Lehun seemed very certain about this. We won't get in your way. I just want to see how you operate. After listening in silence for a while, Sang Huan chuckled, amused. He didn't care anymore and turned away quickly. Fine, do whatever you want. Although, he thought to himself, Tan Bin is quite cute. I sound like an old man. The scene shifts to the peace station. At the mid-level rift arena, Lehuan and Letrung were trailing behind Sang Huan. Sang Huan's fighting style was terrifying as he relentlessly annihilated the giant monsters. This left Letrung, who was struggling to keep up, stunned. How is he moving so fast? Is he really a low-level player? Lehun, right beside him, reminded him, forget about the levels, just keep up with him. You don't remember his battle outside the rift? There must be something special about his combat instincts, or something else entirely. We need to observe and learn as much as we can. I haven't been able to increase my power much lately. Sang Huan heard this and looked slightly surprised. Still, knowing his stamina is this high after that fight earlier, it's not too strange. Lehun nodded in agreement, but he thought to himself, I used to be confident that my own stamina was stronger than most players, but that last fight really wasn't easy. The time shifted back to 30 minutes ago at the peace station. At the entrance to the rift, the scene before them made Letrung and Lehun feel somewhat fearful. Everywhere they looked, ferocious monsters were waiting for the three of them. One of the wolf monsters up high was aiming its bow at the trio. Seeing the situation go south, Sang Huan shouted a warning. Everyone, hide behind me. He silently calculated that he'd brought them along to handle exactly these kinds of situations. The Monster Queen also fired an arrow straight at the three of them. Fortunately, Sang Huan used the beast wax to block the terrifying arrows. Because he was careless, Letrung unfortunately got a cut on his arm from a stray arrow. Seeing him get hurt, Sang Huan felt a bit of regret. Bringing them along was probably a mistake. Trying to deal with the monsters while protecting them was a bit much. Sang Huan immediately fell silent to calculate, realizing he didn't have much time left, and tried to remind himself, why am I complaining again? I need to learn how to handle situations like this. Otherwise, I'll never reach a high level, right? One of the monsters quickly drew its bow to fire, but an arrow grazed its head, killing it instantly. This sight left the two monsters beside it frozen for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Sang Huan leaped right in front of them. Don't get distracted, will you? The arrows have stopped, haven't they? And so, Sang Huan's sweep officially began. He intended to wipe out every monster in the area. In less than 10 minutes, almost all the monsters there had been cleared out by Sang Huan. He turned back with interest to check the situation. All right, next is the second floor. This time, a ferocious wolf monster lunged to attack. Luckily, Sang Huan dodged in time. He hurriedly backed away to keep his distance. The more he thought, the more something felt off. What the hell? Why did it suddenly? Good thing I reacted in time. If I'd been hit, my body would have been smashed to pieces. In Jiang Champion, I really didn't expect a monster this strong to be guarding the second floor. Suddenly, the monster charged forward. This time, Sang Huan realized the situation was becoming increasingly unstable. It was rushing at him with terrifying speed. He was in a tough spot. It was coming at him again. With no other choice, he gripped his sword and stood his ground. Can I deflect this attack? No. I can't bet on uncertain situations like this. That meant he had to take the hit and try to minimize the impact as much as possible. His sword immediately pierced through the monster's shield. After exerting all his strength, a truly terrifying scene unfolded. His sword had blown the head off the ferocious monster. That was also when Sang Huan realized his sword could be this powerful. What the hell? This amount of damage didn't just pierce the shield, it took out the famous Anjiang champion, known for its high defense, in one hit. My stats shouldn't be that high. Is this the original power of the Spirit Greatsword? The ferocious wolves behind saw the head of the Enjiang champion and were immediately terrified. Huynh laughed out loud, extremely excited, looking at the remaining beasts. So that's how it is? He continuously swept through the area, the screams of the monsters echoing in despair. As time passed, the place was just filled with the smell of fresh blood and monster corpses scattered everywhere. Items were also collected by Huynh, among them a pair of glowing shoes. The information about them identified them as speed boots, platinum tier, common equipment, shoe type, effect. These boots carry the will of an assassin who craved to run faster. Thanks to the blessing of the 7 minor spirits, movement speed increases 3 times when moving on unpaved terrain. Under normal conditions, it doubles movement speed. Huynh happily put the shoes on to test them out. I hit the jackpot. The Enjiang monsters are more manageable than other beasts. I heard they can drop some rare holy artifacts. As soon as he put the speed boots on, he felt a difference. This excited him, and he stood up, happily admiring them. These even auto-adjust their size. These Enjiang beasts don't have athlete-sized feet, do they? Well, from now on, things will be easier. Beside that, he continued to head to the railing to survey the situation. Letrung and Huynh had become extremely exhausted from fighting the ferocious wolf monsters. Huynh couldn't help but laugh and offer praise. These two are better fighters than I thought. Ending his flashback, Huynh sprinted ahead while making calculations. This trip had already yielded quite a lot of loot. 5 silver, 4 gold, and 1 platinum coin. This alone is worth 1.5 billion dong. I just need to wipe out the Enjiang insects along the way to top off my health. I guess the insects won't be much of a problem, right? This new title is pretty strong too. The system notification popped up, Wise Hunter. Title effect. Recovers 5% health by absorbing blood whenever defeating small monsters or larger. But the sight ahead made Huynh freeze in confusion. Before him was a door glowing with a terrifying intensity. So that's where this strange energy was coming from. This place is the deepest chamber in the king's treasure rift. His expression shifted as he looked at the golden light ahead. What? Why is there a mountain of gold lamps piled up in front of me? He couldn't believe his eyes. What on earth is this? Ignoring everything else around him, Huynh hurriedly sat down. Forget about the strange energy. My bad. What's with all these lovely items? Can I just retire early now? Forget about getting stronger or whatever. With this much money, my life is set, right? He didn't realize the boss behind him had set its sights on him. It fired an arrow straight at Huynh. A massive explosion erupted, leaving destruction in its wake. Huynh reacted quickly with his sword, complaining, "An ambush again?" The insect was clearly annoyed by the intruder, while he just wanted to finish this quickly. Same move every time. How boring. The moment he lowered his weapon, the insect darted to the side with incredible speed. Huynh looked stunned. What? How did it dash at that distance? What kind of movement is that? It felt like it was luring him in on purpose. This dangerous monster was the final boss, the King of Enjiang. Amidst the chaos, the King of Enjiang leapt aggressively into the air. Its face was filled with rage as it stared down its opponent. Seeing this, Huynh realized something was wrong. He quickly twisted his body, using full strike to dodge. Seeing the current power of the King of Enjiang made his heart skip a beat. If he hadn't used that move to dodge just in time, his body would have been pierced through. Huynh quickly landed and kept his distance, his face growing tense. The King of Enjiang slowly raised its hand in the air, performing a strange gesture. He knew he had run into a tough opponent this time. This is going to be a headache. Seeing the fierce battle ahead, Huynh grew curious and ran over. Has it already started over there? Both of them quickly appeared in front of the King of Enjiang. Huynh, sorry, we're late. Seeing the giant monster right in front of them, both Letrung and Huynh were terrified. Its gaze looked like it wanted to devour them alive. The system notified them. Due to the King of Enjiang's Imperial Gaze effect, the immobilized effect has been triggered. Huynh was so scared his jaw dropped. What kind of boss is this? I can't move my body! But the King of Enjiang wasn't paying attention. Huynh gripped his sword and lunged at it, his face looking smug. You dare take your eyes off me? The system kept flashing new notifications. Level 1 recovery skill activated. Immobilization broken by recovery. Seeing him attack right in its face, the King of Enjiang reacted. But it was too late. He had already driven his sword straight into its body. The creature shrieked in agony. Demon combat could not be activated due to the King of Enjiang's skill resistance stats. Seeing that he was slowly gaining the upper hand, Huynh felt a bit happy. Thanks to recovery, I found an opening, but the stat gap is too huge to land a stun. What a shame. He turned his head to look at Huynh and Letrung, that intimidation effect from earlier. If two level 100 players reacted like that, it might be even stronger than the Lord-tier monsters I've fought before. The corner of his mouth curled up with interest. I couldn't get it last time, but this time, I'm definitely going to get that intimidation skill. By now, the king of Enjiang was losing its patience. Sang-hun realized the situation was turning for the worse. The king of Enjiang used chain strike. The scene became chaotic. He laughed and raised his sword to continuously parry. Both sides clashed again, locked in combat. It was a horrifyingly fierce battle. Amidst the dark and gloomy landscape, the monster kept shrieking terrifyingly. Sang-hun stood frozen for a second, staring at what was happening. Just as I thought, it's very intelligent, unlike any monster I've ever seen. But its arrows are infinite? That's so unfair. It kept its distance, turning this into a battle of attrition because of my full strike. As I recall, its intimidation has a shorter cooldown than my recovery. If it realizes that, I could die. I can't do anything while intimidated. I can't let it drag me into a long war of attrition. Damn it. If I had a ranged attack, this would be so much easier. Remembering something, Sang-hun turned his head to look at the mountain of gold right in front of him. A gleeful smile spread across his face. That's right. On the sidelines, Letrung stood up anxiously and asked, "Are you okay? I'm feeling better now." Huynh nodded in agreement. I've never encountered an effect like that before, so I was a bit scared. Both of them went rigid as they watched the intense battle between the king of Enjiang and Sang-hun. Letrung looked surprised. But how is Sang-hun still doing okay? Does he have some kind of cleansing skill? Huynh couldn't believe his eyes either. Looking at this, it wouldn't be strange if he had one or two. It's not surprising at all. But what is this strange feeling? Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, startled as he realized the king of Enjiang's intention. It turned out the arrows were being planted deep into the ground. Wait, the arrows are sinking deeper and deeper into the dirt. Damn it. I should have realized it sooner. He shouted a warning. Sang-hun, it's a trap. Sang-hun was still relaxed, unaware of what was about to happen. You're done firing, right? His foot slowly touched the mountain of gold in front of him. Suddenly, the environment seemed to shift, catching him by surprise. Seeing everything go according to plan, the king of Enjiang was overjoyed. Seizing the opportunity, it prepared to lunge at him while pouring all its remaining strength into a final shot aimed directly at him. This emergency situation sent Sang-hun into a state of panic. Before he could even react, an arrow pierced straight into his stomach. While he was still, writhing in pain, the Enjiang king charged at him again. It was thrilled, eager to see how he would meet his end next. Contrary to its expectations, Sang-hun coldly spoke up. Stupid. This left the Enjiang king stunned for a moment. Turns out, he had figured out its plan all along. You think you're the only one who knows how to set a trap? The system notification appeared. Thanks to the sacrificial effect, the attack was negated, and HP has been restored. He slammed his sword into the mountain of gold coins. You should have wondered why I was so easy to hit, shouldn't you? Now, the Mirage skill was activated, the user's body was enhanced, and movement speed was significantly increased. Now it's time for you to take a hit. Sang-hun decided to use a knockback ability against the Enjiang King monster. These powerful attacks caused it immense pain, making it scream in helplessness. Letrung, standing to the side, looked slightly surprised. Gold coins. They were flying like bullets. Just how strong was his knockback? Huynh slowly wore an intrigued smile. Hey, that's not the important part. I've met countless players, but I've never seen anyone with combat senses at this level. After a period of fighting, constant pressure caused the Enjiang King to collapse in agony. Sang-hun looked down at it and sneered. You really are as persistent as a leech, aren't you? A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth as he gripped his sword tightly. He prepared to finish off this giant monster. All right, let's end this. At that very moment, the Enjiang King opened its wide mouth and kept screaming. It seemed like the surroundings were shifting. The two sides clashed, an incredibly fierce scene. The Enjiang King's body was wounded, but it still tried its best to cling to its miserable life. Sang-hun looked at it coldly. He was determined to kill it, to claim all this gold. A final piercing scream echoed out, and the Enjiang King was finally sliced into pieces. The system notification popped up. Congratulations, you have defeated the Enjiang King. After being taken down by Sang-hun, the Enjiang King lay on the ground, waiting for death to claim it. On this side, Sang-hun kept receiving new notifications. Your level has increased significantly. You have obtained a C-rank title. Before the drink gets cold. Before the drink gets cold. C-rank title. Title description. A title created by the Beauty and Flamecaller based on her old memories. Within 2 hours of entering the dungeon, you and all players are immune to the intimidation effect. The one who carries beauty and fire once proudly declared, "When I was young, I would decapitate my enemies before my drink could even get cold." Sang-hoon laughed in surprise. "This is the first time I've received a title related to a constellation I've met, right?" The light appearing from behind made him full of anticipation. Finally, the shape of a charm appeared on the ground. It's here. Information about these items was also clearly recorded by the system. Desperation charm, platinum-grade holy artifact, support equipment, special effect, intimidation. The roar, practically a shriek from the Anjiang tribe, carried extreme resentment. Enemies subjected to this pressure would quickly lose their will to fight. Swift boots, gold-grade holy artifact, common equipment type footwear, special effect. Step back. Specialized boots for high-speed dodging, moving backward faster than moving forward. When the opponent leaves an opening, you can create a huge counterattack opportunity. Breakthrough necklace, gold-grade holy artifact, accessory type, special effect, positioning. The Anjiang king crafted this necklace to quickly detect enemies. It senses killing intent and displays enemies within a 100-meter radius as red lights. Sang-hoon smiled as he looked at the items he had obtained. "Even just looking at the other stuff makes my mouth water. I'll stash these away and absorb them later." Wait, is someone still watching? He was still feeling happy, but suddenly a scream from behind rang out. Sang-hoon looked back, confused. "What's wrong? Why are you calling my name so loudly?" Le-Huynh and Le-Trung rushed over. "We have to get out of here now. The rift is starting to close." Sang-hoon froze when he heard that. He laughed, thinking he already knew about this. "What? Everyone knows the rift closes immediately after it's cleared. Why are you two so scared?" "Wait, don't tell me." Sang-hoon looked at the mountain of gold coins with a sense of lingering attachment. "Does that mean, what about all this stuff?" Sang-hoon kept yelling. "No way." Le-Huynh and Le-Trung grabbed him and pulled him along. "Let it go, man. Drag him out." "No. Damn it." The scene shifted to the outside of the rift. Many people and reporters had gathered there. Seeing figures emerging made them very excited. They were discussing things loudly and excitedly. "It looks like they succeeded. Holy crap, Sang-hoon looks so cool. Look over there, the rift is closing too." But the next scene left the three of them stunned for a moment. They noticed Sang-hoon walking out looking miserable. Why was the atmosphere like that? He was just lamenting the loss of his loot. Suddenly, a microphone was thrust into his face. Diamond smiled and spoke. "Hello, Sang-hoon. We are reporters from Player Magazine." He was extremely excited, chatting as if talking to a hero who had brought peace. "Please, say a few words." Sang-hoon gave a forced smile, not knowing what else to say. "Hero? What are you talking about?" Time passed. The scene shifted to the player town, at the S-Class training facility, basement level 1. The woman holding the staff quickly spoke up, summoning 3 B-rank monsters. So now, she is a member of the Korea Player Association, Hoan Dao, level 120. Summoner class player, B-rank player. She shouted warnings repeatedly. "Begin combat simulation." Trang Li still stood still, waiting to see what would happen next. Her face was completely calm, as if nothing had happened. A few basic moves appeared. She attacked with incredible speed. Less than 5 seconds later, the monsters had completely collapsed under Trang Li's power. This made the remaining monsters extremely angry. Seeing their rage, Trang Li showed even more disdain. She gripped her weapon tightly. "Can't waste any more time." She lunged forward, finishing off each monster one by one in a flash. Parts of the monsters' bodies began to crack open in a horrifying way. Trang Li had completely wiped out the giant monsters. Watching this from the side, An Dao was incredibly surprised, but Trang Li remained deep in thought. "Just as I thought, I guess this is the limit of simulated training, huh? Too slow." Dao still couldn't help but offer praise. "You did well." Trang Li silently thought to herself, "I came here so I wouldn't forget how I felt that day, but I wanted to fight him one more time. I really should have exchanged contact information with him." "Do Kim Mai?" interrupted her. Just then, the news anchor announced that a new rift had appeared at Hoabin Station earlier today. Luckily, a player nearby had handled it alone. This made Trang Li feel a bit surprised. "A rift? Now, let's go interview that player." Seeing that familiar figure on the TV screen made her eyes widen in disbelief. The reporter was still asking, "How do you feel after clearing the rift without any casualties?" Sang-hoon offered a stiff smile and explained, "Oh, that? I was just doing what needed to be done." This made the reporter laugh and offer praise. So humble too. "That's amazing." Trang Li saw him and was filled with joy. She hadn't expected to run into him like this. Reporter Dai Min continued the interview. So, did you face any difficulties? According to the Players Association, the monsters there were around level 150, right? Your level is still a bit lower than that, isn't it? You must have had a really tough time. Sang Huynh chuckled, about to explain further. That's right, level is important, but I don't think it's the absolute factor that decides victory or defeat. Hearing his interview, Trang Li was incredibly satisfied. He's right. If he can speak so confidently, it's clear he knows exactly what his abilities are. She had felt it for a long time, but he had truly matured, like a player who had been to hell and back. Who was his mentor? Perhaps his constellation was the god of war. At that moment, Trang Li considered other dangerous constellations, or perhaps he had a contract with a god, just like her. The scene shifted to the next day at Din Sang Hui's home. He sat there, focusing on absorbing the artifacts he had obtained from the void. Looking at the food on the table, he grew very excited. Finally, time to eat, right? Yesterday, I got the holy items for intimidation, positioning, and retreating. They'll all be useful. Must be thanks to my good luck, right? He chuckled and decided, all right, let's keep this up. A single thought crossed his mind. I can finally get stronger as I wish. Since the era of players began, most swordsmen have had this specific image. Swordsmen were forever trapped in a mold, strength and stamina. But with the appearance of monsters with different attack patterns, those who only pursued raw power began to face extinction, and swordsmen gradually lost their standing. Maybe so, but ever since the magic sword Du Kin Hoa appeared, the entire mindset of the swordsman class changed. He removed his heavy armor to optimize for speed. Instead of choosing defense, he chose evasion. He chose skills focused on support instead of just destruction. In other words, he was a swordsman capable of handling any situation. Basically, he was the pioneer of the all-around swordsman concept. Even in his past life, he never changed his fighting style due to his own pride. But this life would be different. Pride doesn't fill your stomach. The system notified him that the absorption of the Despair Talisman, the Swiftness Thread, and the Breakthrough Heirloom was complete. Hearing this, he quickly turned his attention to the delicious meal placed right in front of him, and Jiang fresh forest mushroom soup, and Jiang pepper steak. Looking at these delicious dishes made Sang Huan crave them immensely. So good. So this time, it's based on cooking related to the king of Anjiang. I thought that guy was just brutal, but he's a real foodie too. But why are there only 2 dishes? Just then, he noticed a disgusting dish in the corner of the table. Looking at it made him feel a bit nauseated. Anjiang swamp, orange larva vegetables. Fresh. His face turned fearful, and he retracted his previous praise about the guy being a foodie. This wasn't okay. The scene shifted to the front of Din Sang Hui's house, where a crowd had gathered. They were constantly holding cameras and taking pictures. I told you, we were allowed last time. Open the door. The bodyguard, hearing this, was extremely annoyed. I've said it so many times. What you're doing is wrong. Sang Huin stood to the side, listening to the shouting. So how are we supposed to make a living? That's your problem. He wore a puzzled smile. What are they doing there? But then again, how did they even get into this area last time? We paid money to prevent this kind of thing. Let's go out for some fresh air, to stop feeling so tired. Who would have thought that seeing that scene would make him feel even more nauseated? That plate of worms went way over the line. Forget it. I'm going back inside to rest. He stretched and stepped into the room, where he had no further plans. What should I do now? Maybe I should just rest today. That nauseating feeling from yesterday still hasn't gone away. His phone suddenly rang, catching Sang Huin's attention. He quickly answered it. Hello? A voice on the other end spoke up. Hello, Sang Huin, Qilan, from the other end, introduced herself. I'm Kim Qilan from the Player Management Department. We met in the mission zone before. Do you remember? He nodded continuously. Yes, I remember. Why are you calling me? She smiled and explained. It's nothing. I just wanted to call to reward you for that rift incident. He felt confused. The nameplate, you mean? Although, inside his mind, Sang Huin silently thought that, from before until now, things like being called a hero or receiving a nameplate, truthfully speaking, by his standards, were such minor achievements that they made him feel embarrassed, because compared to the players he would soon have to face and the catastrophes he would have to prevent in the future, the rift he had cleared was just a drop in the ocean. He still didn't deserve such praise. Sang Huin spoke up. I'm sorry, but I have to decline. Qilan, hearing this, looked a bit surprised. Then, at least take the priority access to the dungeon you requested earlier. I'm talking about the Silent Land. Hearing this information made Sang Huin freeze immediately, and he reacted hurriedly. It was approved? Qilan nodded in confirmation. Yes, thanks to your achievements this time, the higher-ups approved it immediately. There were no obstacles at all. He knew this place well. The Silent Land, a dungeon where almost all elite monsters use the silent status effect. Sang Huynh remembered memories he shouldn't have. Just then, he turned to ask Kim Lien. Looking at your sister's photo again? He chuckled and explained, it's a habit. I always look at her photo when things are over. It's been 10 years since I lost her. This made Sang Huynh curious. Which dungeon did your sister go to last time? Kim Lien looked thoughtfully at the photo in her hand, the Silent Land. She was a player who relied a lot on skills, so when she went in there, she couldn't do anything. But now I can easily wipe that place clean. There's no use regretting it now, unless I could go back in time. After hearing that, Sang Huynh just stayed silent and returned to reality. Sang Huynh excitedly announced to Qilan, if that's the case, please prepare everything for me right now. Because he knew this was a dungeon he absolutely had to visit. Nearby, a supercar was driving straight down the long road. Din Sang Huynh was incredibly thrilled with this luxurious supercar. The driving experience in a new car is really something, isn't it? I only intended to spend money on antiques, but last week when I went to Hoa Bin Station, I walked into a rift. I learned a painful lesson. I like being noticed, but not like that anymore. I will never take public transportation again. Suddenly, his phone rang. Din Sang Huynh noticed and quickly answered, yes, I'm listening. The person on the other end spoke up. Hello, Mr. Sang Huynh. I'm calling to confirm that today is the raid on the Silent Land. He nodded in understanding. I'm on my way. Almost there. The person on the other end continued. I understand. So, there will be other staff members at the location to assist you since it's outside my jurisdiction. Sang Huynh just let out a soft sigh, thinking to himself that time flies so fast. He had been completely focused on training to check his accumulation progress. It had been a week since he finished the rift. Thinking about this made him laugh. He couldn't wait any longer to try his new skill. His hands were itching to get into action, when suddenly, a scene in front caught Sang Huynh's attention. Police were still trying to divert traffic to another route. What's going on? It shouldn't still be a traffic jam at this hour. I intentionally avoided rush hour. It will probably take a while for the road to clear. What the hell? Did another rift open? The sight before him made Sang Huynh widen his eyes in shock. Right in front of his eyes was the figure of Kin Hoa being interviewed by reporters. His face was extremely cold as he listened to the interview questions. Seeing Kin Hoa suddenly appear here left Sang Huynh stunned and in disbelief. Do Kin Hoa. The scene shifted to Sector 21 at the Bakjiang intersection, where a group of fanatic fans kept cheering excitedly. Mr. Kin Hoa, I love you. Just look over here once, please. The reporter laughed and continued interviewing Kin Hoa. You're still as insanely popular as ever. Mr. Do Kin Hoa, how do you feel receiving so much adoration? He just coldly replied, it's an honor for me, which also left the reporter confused. What kind of dismissive answer is that? Thinking he's famous so he can act high and mighty? So, how do you feel about the upcoming dungeon raid? Like your attack strategy, for instance? Kin Hoa just coldly responded. As always, his eyes looking momentarily intimidating. I just hack and slash all the monsters. Just like that, Kin Hoa's coldness completely stole the female reporter's heart. Thinking back, that blunt way of answering was actually quite charming. The cameraman right next to him kept prompting, hey, focus. He quickly noticed Sang Huynh on the side. Look there. Everyone immediately shifted their attention to him. Is that Din Sang Huynh? Is he following Do Kin Hoa? This made him feel a bit flustered and anxious. He was looking so intently that he didn't even realize when they arrived. Only now did he remember that he was also a recognizable person. Reporters kept running towards Sang Huynh with hot news. The clash between a god and a man. He is challenging the owner of the demon sword. At that very moment, the man right next to him whispered into Kin Hoa's ear, that is the man who fought at the rift not long ago. I heard he is a swordsman with a style similar to yours. Kin Hoa laughed upon hearing this. I know. The reporter's voice rang out. Excuse me, Mr. Sang Huynh. Why have you come all the way here? Sang Huynh hurriedly explained. It's just a coincidence. But the reporters kept pressing. Did you come here to challenge Do Kin Hoa? Sang Huynh quickly shook his head to deny it. No, that's not it. Next question. Why did you change your car? Is it the full-spec version? Can you reveal how much the car cost? He felt a bit annoyed. It's just a coincidence. But the reporters kept interviewing him. What? No. I meant, is the car the full version? Din Sang Huynh helplessly thought. Damn it. I don't want to attract Do Kin Hoa's attention like this. What should I do? At that very moment, Kin Hoa looked toward him, and offered a strange smile. This made Sang Huynh freeze for a moment. Did he just laugh? That was a smirk. The reporter's voice didn't stop. So, did you borrow money to buy the car? Or did you pay for it yourself? But he wasn't in the mood to care about these questions. I don't know what that smile implied. But regardless, I'm truly happy to see this. Seeing him like this reminds me of how long the road ahead still is. Realizing that time was running out, Kin Hoa quickly turned away. All right, we should get going too. The man nodded in agreement. Yes, Tuang Hai. At this point, he found Sang Huynh extremely interesting. I've met many promising players before, but this person is different. He doesn't look at me with admiration. He sees me as someone he must surpass. Din Sang Huynh, right? We'll definitely meet again. The scene shifted to dungeon number 661, codenamed the Silent Land. Sang Huynh also slowly stepped out of his newly purchased supercar. Looking at the scene here made him think in surprise, Du Kin Hoa really is a very special person. He just stood there, but I still couldn't see any openings. That aura is still lingering here. The bigger the target, the more exciting the chase. Just wait, I'll catch up to you soon. Suddenly, a voice rang out by his ear. Hey, are you serious? What do you mean by that? Kim Hoa had become extremely angry. Today was clearly our turn to raid the Silent Land. Why did it suddenly become Din Sang Huyn's turn? Chi Lan on the side kept reminding her, please calm down a little. Sang Huynh slowly stepped forward. Is there a problem? She was momentarily surprised. Mr. Din Sang Huynh, seeing him appear made the girl even angrier. You arrived at the right time. Just because you're famous, you abuse your power like this? Even players have to know the basic rules. Has something like this ever happened before? He felt a bit surprised looking at the girl right in front of him. Thank heavens, it really had to be that face today. I'm not sure because my memories are a bit hazy. He tried to remember the photo of Kim Lian from before. Today was the day her younger sister died in the Silent Land, but she didn't stop scolding Sang Huynh. Are you even listening to me? This attitude of hers also reminded Sang Huynh of Kim Lian. I never expected her to be so rude and wild. She's the exact opposite of him, isn't she? He must have had a rough time dealing with her. Well, in a situation like this, there's no need to hold back. Seeing Sang Huynh speechless only made Kim Hoa more furious. Hey, Sang Huynh, why are you glaring at me? She was a bit startled by his look. Sometimes, you just have to be firm with people. He kept lecturing her. Even if you're angry, don't take it out on me. I'm just following the guild's schedule. Is there a problem with that? I'm heading into the dungeon now. I don't have much time. Chilan nodded in agreement. Understood. But Kim Hoa was still boiling with rage. Hey, you stand right there. Do you think I'll just let this slide? You'd better watch your back. Ding Sang Huynh, was it? Watch yourself when it gets dark. Got it? Her attitude only made him even angrier. I should have just taken the day off. So annoying. Time quickly shifted to late evening at the entrance of the Silent Land. Sang Huynh slowly stepped inside, and a pungent odor hit him, making him uncomfortable. The stench was to be expected, given that most of the monsters here were. As soon as he stepped onto the ground, the earth began to tremble. Horrifying hands emerged from the dirt, lunging straight at Sang Huynh. The terrifying faceless monsters wore disgusting grins. Undead monsters, huh? Their hands clamped tightly onto Sang Huyn's legs. Annoyed, he raised his sword high. A system notification appeared. You have been afflicted with heavy status due to the undead's attack. You cannot use skills for 0.5 seconds. He felt a flash of anger, just a touch, and he was silenced already. After the 0.5 seconds, Sang Huynh gripped his sword firmly. He stabbed directly into the undead creatures holding his legs. But there wasn't just one. Everywhere around him, more of these disgusting, terrifying undead kept appearing. They swarmed toward Sang Huynh. So, in short, don't get hit even once and limit skill usage? Seriously? Sounds like playing back to basics then. If there's one thing I'm confident in, it's that. The scene shifted to the tactical briefing room of the Korean Players Association's 4th Scout Team. A woman was still reporting on the current societal situation. The next player we need to discuss is player Din Sang Huynh. This surprised everyone in the room. An official chuckled and added, So, that's the kid, huh? You cleared an entire dungeon, didn't you? That's quite an impression. Even so, I heard he only awakened his abilities a month ago. And before that, he was just a porter, right? Kan Sang listened from the side and sighed, a flicker of surprise on his face. So it's him, the one the Letrung and Lehun brothers keep raving about. Of course, he was An Kan Sang, the leader of the 4th Scout Team within the Korean Players Association. Another person spoke up immediately. That's right, he's been getting a lot of public attention lately. Kan Sang was slightly puzzled. Clearly, his growth rate was far superior to other players. However, should we really classify him as a super special case, like Kim Mai, Din Trang Lai, or Do Kin Hoa? I'm a bit skeptical. Ding Min Duk, the deputy team leader of the 4th Scout Team, added, I agree with that sentiment. There are always players who show incredible growth speeds, and the way he handled the rift on his own is worth a high evaluation. However, since we can't determine the true danger level of the situation, we must be cautious when discussing his achievements. We can't rule out the possibility that he's just good at posturing. Right then, another official immediately spoke up. I don't think so. Others chimed in. Here we go again. This was the 100th time Le Trang Hai had opposed the deputy leader's opinion. Moreover, she interrupted him before he could even finish a few sentences. Min Duk annoyedly ordered, Everyone, be quiet. Meanwhile, Kansang looked toward her. What do you want to say? Le Trang Hai stood up to explain. Yes, I apologize for interrupting, but he is a player I have personally been monitoring. She was Le Trang Hai, a 4th Scout strategist for the Korean Players Association. As time passed, Trang Hai continued to voice her thoughts during the briefing. Over the past few days, I have collected data on Din Song Huynh. Even though it took extra time, I believe it was necessary. That is the only way to help us understand that Din Song Huynh is not an ordinary player. As everyone knows, this is the growth chart of an average player. We set the parameters at level 50. Compared to the assumption that Din Sang Huynh had reached that level, she quickly tapped the remote. And now, this is the simulated growth chart for Din Song Huynh. This data left everyone completely bewildered. What the hell? That's impossible. This time, Min Duk gave her a cold look and questioned. Le Trang, hi, what do you think you're doing? Have you lost the ability to objectively evaluate the level of the player you were assigned to monitor? Don't forget your role as a scout. Le Trang Hai looked at the report she had prepared with immense confidence. The number of skills might be overlooked, but looking at the number of titles, do you have any comments? He replied angrily. At that rate, are you implying he's on par with the growth speed of the sword demon, Do Kin Hoa? Trang Hai remained extremely calm after hearing this. This is the conclusion I reached after examining the data objectively. It's undeniable. I went to meet everyone who has ever worked with Din Song Huynh. The first question, are there any strange characteristics about Din Song Huynh? Dekin pondered the question. Song Huynh? I think he has two things that many would find strange. Trang Hai calmly replied, I want you to focus more on his skills, combat intuition, and his influence on the battlefield. He laughed heartily. His skills are truly amazing. I've never seen anyone use them like that before. I doubt anyone can even get close to him. However, if that's all he has, it can't be considered special. Kinhua continued to recall Song Huin's battles. The reason he's special must be his natural-born combat talent, right? The second question. What are your observations regarding his combat intuition? This made Kim Thang very excited as he spoke up loudly. His basic training is truly top tier. Mai Hai also immediately added, That's right, Song Huynh is super cool. Trang Hai diligently recorded these points. What can I say? Compared to other players of his level, he's clearly better, right? Trang Hai said, asserting her point loudly. Not only that, if it weren't for him, we wouldn't even be here to talk about it. Kim Thang chuckled, continuing to share his thoughts with her. It's hard to explain, but I think the reason he's in a league of his own is due to his intense training, don't you think? It feels like I'm coordinating with a veteran who has endless combat experience. These words from him piqued Trang Hai's curiosity. What was that? Could you explain that in more detail? After a moment of thought, Kim Thang quickly recounted his impression. It's like he knows what's going to happen before it does. His intuition for predicting an opponent's every move is top tier. Over there, Song Huynh was relentlessly taking down numerous zombies emerging from the ground. He kept fighting, while Kim Thang continued to sing his praises from the sidelines. I think most people always have moments where they leave openings. Trang Hai nodded in agreement. That's true. Unless they have enough experience to defend themselves, they'll inevitably show some flaws. Kim Thang shook his head and continued to explain. But Song Huynh is different. It's as if his body moves on its own before he even has time to think about what to do. Nearby, fierce monsters were relentlessly attacking Song Huynh. Fortunately, his reflexes are incredibly fast. He managed to dodge them in time while the conversation between Trang Hai and Kim Thang continued. In other words, it seems like he has incredibly sharp battle intuition. Exactly. It's flawless. His battle instinct has been honed to perfection. The monster zombies kept rushing toward Song Huynh to attack. He slowly wielded his sword, taking them out one by one. No matter what situation Song Huynh was in, he always had a way to handle it. Hearing this, Trang Hai also drew her own conclusion. To sum up what I just said, the trait that makes Din Sung Huynh different is a form of intuition that equals clairvoyance. To add to that, Din Sung Huynh combat intuition is on par with most A+ rank players. If we add this to our analysis, I believe he has what it takes to be considered an S-rank player. After dealing with the swarm of zombies, Sung Huynh looked a bit exhausted. There really are too many monsters. Inside the room, Min Duck was so angry he was grinding his teeth, unable to believe it. Do you understand what an S-rank evaluation implies? Trang Hai calmly explained. I understand it perfectly well, which only made him even more annoyed. Then what was that? The prediction you mentioned, are you saying Sung Huynh knew the rift would appear and seized the opportunity for the title? Why not just say he regressed? She looked a bit surprised at that. Regressed? That's actually a compelling theory. I knew the captain would, Min Duck shouted in anger. Seeing the meeting room becoming chaotic, Kansong quickly spoke up to remind them. Everyone, be quiet. Why are you arguing every single time? You're acting like children. I don't understand why you keep saying Din Sung Huynh isn't a normal player. Trang Hai, starting today, your mission is to focus solely on monitoring Din Sung Huynh, but you must work alone, understand? Min Duck looked extremely displeased upon hearing this. Seeing that her goal had been achieved, the captain left Trang Hai feeling incredibly excited. Yes, I will do my best. As time passed, Din Sung Huynh continued to explore the area with his sword. He was slowly becoming exhausted by these disgusting things. I hate the smell of monster blood, but the smell of zombie blood is even worse. That's why I bought new clothes. Why do they keep appearing out of nowhere? They're really hard to deal with, and they don't even drop any holy items. Realizing something was wrong, he was startled and confused. Wait, now that I think about it, I don't have that skill. His eyes widened as he looked forward. I should have used it from the start. Information about the positioning skill appeared. Active support skill, skill level 1, activate detection eyes. If you possess a support skill of the same type, the effect will be nullified. All monsters within a 100-meter radius will be marked. Monsters that leave the area will be marked individually up to a maximum distance of 500 meters. As soon as he activated the skill, he discovered that there were many zombies waiting for him nearby. His face stiffened. What? Why are there still so many monsters? I thought I had dealt with almost all of them? Or maybe I should skip a few? The scene before him made him freeze for a moment. A very strange monster appeared in the sky, catching his eye. Sang Huynh approached to examine the monster. Does that even count as a monster? Why did the positioning skill mark it? Suddenly, it exploded like an atomic bomb, sending Sang Huynh stumbling backward. Sang Huyn's clothes were even more tattered. It was a suicide fly. Good thing I reacted in time and didn't get burned. Otherwise, I would have lost an arm. If there are any more suicide flies around, there must be some kind of magic-type monster nearby. If I can't escape them, successive explosions occurred, all witnessed by the monsters behind him. They were extremely excited to see Sang Huynh blown to bits. Inside the conference room, Min Duck immediately spoke up. Trang Hai, I understand you hold Din Sung Huynh in high regard, but besides combat intuition, do you have any more information about his skills or titles? Because according to what you said, perhaps he has some special way to collect them. Am I right? Trang Hai thought calmly and quickly replied. Honestly, I've thought about that too. It's just a theory of mine for now. Nearby, the skeleton monsters quickly took notice, but even if it was only partially correct, Sang Huynh had created a protective layer, and he wasn't injured at all after the successive explosions. Seriously, do you guys not have lives, or what? The skill he had just used was sword defense, an active support skill that creates a barrier to block attacks aimed at the blade. While the barrier is active, you cannot move forward, you can only back up, consuming 2 mana per second. If the barrier is broken, you have to reactivate sword defense. Sang Huynh smiled triumphantly at the monsters before him. Now, I think it's my turn? Din Sung Huynh is a player who transcends all normal limits. Time shifted to a few days ago at the underground training facility of Building C in the player town. Sang Huynh was still practicing diligently, with arrows constantly being fired straight at Din Sung Huynh. His counterattacks were incredibly powerful against all of these. His face looked slightly tired as he stared forward. Looks like I've been following this training schedule for 3 days now, huh? Aside from a few special situations like those zombies, getting skills is pretty straightforward through repetitive habits. If you use methods that everyone knows, gaining basic passive skills is quite easy. But to get active skills like full attack, those methods don't work, because it requires specific, repetitive habits that match certain conditions. Players who discover these methods usually don't share them, keeping them as their own secrets. Owning them is almost impossible, unless you get lucky. Huynh looked at the monsters behind it all, but I'm a player with quite a bit of experience now. The move he used is Shield Sword, a support activation skill used to create a barrier that blocks attacks aimed at the blade. While maintaining the barrier, you can't move forward, only backward, consuming 2 mana per second. If the barrier is broken, you have to reactivate Shield Sword. Seeing Huynh still safe made the zombies feel a bit annoyed. They kept staring at him with looks as if they wanted to eat him alive. This time, they kept using their hands to create zombies that could explode. Huynh didn't shy away. He rushed straight at those in the back. The more he fought, the more excited he felt. The shield sword he worked so hard to get is definitely a good defensive skill, but its biggest drawback is the inability to move forward. Right at that moment, a massive explosion occurred in the air, but the thick smoke and dust slowly dissipated. Amidst the chaotic scene, Huyhn's figure darted forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of the zombies behind everything. He flashed a smug smile, preparing to finish them off. There's always a solution to every limitation. Terrified, they kept trying to retaliate. A group of zombie mages cast multiple hellfire spells at once. Fireballs flew straight at Huynh, but he wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he felt something exhilarating. Huynh wore a bright smile on his face. It was too late. With just a few basic strikes, Huynh directly wiped out the zombies right before his eyes. On one side, a zombie witnessed the whole scene. His face clearly revealed anger and hatred. The zombies slowly disappeared into thin air under the attacks of Huynh. Finally, a spirit stone appeared right before his eyes. He hurriedly knelt down, picking up the crystal to examine it. Is this a purple mana crystal? Finally, I'm seeing these high-level items drop. A high-level mana crystal is worth over 100 million dong on average. When entering higher-level dungeons, the rewards will certainly be even better. Without much thought, Huynh slowly placed the crystal on the ground. I'll come back for it after I finish everything else. Now, let's head to the deepest part of the dungeon. He used his tracking skill once again. The monster appeared through tracking. Huynh felt something dangerous. His face revealed a look of sheer disbelief. There was only one. Where did the swarming monsters from earlier go? Which means, where is that monster hiding? Huynh didn't know that the boss zombie behind it had lunged to attack. At the last second, he glanced behind him. There was something behind him. It's too late to react now. Left, right, below. Damn it, forget it. Now I have to use my intuition to guess the direction of its attack. Huynh jumped high into the air. Please let me guess right. Immediately, the ground there was sliced into pieces, a power that would make anyone tremble. Huynh realized that his opponent this time wouldn't be easy to deal with. This is crazy. His eyes flashed with worry. Now I understand. Of course, the monsters wouldn't just disappear on their own. They all ran away to survive. Just because this thing appeared a monster that destroys both enemies and allies without distinction. A Death Knight. He quickly lunged straight at Huynh to attack. Its speed was incredibly powerful. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Huynh. I don't know why a monster that should only be in the deepest part of the dungeon crawled out here, but when facing it directly, I understood. That's right, it's because of it. It killed my teammate's sister. Huynh raised his sword, preparing to retaliate against the mid-level boss. A Death Knight of repentance and rage. Just thinking about the injustice Kim Lian had to suffer made him even more determined. In this life, I won't let that happen. The power of the two quickly clashed, a power that affected everything around them. But it seemed the Death Knight's power was somewhat overwhelming compared to his. Damn it, with each of its strikes, he felt completely helpless. There was nothing else he could do. They were too powerful. A Death Knight, just as the name suggests, is a type of immortal monster, a knight born from death. More accurately, it is the soul of a dead swordsman reborn into an immortal body. Its signature move is Silent Swamp, a skill that is always in an active state, a skill that weighs down anyone who touches the black mist under its feet. The association thought it could be easily defeated if you go with a long-range player. Taking the zombies in the dungeon as the standard, they set the difficulty of the Silent Swamp at level 120, and that was the association's biggest mistake. The true power of the Death Knight isn't the Silent Swamp itself, but the soul of the swordsman residing within it. In other words, if that swordsman had high skills, the Death Knight would become exponentially more dangerous. The association realized this too late, and subsequently increased the threat level of the Silent Swamp significantly. Huynh could only grit his teeth in anger after discovering that the Death Knight in the Silent Swamp had a danger level between A+ and S. The continuous strikes caused Huynh to fall helplessly to the ground. He screamed in pain and despair. This is bad. He realized he was no match for the Death Knight. Is this really where I die? Sang Huynh suddenly became strangely quiet. He suddenly spoke up. This is insane. These words left the Death Knight a bit confused. Every time I say I'm going to die, it's so hard. People can't change easily. Every time things get even a little bit dangerous, weak thoughts always appear first. Sang Huynh remembered his old self. At this rate, I won't change. Standing in front of the Death Knight, he raised his voice. What are you staring at, you bastard? Come at me quickly, you piece of trash. A series of changes in him surprised the Death Knight a little. Very quickly after that, the creature's eyes gradually became more ferocious. Amidst the ruins, Sang Huynh faced the Death Knight, his throat emitting low, guttural growls. Not wanting to waste any time, Sang Huynh turned and bolted. The knight stared at him with an unreadable gaze before hurriedly giving chase. It was like a game of cat and mouse. Seeing that the Death Knight had fallen for the trap, Sang Huynh calculated to himself. Perfect. It's chasing me, without a single suspicion. With my current stamina, going head-to-head with it would be suicide. I need to find a way to recover even a little bit of strength. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Target locked. Monsters, 17 and 18 detected. Ahead of Sang Huynh were invisible monsters. The corner of his mouth curled upward as he silently thought. Just as I expected, they're taking advantage of the moment to seize an opportunity while the Death Knight is away. So, you've been hiding in the deepest parts to avoid this war. After a long chase, he found the exit door. Without hesitation, Sang Huynh kicked it open and charged into the new chamber, but standing before him were hundreds of giant monsters. They glared at him like he was their prey. The next second, the giant monsters lunged at him. Having prepared for this situation, Sang Huynh wasn't surprised at all. With just a few basic strikes, he easily handled the monsters. Clearly, they were no match for him. The monsters' remains were scattered all over the ground. Just as he finished off the low-level monsters, the Death Knight appeared. The system analyzed. Cunning Hunter, Rank C title. Title description. Every time a lesser monster is killed, absorb its blood to recover stamina. Sang Huynh chuckled with interest. All right. A notification appeared. Thanks to the Cunning Hunter effect, you have recovered 35 health points. He calculated internally. With the sacred relic I got from the rift, my speed has increased, so losing him is a piece of cake. All right. As long as I keep recovering stamina like this, I can reach the deepest part of the dungeon. The Death Knight was still frantically chasing him, hot on his heels. Sang Huynh had no choice but to increase his speed. After running for a long time, he arrived at the deepest part of the Silent Land. Realizing something was wrong, he was startled. It turned out that more and more cunning hunters were appearing in this place. Sang Huynh laughed, feeling truly intrigued. There are still so many here? At this rate, I can recover most of my stamina. Just as he was feeling confident, the Death Knight suddenly caught up. The situation took an unexpected turn, and he gritted his teeth to dodge the knight's attack. Damn it! With just one strike from the Death Knight, all the monsters in the area were wiped out in an instant. Even Sang Huynh was taken aback by such terrifying power. That thing, don't tell me that move wasn't aimed at me, but he silently watched the Death Knight slowly advancing, still emanating an indescribable pressure as he attacked. Sang Huyn's expression turned grim. It realized I was recovering stamina and decided to kill all its own kind. He cursed in desperation. This is insane! As the Death Knight attacked, Sang Huynh hastily leaped into the air to dodge. The ground shattered. He couldn't sit still anymore. He gripped his sword, preparing to counterattack. But the knight had already anticipated this move. Sang Huynh knew deep down. It doesn't matter. I've recovered enough mana. The opportunity is here. I'll use a counterattack to face it head-on. Man proposes, God disposes. His move was blocked, and the Death Knight immediately retaliated. A system notification appeared. You are in the Death Knight's silent swamp. You cannot use any skills. Everything happened so fast that he couldn't react in time. The Death Knight's powerful attack struck. A loud crash echoed out. It was clear he was no match for him. Sang Huyn's entire body was slammed back into the wall, looking miserable. His health dropped to the bottom. He understood what despair felt like. What a stupid mistake. I told myself I'd always be cautious in the Silent Land, but all the stamina I worked for has been wiped out in one hit. If I hadn't used my sword to block, I would have been dead. Damn it, I'm like this. He involuntarily recalled old memories. He couldn't give up like this. Sang Huynh didn't want that mistake to repeat itself. It was all too much for him. Back then, Kim Lien had trembled as he called out, "Brother, I only want to ask for one thing, just one. Sang Huynh, where my sister is buried, please bury me next to her," he had shouted back. "Stop saying such unlucky things. Do you want that so much? You idiot." The collapse is almost over. Just hang on a little longer. The rescue team is coming. He revealed a sad smile. Really? Then I'm relieved, brother. Huynh was losing his composure. You bastard! Stay awake! Wait! The next scene left him frozen. Perhaps he couldn't wait any longer. He closed his eyes and drifted into eternal sleep. Another comrade was gone. Huynh gritted his teeth to keep from crying, hugging Kim Lian's body. He looked up at the sky and shouted, I got it. Returning to reality, the Death Knight still stood there, eyeing his prey. He silently observed Huyhn's current state. Suddenly, Huyhn's voice rang out, startling the knight. That's right, I think I was wrong from the beginning. Maybe because I was too cautious. I tried to save my stamina for the final battle. Right, I misjudged everything, repeating the same mistake over and over again. It's over. It's really over. So now, it's all or nothing. You son of a bitch. Simultaneously, his berserk skill was activated. Huynh told himself, that's right, I absolutely cannot give up here. It wasn't because he was stubborn about his goals or his past. He simply drew his sword and stepped in front of the Death Knight, preparing for the next battle. A second later, he completely vanished before the knight's eyes, leaving him unable to adapt. Huynh faced the Death Knight head-on, his strength no longer suppressed by the knight. He understood clearly that he couldn't live by turning a blind eye to what he could protect. Even so, this battle was still quite difficult for Huynh. Just countering one blow made the skin on his hands feel like it was being torn apart. If it's a battle of raw strength, I can't beat him. But in that last exchange, I found something better than just raw power. At the same time, the Death Knight raised his sword high and charged. Huynh prepared to counterattack. With his speed, he managed to dodge the attack in time and appeared behind the knight. The ground shattered completely under the force of their fight. The Death Knight had extremely fast reflexes. He turned his head, searching for his shadow, but perhaps he didn't realize that with Huyhn's speed, he had already struck in silence. By the time the knight reacted, Huynh had poured all his remaining strength into that decisive blow. He let out a desperate, crazed roar. No matter how good you are at fighting, it's useless if you can't land a hit on me. His sword swung straight toward the Death Knight's face. He had successfully landed a critical hit. Critical damage scales with the player's luck stat, currently ranging from 120% to 600%. Huynh shouted, Die! The Death Knight's entire body was sent flying backward. He looked truly pathetic in that moment. The critical hit damage for this strike increased by 600%. Blue flames suddenly erupted, engulfing the knight's body. Huynh stood still, watching the wretched state of his enemy. But he knew full well the battle was far from over. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he taunted, Quit acting and get up. I knew this wouldn't end that easily. The Death Knight was absolutely furious at his actions. The knight began using his final life force as a sacrifice. All of the Death Knight's physical stats were surging, and Huynh became even more wary as he watched his opponent. It's starting. The notification popped up. To retaliate against the enemy. The Death Knight. Although the knight's previous skills had been broken, they always shared one common trait. Whenever their HP dropped below 10%, they would self-destruct after 10 seconds. This was known as the definition of death. The Death Knight suddenly let out a harrowing, tragic scream. The knight had completely lost his mind. He had decided to end his life right there. The situation was beyond imagination. Huynh understood perfectly that with his current HP, a single hit would mean death. Trying to go toe-to-toe with him now would be nothing but suicide. In this situation, he had completely become the prey. But he couldn't let himself be swallowed up. Even prey has its own role to play. And with only 10 seconds left, he had to run for his life. The 10-second countdown began. The Death Knight suddenly appeared right in front of him, catching Huynh off guard. Luckily, his body was agile, and he managed to dodge the attack just in time. Even on the verge of death, the knight's strength was terrifying. He had even caused the ground to shatter completely. Having miscalculated the situation, Huynh felt incredibly frustrated. Perhaps there was no other way. He would just have to take a gamble. The Death Knight charged straight at him again. Huynh had no choice but to sprint for his life. The timer showed 9 seconds. Not wanting to let him escape, the knight lunged again. Seeing the energy radiating from him, he was startled. Could it be? His real intention was to control the sword from behind. Under the dark energy, the blade began to move on its own. In just a few fleeting seconds, it was back in the Death Knight's hand. 8 seconds remained. Huynh desperately tried to find a way to counterattack. Where do you think you're going? Huh. He even threw his own sword at the Death Knight, catching him off guard. 7 seconds left, and he still had no intention of letting his prey go. On the contrary, his intentions became even more frantic. He wanted to take Huynh down with him, so Huynh had no choice but to keep running with all his might. Time was running thin, and he suddenly realized he'd messed up. There was still too much time left. His body was screaming in pain, feeling as if his lungs were about to burst. Just a little more. Just hold on a bit longer. Damn this body. A loud crash echoed thankfully. The Death Knight missed his attack. Only 5 seconds remained. Perhaps due to the impact of the previous blow, he was sent flying far away. Huyhn's complexion turned for the worse. He turned his head to look at the Death Knight. 4 seconds remained, and the knight rushed toward him at breakneck speed. Even though he desperately wanted to fight back, Huynh couldn't do a thing. A notification popped up. You are in the Death Knight's silent swamp. You cannot use any skills. In that fleeting moment, he reminded himself, Think. Think already. If you can't think of something, you're going to die. The Death Knight attacked directly. The scene flashed back to the past, where Huynh was easily handling the surrounding monsters. The creature was about to say something like, You, but its body completely collapsed. With just a few strikes, he had taken care of this nuisance. Sweat rolling down his cheek, he spoke slowly. Finally. I've finally killed these damn things. How many more times are they going to use silence? Meanwhile, Kim Lian ran over from behind. Are you done yet? He nodded, announcing, Just finished. But how are you still looking so clean? He explained that it honestly wasn't that difficult. Huynh realized something wasn't right. What did you just say? You didn't run into these damn silencing monsters? They keep casting silence repeatedly. How could it possibly be easy? They keep spamming it, so I can't even use my skills. Is this what you call fair? This is no different from telling a swordsman like me to go die. Kim Lian approached, gently comforting him. That's why I told you to bring a holy relic to remove crowd control effects. Don't be so stubborn, Huynh angrily retorted. That's not because I'm being stubborn. What's the point of carrying a relic with a 2-hour cooldown? If they keep silencing, it's useless. He shook his head, sharing his thoughts. That's why I have to use it carefully. Even if it's unfair, at least I can use it once to create an opportunity. Right? Creating the perfect scene with the setting I've been given, isn't that what a real player is? He suddenly snapped back. You little brat, are you looking down on me now? If it were that easy, I'd have become a pro already, instead of moping around here. Kim Lian replied, annoyed. Why are you like this? I'm just telling the truth. Huynh grew even angrier. The truth? You want me to punch you? Who do you think you are to talk down to me? Back to reality. Huynh laughed helplessly. I suppose I'm in no position to criticize others anymore. Notifications kept popping up. Level 1 recovery skill activated. Recovery had removed the silent status. He immediately used a retreating maneuver. Huyhn's legs went to work. He activated a movement skill, quickly jumping back. The direction of movement was based on his feet touching the ground, and the wider the contact area, the farther he could retreat. If used to exploit an opponent's opening, it could create a massive advantage. Luckily, just in time, Huynh dodged the Death Knight's attack. 3 seconds remained. Seeing that he had successfully evaded, the Death Knight was furious. He refused to let go of the one who had caused him so much trouble. Another second ticked by, and he reached up, grabbing a ceiling light from above. Huynh cursed that beast in desperation. You disgusting piece of trash. That last skill drained all my mana. I've got nothing left in the tank. Even so, the Death Knight keeps charging at me, closing the distance. I've got no other choice, so I let go. Thank God the monster misses its mark this time, sending me plummeting from high above. Time is ticking away, second by second, and finally, the count hits 1. This is it, the final moment of my life. The impact from the fall is agony for Huynh, but I can't even focus on the pain right now. I ask myself, I don't even have the strength to twitch a finger anymore. How much time is left? I'm cursing under my breath. Damn it, is this really how I go out? When did everything start going wrong? No, it's just one mistake after another. I misjudged my opponent's strength from the very beginning, and in the end, I took massive damage for absolutely nothing. Then, I kept making more mistakes. I really pushed myself straight to the end. I should have made better use of this so-called rebirth. Damn it. In that final split second, the Death Knight's body starts to dissolve. Apparently, he couldn't take me down before self-destructing. Seeing that I somehow survived, Huynh lets out a laugh. He sighs, lying there on the ground, muttering to himself, I really thought I was a goner. Guess it feels like I've been reborn all over again. A system notification pops up. Congratulations. You have defeated the intermediate boss, the Death Knight. You have received a massive amount of experience points. Your speed has increased significantly, and your HP has been fully restored. Sang Huynh chuckles. I completely forgot about that. The full HP recovery from the consecutive level-ups saved his life. Then, he realizes something is off, and panic sets in. Wait, stamina and HP are two different things. My stamina hasn't recovered at all, and the side effects from that frenzy skill, I could try to power through all these side effects. But this Silent Land boss isn't easy to take down. Seriously, that Death Knight was abnormally strong, but trying to keep going like this is just unrealistic. There's only one conclusion. Sang Huynh decides to deactivate Frenzy. He thinks to himself that there's no choice but to take the recoil to recover his stamina. But since I didn't take any critical hits after activating it, I should be fine. A pain that cuts deep into his soul radiates from his body. Sang Huynh clutches himself and lets out a frantic scream. A notification appears. Due to deactivating Frenzy, you have entered a state of extreme fatigue from accumulated damage. Warning. Accumulated damage has tripled. Fatigue level has increased significantly. Warning. This condition can lead to the player's death. Sang Huynh confusedly wonders, why didn't the system give this warning sooner? No, my consciousness is fading. I can't even make it to the entrance of the Silent Land. The staff member senses something is wrong. That's strange. According to the organization's stats, he should have cleared it and come out by now. The guy next to her asks, could something have happened in there? The girl replies, what should we do? Should we report this? Kim Hoa suddenly speaks up. Report what? If he was that confident, he should be responsible for himself, but I still feel like something is off. Saying this, Kim Hoa shouts, so annoying, I'm going in. Kim Hoa is startled. What the hell is going on in here? What did he do? She is shocked to see Sang Huynh collapsed on the ground, inside the Silent Land. Sang Huynh passed out from sheer exhaustion. The surrounding monsters see this and creep closer to investigate. They get more and more curious seeing someone lying around in this place. They emit sickening, grotesque sounds. One monster leans in, reaching a hand towards Sang Huynh. At that very moment, the goddess of luck suddenly appears, declaring that she won't let anyone hurt her player, though there isn't much she can do. Constant warnings cause the monsters to panic, and they scramble away. She lets out a soft sigh. The goddess of luck immediately thumps Sang Huynh on the head and says, stop being such a crybaby. Get up, she scolds him, asking, is this really all the talent you've got? Seeing he gave it his all, the goddess of luck falls silent and starts thinking. Then she suddenly turns to look around. A pile of rubble in the distance catches her eye. A mischievous smirk plays on the goddess of luck's lips. For a while after that, she and Sang Huynh just quietly stay in a corner. Finally, he opens his eyes. His body is still in a lot of pain. Where am I? Realizing something is wrong, he is startled and quickly bolts upright to look around. Damn it. How long was I out? I can't believe I lost consciousness right inside a dungeon. A wave of pain hits him, making Sang Huynh grit his teeth as his entire body shakes. Damn it. I didn't think the side effects of that illusion would be this bad, but facing an opponent like that, I didn't have a choice. From now on, I'll have to be more careful. He looks around. At least it's lucky the scavengers didn't come after me. Wait a minute, does that even make sense? Those corpse-hungry freaks, and what's that lying over there? Seeing the goddess of luck appear, Sang Huynh laughs. No way the goddess saved me? Do constellations sleep too? He tiredly stands up. Even though he doesn't know what happened while he was passed out, the goddess will surely tell him as soon as she wakes up. But for now, I need to grab whatever I can. A small, glowing item catches his attention. Sang Huynh walks over, curiously examining the object. His face is full of disappointment. This is the only holy relic? It's the Ring of Silence. A platinum-tier holy relic, ring-type support gear, with a special effect, mana circulation. Just by wearing this ring, your mana recovery speed will quadruple compared to your current rate. However, this can only be utilized inside a dungeon on nights when the moon is visible, and the effect is halved during the day. Regardless of how strange it is that this ring was crafted by a vengeful spirit craving mana, its ability to accumulate mana is still incredible. Sang Huynh angrily kicks a skull on the ground. Are you kidding me? I worked that hard just to get a reward like this, and it doesn't even have a silence effect? Why? Is it because it wasn't the final boss that you didn't think I deserved it? Is that it? He suddenly realizes something, and he is startled. Wait a minute, now that I think about it. A system notification appears. Congratulations, you have defeated the Death Knight. You have received a massive amount of experience. Sang Huynh immediately opens his system window. You've gained more experience than ever before, he muttered to himself before passing out, noticing a status window he had never seen before. More experience than ever? Let's see how much. The player information appeared. Sang Huynh, level 83. Title: Wise Hunter, plus 8 other titles. Constellation God of Fortune. Exclusive skill: Holy Relic Devour. Holy Relic consumed. 29H, 2038 MP, 247 experience, 1738 status points. Strength 250, Stamina 109, Agility 83, Mana 71, Luck 229, Evasion 33, Defense 65. Available points 25. Looking at his level 83, he was startled. Wait, my level. Sang Huynh expression turned to disbelief. He was quite confused by this unexpected information. 83? Surely last time I defeated the King of Beasts I only reached level 58. At that time, I gained 7 levels, bringing me to 65. And in this last battle, Sang Huynh nearly died at the hands of the Death Knight. But I also gained 25 levels, reaching 83. So, just by taking down the Death Knight this time, I leveled up by over 20? Did I gain a massive amount of experience in exchange for not getting many holy relics? As expected, my growth is increasing exponentially. Excellent. If I can keep this up, I can't hold back anymore, Sang Huynh shouted aloud. I could become a top-tier player in the blink of an eye. Perhaps because of his sudden outburst, the God of Fortune woke up. He realized he was bleeding. Some time had passed in the dungeon. It seemed the God of Fortune was feeling extremely relaxed. Sang Huynh gave a melancholy smile and chatted. It's been a long time since I've sat by a fire like this. He thought to himself. It's been ages since he could relax like this, inside a dungeon. Although, he was only resting for a moment to recover his stamina. He glanced toward the God of Fortune. But wasn't she being a bit too relaxed? My goddess, he said. As the God of Fortune once said, if you don't enjoy the little things in life, luck won't find you either. Hearing his response, Sang Huynh burst into laughter. The little things in life, right? In the past, I tried to live like that. But now, everything is different. Sang Huynh reminded himself, it's time for me to seize my own destiny with my own. He tossed the ring into the air, and a notification appeared. Mana synchronization with the Ring of Silence has begun. Preparation to absorb the Ring of Silence is complete. Bone marrow decorations along with the green sprouts of the silent forest. The food appeared before him, making Sang Huynh incredibly excited. Is this bone marrow? I never thought I'd get to taste something this rare. Even in my past life, I only saw these things on YouTube. I've always wondered what they tasted like. In those videos, I'm sure they just scooped it up with a spoon like this and ate it right away. Well then, bon appétit. He put it to his mouth. Notification. Ring of Silence is being absorbed. Sang Huynh sighed, returning to reality. Eating meat right in front of a campfire truly is a dream. The God of Fortune, startled, turned to look at him and said she was speechless, wondering who exactly was the one being too relaxed here. She was very curious about how he could have achieved that skill. She said that a skill that breaks all growth limitations is an extremely rare ability. Sang Huynh explained to the goddess, is that so? When awakening, every player receives an innate skill, at least. That's what I know. The God of Fortune said she didn't know about the individual characteristics of players. She said that if that was true, then possessing a skill like that was an extremely great stroke of luck. He revealed a strained smile. Luck, you say? He thought to himself. Right. I really am very lucky. Even if it was an incredibly rare luck that I could only obtain through reincarnation, a truly expensive kind of luck. The God of Fortune said that meeting a player who could grow as strong as him was also lucky for her. She said that becoming his guardian Constellation was a very wise decision. Sang Huynh fell silent for a moment, thinking about getting stronger. That's right. If I continue to progress at this pace, becoming known nationwide won't be a distant future anymore. However, human greed is bottomless. If the stage isn't just confined to one country, but the whole world, then there is a stage that no player can ever hope to touch. A true monster that surpasses all limits of a mage-class player, mastering all 4 elemental magics. He alone pushed back the dungeon break, a monster standing above all other monsters. The first supreme archmage of my kingdom, D. Kai. I don't even have the qualifications to look up at him. But perhaps, one day, I can set him as my goal to strive for? Sang Huynh suddenly turned his head and called out to the goddess. She looked up, paying attention to him, and he smiled as he spoke. My decision. I will ensure you feel that this is the most wonderful stroke of luck. Sang Huynh had determination in his heart. He would never stop growing, and would certainly turn him into a goal to conquer. His unexpected words surprised the God of Fortune. The corners of her mouth revealed a gentle smile. She suddenly changed her appearance, leaving Sang Huynh confused. The god of fortune said she knew she was a good judge of character, and felt incredibly happy. She said he had just uttered words that deserved respect, and she was truly proud of him. The god of fortune resolved that from now on, she would also do her best to support him. Now, their destinies were intertwined, and the trust she had in the player Sang-hoon deepened even further. Sang-hoon was quite breathless from her actions. "Goddess, that hurts. My muscles are aching horribly. I'm dying." Thanks to the god of fortune giving him a hug with all her might, his stamina was completely restored. He was startled, realizing his muscles weren't hurting anymore. No, the scene shifted to the final boss room of the Silent Lands. In other words, this was the Palace of Silence. Sitting on the throne of the final dungeon boss, the bored King Lich muttered something. While speaking, he suddenly realized something. "My apologies, I didn't consider your language. Having to repeat what I just said is so tedious. Regardless, you did well to make it this far. Then let me see if you are capable of satisfying this boredom of mine." Sang-hoon's voice rang out. "Are you that kind of character too? Anyway, you left us there to wait, and we camped right in front of your room, didn't we? Regardless, thanks for that. Thanks to that, I've managed to fully recover my strength." Saying that, he gripped his sword tightly. "Now, I'm going to finish you off quickly. You won't even have time to get bored. Got it? Finally, I'll be able to leave this annoying place. No time to waste." Sang-hoon lunged forward at high speed to attack the Lich. The Lich was quite surprised by his actions, watching him dash around like a ridiculous drunken fool. "Then let's see you wag that tongue again." Realizing something was off, Sang-hoon was startled, but fortunately, he reacted incredibly fast, barely dodging the Lich's attack. Sang-hoon calculated in his head that subspatial skill is truly dangerous. Weapons were spewing out from nowhere, making it impossible to counter, and even using his sword to defend was hard to keep up with. "I wonder how long I have to keep dodging like this. Seriously, do these monsters have infinite mana or something? Meanwhile, I'm almost out of mana from using my skills. How many times have I used it now? 4? Looking back at his attack pattern, it seems he's trying to make me burn through my mana," he suddenly shouted. "The fun ends here. You bug. Just like you said. The fun will end soon. Don't be afraid." The Lich started creating hundreds of different magic circles, but Sang-hoon didn't seem afraid in the slightest. On the contrary, he felt quite intrigued. "You can relax now too, because it will all end in the blink of an eye. Even though you don't have eyes to blink with." The Lich, a high-level undead mage who possessed extremely sophisticated magic. Compared to the Death Knight I met earlier, he doesn't seem as worrying. But once he switches to this form, he becomes an extremely troublesome opponent. Of course, that still depends on the situation. The reason is simple. Usually, a mage has to use both hands to cast spells, because using one hand makes the magic weaker and reduces accuracy. As I said earlier, he uses a very simple method. Thanks to the undead's immortal nature, he can force his arms to stretch out to cast magic. Even if it doesn't reach the level of a perfect triple cast, firing 3 spells in rapid succession is simple but top-tier strategy. Thinking of this, Sang-hoon's speed increased. It meant I just need to kill him before he can extend his arm, right? As if reading his thoughts, the Lich laughed mockingly. "You calculated wrong." At the same time, he activated the language of silence, and a notification appeared. "You have been affected by the silence status effect. You cannot use skills for 3 seconds. This didn't hinder Sang-hoon's speed at all. "It doesn't matter. Even if I can't use skills, I still have more than enough power to chop your head off." He attacked with all his might. Just as the sword tip was about to touch the Lich's neck, he suddenly spoke up. That's why immediately after, he used an ultimate teleportation. In the Lich's mocking voice, he said, "You calculated wrong. You bug," he continued to cast Hellfire. The Lich didn't forget to kindly comfort him. "Don't be too sad. You're just unlucky." Ding! Sang-hoon suddenly lunged forward. Before he could react, the cold blade had closed in. The Lich screamed desperately, but Sang-hoon struck with absolute decisiveness. In that final moment, the Lich desperately asked, "How?" Seeing he wanted to know, he smiled and explained, "You just talked about luck, right? Sorry, but I have plenty of that to spare." As he finished his sentence, the Lich's entire body collapsed to the ground. He was still angrily muttering to himself, "This makes no sense. How is it possible?" Ding! Sang-hoon was incredibly smug about his victory. "What are you wondering about? You've been watching everything this whole time, haven't you? I have a skill to negate silence." The Lich then realized, "I knew it, but I saw it in your previous battle, the way you fought, and even your mana limit. I clearly saw everything. You shouldn't have been able to use that skill. No, that's impossible. My calculations were perfect." Ding! Sang Huynh suddenly interrupted. Really? Then you were wrong. Sometimes in this world, there are people who can surpass their own limits, and there are bugs that never stop evolving. This time, he used Mana Backlash, a special effect that always activates with the spatial return. Thanks to the effect of the artifact swallowing skill, this effect always activates even without wearing the ring. As a penalty, the Mana Backlash effect is reduced by half, and the mana recovery speed increases up to 3 times. However, this effect only applies at night when there is a moon in the dungeon. During the day, the efficiency drops to about 1.5 times. Outside, Kim Hoa witnessed the following scene and was startled. She hurriedly shouted to notify everyone. "Look, he's coming out!" Everyone around was startled. "It's real, he's still alive. Hey, turn on the cameras quickly, we have to get an interview." Seeing the noisy crowd made Sang Huynh confused. He asked himself, "What is this? What's going on?" Strangely familiar. A group of people quickly rushed over, grabbing him. Sang Huynh, "Hello, I'm reporter B. Hunan, from the Taylor department. Exactly what happened inside there?" He intended to refuse. Wait, medical staff had already restrained him. "I'm from the hospital's emergency room. Is your pulse stable? Is your breathing normal? How are your wounds? Did you lose a lot of blood? What is your blood type? What is your megabity?" Sang Huynh tried to stop them. "Seriously, stop making such a fuss." Realizing something was wrong made him startle. Kim Hoa stood to one side, laughing. "He seems to be doing fine, doesn't he? I didn't need to ask for help. Not that I'm worried about him or anything." Kim Lian remained silent, intently watching him. The noise continued to echo. "Are you an N? T? P? This nurse is strange." He ignored the arguments around him. "Est int. Actually, you're not a nurse, are you?" Time seemed to stop. Sang Huynh recognized the comrade who had once fought through life and death with him. The corners of his mouth curled into a gentle smile. "Finally, I can pay back this debt to you." Time returned to his previous life. Sang Huynh felt lost among the groups of players. "Really? He seemed quite embarrassed. "After awakening 10 years ago, I felt like I hit a wall. I became too obsessed with the artifact absorption skill and couldn't build relationships with anyone, only to gradually be left behind by the player world. One day, like any other, no one paid any attention to me." Liu Yifei smiles and walks over to chat. "Would you like to join us?" He stares at the man in front of him in silence. The boy had come over to talk, but he seems rather flustered. "One of our guild members suddenly got a stomachache, so we were asking around. He called and said he accidentally ate some expired green onion kimchi. I didn't even know kimchi had an expiration date. But apparently, it's true. That's why you've got a dedicated kimchi fridge, right?" A teammate nearby chimed in. "Stop talking about useless stuff. It's happening again. Seriously." He kept explaining even though no one was listening. Anyway, it just so happened that the member was a swordsman class player. Sang Huynh realized this guild seemed pretty friendly. "I haven't really teamed up with anyone before, so I wanted a bit of stability too. But I turned down the offer, and he quickly turned and walked away. It's fine, I was planning to clear the dungeon solo today anyway," he told himself. It was just a bit of pride. Even with 10 years of experience, I didn't want others to see that I couldn't even take care of myself. And because of that pride, I almost lost my life. Kim Lian spoke up. "Are you okay? You saw that, right?" He rushed over to Sang Huynh like some kind of deity. He realized, if someone like you, who always likes to meddle in others' business, hadn't followed me into that dungeon, my life would have ended there. He continued explaining, "The other guild members said it was because I kept bringing up that kimchi thing. So, I thought you were annoyed, and that's why you decided to go into the dungeon alone. That's dangerous. So just in case, I followed you." He suddenly fell silent because of him, then spoke helplessly. "Thank you so much." He thought to himself, "I've finally been able to shed my inferiority complex and be reborn. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to change." After that, I didn't hesitate to accept his offer. "You asked if I wanted to join your guild? I like the guild you built. It's not a powerful guild or anything, but its motto is to always help weaker players. That reminded me of why I was so desperate to become a player." But he got angry and burst into tears. "I'm really giving up, man. I can't do this anymore. I mean it." Sang Huynh looked at him, confused. "Here we go again. So what are you going to do to survive?" He said helplessly. "Anything at all. It's got to be better than this. Picking up odd jobs, farming. I'll do anything. Honestly, it's just too terrifying. Standing in the face of death over and over again, watching others fall. I told you already, I started this guild after my younger sister passed away, right? So, under the guise of helping players in danger, I kept living like this. Yesterday, I heard one of our guild members was in the ICU. and they didn't make it. Damn it. I can't take it anymore. Sang Huynh listened in silence. Even though I received so much help, in the end, I still couldn't become a pillar of support or give you any strength. He listened to his reproaches in silence. I can't take it anymore. I want to retire, he thought to himself. I really wanted to tell him to just give up, but as the guild grew, I knew he would never abandon the members whose lives depended on this place, so I couldn't say a word. He stepped forward and tapped Kim Lian on the chest. He spoke his mind to him. Don't ever think about starting a guild. In his heart, he understood. But now, finally, I can tell you this. Din Sang Huynh continued explaining. You're only going to bring yourself unnecessary suffering. He scratched his head awkwardly and asked, Sorry, but have we met before? My memory isn't that great. Did I say I was going to start a guild? Kim Hoa suddenly shouted from the side. Now you won't even spare your own family? Isn't stealing that dungeon enough for you? Where are you going? Stop right there. Sang Huynh had no choice but to leave. Take care of yourself. The scene shifted to the Dimensional Army's residential area in the slums. A crowd of monsters of all shapes and sizes were gathering there. A man among them suddenly made some extremely strange sounds. The scholar sighed softly and muttered, Dangerous, it's too late. I must carry out my plan immediately. Breaking news. Reporters announced that based on information provided by player Sang Huynh, we have just received word that the Silent Land dungeon's danger level has been adjusted. Is the player association even okay? Until now, the Silent Land has always been a dungeon with a massive number of casualties compared to its announced danger level. The truth has been revealed. A monster called the Death Knight is actually many times more dangerous than the typical monsters in this dungeon. Because of this, entry into the Silent Land is officially banned until the exact danger level is determined. The association's weak and complacent management policies have led to useless casualties. Sang Huynh watched the news and laughed. Good. Now I'm certain that the things that happened in the past won't happen again. After being reborn, I think this is the first time I've actually saved someone, right? This feeling is really new. How did I manage to harvest so many things after entering the Silent Land? It's not just about the artifacts or titles I received. I also gathered information about the Sleeping Genius. A series of different items appeared, such as a spatial bag, platinum-grade items, support gear, accessory-type gear, and special spatial sub-effects. A failed experiment by a mage led to the opening of a space portal. However, he left behind only one thing: a bag connected to a vast, infinite subspace. Through this bag, you can free yourself from the shackles of physical reality. You can store and retrieve items freely without worrying about their weight or volume. Lick's Ring. Gold-grade item, support gear. Accessory-type gear. Special effect. Silence mana plus 25. A ring favored by Lick. Using it is mandatory to cast the Silent Swamp magic. The silent energy source contained within this ring threatens to swallow all light and warmth in this world. Psychic Necklace. Gold-grade item. Support gear. Accessory-type gear. Special effect. Resonance. You can summon any designated item with this necklace by using psychic energy. However, if the designated item weighs over 200 kilograms, you will not be able to summon it. Additionally, the time required to summon the target will depend on the item's weight. The heavier the item, the longer the summoning time. A whole set of these items leaves Sang Huynh completely stunned. A look of excitement spreads across his face. These rewards are absolutely insane. I had a feeling the silence effect would show up. But just these two, Spatial Pocket and Motivation, are enough to boost my combat flexibility tenfold, even though it means I'll have to train incredibly hard. Of course, depending on how I use them, I could reach a whole new level. Even in my past life, I never heard of anyone obtaining skills like these. Is it finally my turn to get the first-person title? Has the time finally come? The Goddess of Luck complains, saying you only received such great things because of her help, but you haven't even said a word of thanks. Sang Huynh smiles and replies, Of course, I'm incredibly grateful to you, Goddess. I'll thank you properly after I finish eating. The Goddess of Luck says you should show your gratitude more sincerely. System notifications pop up one after another. The 3 artifacts have begun the mana synchronization process. The Lich's Undead Whispers and the Infinite Milfei. Sang Huynh looks at the 3 pastries in front of him, stunned. Undead, what now? What's with these food names? Damn it. Lich, what on earth have you been eating all this time? And all these desserts too. Damn it. Was he really that big of a sweet tooth? He picks up a piece of the pastry and puts it to his mouth. The Infinite Milfei. I guess I'll try this first. The moment he takes the first bite, an incredible sensation spreads across his palate, and Sang Huyn's entire body trembles. What is this? This thing is just like its name. It truly has infinite layers. The layers of this millefeuille in my mouth feel like they never end. This endless flavor, it tastes just like a dream. I apologize for looking down on all desserts until now. I truly, truly apologize from the bottom of my heart. A system notification appears. The absorption process for the 3 artifacts has begun. The process is complete. Huynh rubs his stomach in satisfaction. All right, Lich, you were a chatterbox, but you weren't all that bad. I have to admit, your taste is excellent. Let's see now. I guess I have to choose this one, right? Before him are 2 choices. Bind motivation or bind silence. He silently calculates the pros and cons. Choosing the greatsword's fighting spirit is definitely the best choice for motivation. I don't even need to think twice about it. Now, for the silence problem, right? It doesn't have a lasting effect like stun or freeze. If I bind silence to my basic attacks or knockback, it might not be that useful, especially considering the cooldowns. I'm not sure what the risks are, but I guess this is the best move for now. Huynh makes the decision to bind it to basic attacks. A notification appears. You must meet additional requirements to bind the absorbed silence effect to your basic attacks. Consuming 1 mana point per basic attack will allow you to use the silence effect. Do you want to proceed? Yes or no? His expression gradually changes. 1 mana point per basic attack? Isn't that pretty bad? Doesn't that mean I'll lose 1 mana point for every single attack I land? Huynh waves his hand, sighing in hesitation. I did receive a mana-related title for defeating the Lich earlier, but a system notification appears. End of a Twisted Desire. B-rank title. Title info. The failed research of a mage caused him to sink deep into dark powers. However, even amidst such dark fate, his pure passion still remained. You have received the mana power he regrettably left behind before his passing. Title effect, plus 150 mana. Huyhn's expression becomes even more annoyed. If I use mana reincarnation, I'll have a stable mana reserve. But if I get surrounded by a bunch of weak monsters, this would be an unnecessary risk. What should I do? Huynh thinks silently for a long time. Once his mind is made up, he lets out a relieved laugh and reaches his hand toward the empty slot. Sometimes, it's good to take a gamble. In his heart, he knows he can't keep growing stronger if he just sticks to his comfort zone. Notifications pop up. Silence has been bound to basic attacks. Each time a basic attack is triggered, the silence effect will be applied based on the target's resistance. A portal suddenly opens behind them, startling Huynh and the goddess of luck. The surrounding energy is turning gloomy. He turns his head in surprise. Wait, goddess, are you summoning another constellation? If I reject them now, I'll feel terrible. You know that, right? The goddess of luck says she is very surprised because she didn't have a hand in what's happening right now. 3 new constellations have found you. First is the Mongol Conqueror, who says you left an extremely strong impression on him with your masculine aggressiveness. Next is Sun Quan. He says a rough diamond like you needs a patron who can provide proper rewards and care. The goddess of luck expresses her displeasure at the appearance of other constellations. Even though she knows she is here, she insists they leave. At the same time, the new goddess appears and says that the player should not be possessed by any single person. From behind these two, a flash of bright energy suddenly spreads, catching Huyhn's attention. The new goddess says to the Mongol Conqueror, "Back off, you reek." This situation leaves the goddess of luck and Huynh stunned. Meanwhile, the Mongol Conqueror laughs brightly as he steps aside to make room for the goddess. He wonders to himself, confused. The new goddess, I feel like I could guess who that is just by her appearance. Does that constellation have a nickname like that? As soon as she sees him, she flashes a charming smile. The new goddess says she has been closely watching your brave spirit. She says your demeanor left a deep impression on her, and she decided to come in person to meet you. The new goddess says a man like you is perfectly worthy of standing by her side. She says you should abandon that old-fashioned goddess and stand beside a stylish and charming goddess like her. The goddess of luck criticizes her, calling her a shameless goddess, the one who defies all authority, daring to buy items just to steal her position. The new goddess has issued an order to the constellations. Get rid of the pathetic relics of a bygone era before they stain her noble sight, the goddess of luck shouted. The new goddess retorted, "You're nothing but a hag, with nothing to show for yourself except for that damn luck." Huynh couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. They seemed to be having fun. It was hard to tell what kind of relationship they had, but they clearly didn't get along. It felt like there was only enough room for one goddess here. The new goddess claimed she held some classified information she could reveal to him. Huynh was suddenly confused. Was she really offering this to him? She insisted he listen and then form a memory with her, adding that the information concerned the sleeping genius. The moment those words left her lips, Sang-hoon froze. He frantically grabbed her, his face etched with sudden anxiety. Had he really made a pact with another player? No. More importantly, how was he? What on earth had he been doing all this time? The new goddess explained that during her travels, she had accidentally stumbled upon him in the slums of the Dimensional Legion. She added that he was a madman obsessed with the Dimensional Legion's doomsday theory. She said if he wanted to know more, he would have to use the goddess's protection to form a memory with her. Back in reality, Sang-hoon was overwhelmed and didn't know what to do. He began to question himself. The Dimensional Legion's doomsday theory? I can't wrap my head around what she meant. When we were together in our past life, he never mentioned anything like that. The goddess of luck suddenly appeared in the room, catching him off guard. He immediately pressed her for answers. You're back. Well, did you find any information? The goddess of luck apologized, saying she hadn't found any trace of him in the slums. Sang-hoon's face fell. I see. Thank you for your hard work. He had flatly rejected the new goddess earlier. I can't do it. The goddess of luck remarked on how satisfying it was to see him deflate that cat's ego. But Sang-hoon was still lost in his own thoughts. Above all, why would he be in the slums? He once told me that was a place for those who failed to become constellations. Damn it, where are you, and what are you doing? The scene shifts to the Hyundai Group headquarters. A subordinate reports, Chairman, I'd like to share the list of new participants for the upcoming open market with you. Han Mai-lee chuckles as she hears this. On the main screen, the new member's information is displayed. Name, Sang-hoon. Player, swordsman, level 88. Rank, unranked. She seems quite excited. We have an interesting guest today. Her level has reached 900. With an S+ player rank. A luxury car speeds down the long road, while Sang-hoon focuses on his thoughts. Even after continuing my search, I haven't been able to find any more info on the Sleeping Genius or the Dimensional Legion's doomsday theory. That doesn't mean I'm obligated to form a contract with that goddess. She probably just wants to form a constellation contract with me to reach the mythical grade. After all, there are cases where a constellation's status grows along with the player they sponsor. But what if I form a contract with her, and something goes wrong? In that sense, my current situation is much safer. Besides, there's no guarantee. She will definitely become a mythical grade constellation. The goddess of luck mentions that she still feels satisfied remembering the look of shock on that cat's face. An intelligent system notification chimes. You have arrived at your destination. Guidance complete. Lowering the window, Sang-hoon smiles. Finally here. Looking at the vast space of the Hyundai market, it truly lived up to its name. It was a place where items could be traded freely. Until now, trading was only allowed directly between players. But this open market guaranteed safety in exchange for a hefty commission fee. It's easy to understand why a market like this would form. High-priced goods are always surrounded by countless variables. That's why the most important condition of the open market is safety. Large guilds around the world operate most of these markets. And the leading one in the country, with no rivals, is the Hyundai market. Although it belongs to the powerful Hyundai Guild, the guild itself isn't powerful enough to secure the top spot based on pure strength alone. The only reason it dominates is because of the head of the Hyundai Group, Han Mai-lee, because she is the only S+ rank buff system player in the world. That's why high-level players from all over the world flock to the market she runs. They essentially act as unofficial guards, maintaining the peace. The reason is that if everyone who craved her buffs lined up, they would fill several football stadiums. Truly a terrifying old hag. With that kind of power, who would dare to cause trouble here? As soon as Sang-hoon was spotted, an employee hurried over. Player, please wait a moment before entering. We need to confirm your entry code. May I have your information? He nodded and introduced himself. I'm Sang-hoon. I received permission about a day ago, the employee continued. Thank you very much, Mr. Sang-hoon. I have confirmed that you have access up to the 8th basement level. The news surprised him. The 8th basement level? Isn't that for VIPs? Does Han Mai-lee really rate me that highly? Either way, I'll go check it out. The employee bowed respectfully. I wish you a pleasant shopping experience today. A murmur started from a distance. Isn't that Sang-hoon? Why isn't he with Kim Mai today? Kim Mai? Why would he be with her? Don't you know? Aren't they dating? Someone else chimed in. Hey, didn't she just lose her boyfriend in an accident caused by her own greed, and now she's dating someone else? That doesn't make any sense, the friend replied. Right? If it were me, I wouldn't feel comfortable dating in that situation. Sang-hoon silently thought to himself, not this again. I accidentally heard things I shouldn't have. What is wrong with these people? Why do they keep gossiping about other people's business? I have no idea. The whispers continued to reach his ears. What the hell are you talking about? Why do they keep gossiping about other people's business? Who knows? The constant chatter kept reaching his ears. What the hell are you talking about? Do you really think you'd refuse if she asked you? Am I wrong? Fair point. If it were Kim Mai, I suppose I could play around with her a bit. Right? Din Sang-hoon suddenly understood. Kim Mai must have been suffering so much with such slander following her everywhere. Ignoring such things is probably the right choice, but he turned back to the staff and said, "This Hunjung market really is too lax with their entry policy, isn't it? I can't believe there are people who can just spit out such filth so easily." He thought to himself that he wasn't mature enough yet to be the bigger person and just turn a blind eye. Shortly after, those gossiping individuals were dragged outside by security. What? Why do we have to leave? What did we do wrong? A guard announced they would explain everything outside, but they still wouldn't let it go. What? How can Hunjung Market treat customers like this? The guard kept reminding them, "We have the right to treat those on our blacklist however we see fit." Watching this scene, Sang-hoon was quite satisfied. This is how adults fight. If you brats can't take responsibility for what you say, it's best to keep your mouths shut. Now it was time to get to the main business. Din Sang-hoon stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 8th basement level. He said to himself, "First, I'll stop by the VIP area on the 8th floor. I'll have 3,900,000 after selling all the items dropped from the Silent Land. With that amount of money, I don't think it's enough to buy any artifacts from the VIP floor. But just walking around looking at the items is fun enough. Surely, getting to step into the VIP floor of the Hunjung Market, a place I never had the chance to see in my past life, will be a huge help to my progress." An announcement rang out. "You have arrived at the 8th basement level." Sang-hoon looked around the VIP room at the Hunjung Market. He was quite surprised by the space. A staff member approached to greet him. "Welcome, Mr. Sang-hoon. My name is Song Eun-dong. I am here to guide you through the VIP room. If you don't need a guide, please let me know. I will be standing by here just in case." He was a bit surprised, wondering, why do I keep feeling like I don't belong here? It felt like being a child lost in a luxury designer section of a shopping mall. Can't back down now. Who knows? Maybe I'll have to come here often later on. Sang-hoon walked forward slowly. "All right, if I need anything, I'll call you." An-dong nodded in understanding. "Understood. If you have any questions about the items here, just call me." He slowly toured the artifacts in the area, seeing one with a 12-digit price tag that left him bewildered. 140 billion? Did they drop it? No way. The staff member stepped closer to introduce it. "This book is an epic-grade artifact named the Book of the Abyss, and its price is 140 billion won." He laughed and nodded. 140 billion. I see. But I'm a swordsman class player, so I don't need book-type artifacts. Hearing this, An-dong hurriedly offered, "I apologize. Let me guide you to the artifacts related to the swordsman class." Sang-hoon quickly refused. "Just let me look around on my own," he thought to himself. She didn't notice, did she? She definitely didn't see me freeze up after looking at that price. Voices discussing something caught his attention. "This is insane. I've never seen anything like it in my life. They're actually selling this in our country? Who could even afford to buy this?" Din Sang-hoon curiously looked in that direction. "What's over there?" She smiled and explained. "That is a special stage, used to display items we have recently acquired. Of course, they are all for sale. Let me introduce." Before she could finish, Sang-hoon walked away. "No need. I'll go see for myself." He muttered to himself. Special? How special can it be to make everyone here so surprised? But when he saw the artifact, he was completely stunned. Before his eyes floated a stone, radiating a magical, otherworldly energy. It was a magic stone, highest grade artifact. Seller, Jean de KK. Local dealer. Han Mai Lai looked at the highest grade label, and Sang-hoon's expression became even more bewildered. "That's the highest of the 9 artifact grades, right? I never expected to see it with my own eyes. And at a price of 3,000 billion won." He was completely frozen. 3,000 billion. Today has really opened my eyes. Damn it. Does this mean Jean de KK already has the highest grade artifacts in his possession? If he's already selling artifacts that belong to my class, doesn't that mean he possesses items even better than that? I came here looking for motivation. Yet all I feel right now is my own helplessness. Finally, Sang-hoon went to the 4th floor of the Hunjung Market, the Platinum area. The item in front of him had a starting price of 700 million won. He laughed to himself. This isn't cheap either, but it's better than those crazy price tags earlier. Suddenly, A man recognized him. "Aren't you Mr. Sang-Huynh? It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Junja-ok. May I ask what kind of artifacts you are looking for?" Sang-Huynh immediately recognized the man. Junja-ok. In the future, he's going to earn the title Perfect Tempest, right? I've met so many famous people since my regression. He replied, "I'm not really looking for anything specific. I'm just walking around taking a look." Hearing this, the man rummaged through his pocket. "By the way, wouldn't you like to look at some of my artifacts? I'm having a bit of trouble dealing with one because it doesn't really fit my build. It's this one. I'll pull up the info so you can take a closer look." It was the Ring of Vitality Flow, a platinum artifact. Support device, ring-type equipment. Special effect, Vitality Flow. Passive effect, plus 50 mana, Vitality Flow. A fixed percentage of mana is automatically consumed to restore stamina. It restores 5% stamina every 10 minutes. Activation effect, Vitality Flow. When the user desires, they can consume 20% of their current mana to restore 30% stamina. Cooldown, 1 hour. Sang-Huynh wore a bewildered smile. He realized, is this guy trying to use the direct transaction exemption right now? Unlike regular open markets, Huynh market possesses a rather strange system, the 5% direct transaction fee exemption. Although Huynh market usually has expensive transaction fees of up to 5% to attract customers and facilitate buying and selling activities. If two players decide to carry out a direct transaction right inside Huynh market, they will be exempt from that entire fee. That relic actually looks pretty legit. I just got a title related to mana a few days ago, and I think it'll be a perfect fit. Sang-Huynh realized there were more issues than he thought, so he awkwardly scratched his head and declined. "I'm sorry, but it's a bit different from what I was looking for." Junja-ok laughed and shook her head. "It's fine, no need to apologize." Sang-Huynh knew exactly what he was looking for, a worthless relic that no one would even bother trying to buy. That way, he could use it in an entirely different way after consuming it. It was much cheaper to do it like that too. Suddenly, the security guard's voice rang out, catching the attention of both of them. "Seriously, I told you that you aren't allowed to eat in here." Hearing them, Song and Dong looked a bit surprised. "I'm eating something I bought with my own money. Besides, I don't see any rules against bringing food in here." The security guard angrily explained, "It's not about the rules, it's about basic courtesy. We've had to put up with this smell for days now. What the hell are you doing? And it's not just a few slices. You even brought boxes of pizza in here." She looked up at the two of them, a bit flustered. "Do you guys want some too?" "But I'm not giving you any." They retorted angrily. "Do you think I'm acting like this because I want your pizza?" Having no other choice, Song and Dong made a decision. "I get it. I'll give you a pasta coupon that I got as a bonus for a review." Junja-ok gave a strained smile. "Is she starting again today?" The guard was still furious. "I told you I don't want to eat." Song and Dong sighed helplessly. "Food isn't the problem, and I haven't done anything wrong." Looking closely at her face, Sang-Huynh was startled. "Wait, is that?" He immediately walked up to her. "Excuse me, I'm sorry for bothering you while you're eating, but would you mind letting me see the information on the relics here?" She nodded while eating. "Go ahead and pick them up to check for yourself. It's not like you're going to steal them, right?" He nodded in understanding. "All right, then I'll take a look." Sang-Huynh reached out toward the ground. As soon as he picked it up, his expression turned to shock. "I knew it. This is perfect for me. This is exactly what I've been looking for." The information for the two rings appeared. Speed ring, platinum relic, support gear, equipment type, ring, special effect, speed. Adds a dexterity buff, allowing for explosive speed far beyond human limits. Double speed costs 20 mana per second, while triple costs 30 and quadruple costs 20. Potential enhancement ring, platinum relic, support gear, equipment type, ring, special effect, slightly faster. With its ancient seal released, the potential of this ring, which the hero once wore, has awakened. By consuming 10 mana per second, the user's dexterity can be increased by 1.5 times. However, once the mana runs out, the buff disappears automatically. The corner of Sang-Huynh mouth curled into an excited grin, just like when he got the reduction. Even though it had good effects, it consumed so much mana that no one cared for it. That's why she had been sitting there for days. After thinking it over, he made his decision. "I'll take all these rings." "How much for both?" Song and Dong answered, a bit flustered. "I really love these two, as you can see, so I think 1.2 billion for the speed ring and 1 billion for the potential ring is a fair price. But since you're buying both, I think 2 billion for both is enough. But since I'm eating pizza, I'm in a really good mood right now, truly happy. Tell you what, I'll give you a special discount down to 1.8 billion. Sang Huynh kept staring at Song and Dong, making her even more flustered. In the end, he transferred 1.3 billion for the two items. Ding. Sang Huynh chatted happily, thanking her for the discount. She nodded with a smile. You're really good at haggling, he thought to himself. In my past life, I was dirt poor. Do you really think you can scam me like that? I'm a master bargainer, you know? Song and Dong stood up immediately. Well, I'm off. I'm going to buy something delicious to eat, and I'll probably donate some to the orphanage, since I've sold everything. Hearing her say that made Sang Huynh curious. An orphanage? She nodded, explaining, I run an orphanage. Do you want to see it? She held her phone out to Sang Huynh, and images of innocent children appeared. Song and Dong continued. See? Aren't the kids adorable? He froze for a moment. An orphanage, could it be? He suddenly remembered images of his own childhood. Sang Huynh felt even more confused. My orphanage, seeing Sang Huynh acting so strangely, surprised Song and Dong. She suddenly asked, Why did you suddenly go pale? Did something happen? He smiled and stood up to explain. No, I just remembered something from the past. About that orphanage, I know of it. But wasn't it shut down? She nodded hurriedly. That's right, it was destroyed during the Great Collapse. How did you know that? Sang Huynh scratched his head, explaining, I have an acquaintance from there. He told himself, it's probably best to hide the fact that I'm from that orphanage. There were too many people who would attack him just because he was a player, and they thought he had money. Surely the reason she needed so much money for the orphanage was to pay for private security. She was a player herself, so that must have been a major concern for her. Song and Dong was still thinking. An acquaintance? How could, well, anyway. My parents used to run that orphanage. That's why I recently started rebuilding and reviving it. I'm sure it's much better than it was before. Sang Huynh smiled and nodded. Your parents, I see. I didn't know. She immediately handed him a business card. Right. Whenever you're free, please come visit. This is our orphanage's business card. Looks cute, right? The kids drew it themselves. The card had some scribbled drawings that caught Sang Huyn's attention. He smiled and took the card. Right, it's very lovely. He thought to himself, what is this? These kids these days really do have realistic dreams. A sudden bitterness rose in his heart. Sang Huynh asked himself, why am I suddenly feeling so emotional? The orphanage where he grew up was truly a good place. A few children had survived the Great Collapse, but eventually, they were scattered to other facilities. He wondered how they were doing now. I almost burst into tears right in front of someone I just met. Can't let that happen. As Sang Huynh gets older, I find myself tearing up for no reason. I almost couldn't hold it back. After all, I never knew that having someone cherish memories the same way I do could bring such a feeling of satisfaction and wholeness. I'll visit them soon. Song and Dong was still talking to himself. What should I buy for the kids? Maybe fried chicken. The scene shifts to a guild in South Korea. Sang Huynh slowly walks inside. Suddenly, a voice calls out, grabbing his attention. Sang Huynh, we've been waiting for you. I'm Jodin Ho. It's a pleasure to meet you. Let's head up now, shall we? He smiles and nods. Yes, thank you. In his heart, he thinks, I didn't expect Jodin Ho to come out and greet me the moment I stepped through the door. I only stopped by on a whim, but I guess I'll have to get serious now. The time turns back 1 hour to when Sang Huynh was still talking with Song and Dong. He nods and says, I'll be in touch with you later. She nods, understanding. Yes, call me anytime. I'm sure the kids will be very happy to see you. He smiles and replies, that would be wonderful. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rings. Sang Huynh points to his phone. Excuse me, I have a call. Sorry for the trouble. Song and Dong shakes her head. Not at all. I should get going anyway. I'm glad we could make a deal today. He chuckles. Me too. Have a great day. Next, he puts the phone to his ear. Hello? Sang Huynh speaking. Kim Mai's voice rings out. Sang Huynh. He recognizes her voice immediately. Kim Mai, what's wrong? She sounds a bit grumpy. Kim Mai, come on. Don't tell me you forgot my number. I'm calling because a portal is opening soon. It's a 2-person dungeon. The minimum level requirement is 130 inches Gogun, called the Black Gate. He is quite surprised. The Black Gate, this familiar name grabs his attention. The Black Gate. I've definitely heard of this. I remember now. Isn't that the dungeon that Kong Bo-an, the Purge swordsman, was the first to successfully conquer? If I recall, she even made the strategy for the Black Gate public afterward. Absolute coordination with a partner is a prerequisite to conquering it. But up until now, my coordination with Kim Mai has been excellent. And above all, the sword and the synergy are the perfect complement. And if my memory is correct, the reward for the first to conquer the Black Gate is an epic grade holy relic. Even though I don't know what it is, it's a legendary grade item. Aren't these things worth 120 billion gun? Sang Huynh immediately replies over the phone, I'm in. I'll definitely go. What should you do now? Why don't you come to my guild right now so we can discuss it in more detail? Hearing this, Kim Mai nods. All right, then come over. It'll definitely be easier to discuss work if we meet in person. Back to the present, he is still calculating that he won't be a loser sitting around drooling in the corner of the Hunjeong market any longer. I will become the owner of an epic item. An epic one. Seeing that he looks extremely strange, Ho turns around, surprised. Is something wrong? I just feel a strange source of energy. Sang Huynh shakes his head. It's nothing. Both of them step into the elevator to go to a basement level. Ho chats as they walk. Currently, Kim Mai is talking to the chairman, so, unfortunately, I'm the one who has to show you the way. Sorry if you feel uncomfortable having to walk with an old man like me. Sang Huynh replies comfortably. Come on, I don't feel bothered at all. His face suddenly becomes proud. After passing this section, we'll reach the special training room. This is the pride of the guild. Even so, there are still restrictions on who is allowed to use it. It's behind that door. Looking around, Sang Huynh feels quite uneasy. I feel like the atmosphere here suddenly changed. Until a moment ago, it still felt like a normal office building. He nods and explains. I feel the exact same way every time I come here. No one is using this place today, so make yourself at home. You're lucky. No one booked it for today. Looking inside, Sang Huynh smiles and announces, Sorry, but I think there's someone in there. Ho turns his head in surprise. No way! But seeing the battle inside leaves him extremely shocked. A rock golem is madly attacking its opponent. Despite the overwhelming strength, Trang Li doesn't show a hint of defeat. She uses the weapon in her hand to find the golem's weakness. In just a few moves, the head of the rock golem goes flying into the air. Clearly, it's no match for Trang Li. Her speed is incredibly agile. Seeing what just happened, Ho calls out in surprise. Trang Li, you booked the training room? I don't see anyone on the list. If this is a mistake, we'll wait outside. How much longer do you plan to use it? We need to use this space after 6 o'clock, so let me know. Trang Li suddenly turns her head to look at the two of them. Seeing that she still doesn't reply, he immediately speaks up. Hey, talk to me. She walks up to Sang Huynh to greet him. Long time no see. What brings you here? He smiles and replies. It's great to see you. I didn't expect to run into you today. I came here to practice coordination with Kim Mai for a dungeon raid. I just happened to arrive early. Trang Li looks quite curious. You seem pretty close to Kim Mai. Huh. He scratches his head and replies, Yeah, that's just how we are. Ho, on the side, speaks up. Trang Li, can you hear a word I'm saying? Since she still doesn't reply, he gets even angrier. You did that on purpose, didn't you? As if thinking of something, her eyes light up. Trang Li immediately turns and leaves. I understand now. So, if there's a chance next time, remember to spar with me. I'll contact you later. I haven't booked the room anyway. Feel free to use it. Ho says angrily. Fine, thanks for the quick response. Sang Huynh senses that something isn't right. He's annoyed. What's wrong? He walks into the space inside. I'm sincerely sorry for the trouble just now. She's not like that all the time. He nods. Don't worry. I don't mind. Ho explains as they walk. Anyway, it seems like Kim Mai will take quite a while, so feel free to do whatever. Or, waiting is a bit boring, isn't it? I know a pretty good way to kill time. Are you interested? Sang Huynh looks up at him. What are you saying? Ho stabs his sword deep into the ground. It's nothing major. How about a friendly sparring match with me? Sang Huyn's expression changes completely. What? Why are you taking your shirt off? He recalls his first meeting with Trang Li, puzzled. Wait a minute. Why is everyone in this guild the same? Do they have a tradition of challenging new people to a fight? Seeing him looking uncomfortable, Ho hurriedly explained. You don't need to feel pressured. It's just because Kim Mai and Trang Li witnessed your abilities firsthand. Sang Huynh, I couldn't help my curiosity. I guess you could call it a hobby of mine. After all, crossing swords with another swordsman really shows you who they are. This time, Sang Huyn's attitude changed completely. I see, he thought. So he wants to test what kind of person I am himself. He was so blunt it was annoying, leaving no room for surprise. He gestured behind him. It seems you didn't bring a weapon, right? So feel free to pick any of those hanging over there. Sang Huynh interrupted. This isn't good. I have a weapon right here, and it's always by my side. Sang Huynh created a virtual space. Hidden skill. Special active skill. Skill level 1. You can summon a space and store one optional item. As the level increases, the internal space expands. Note: Living creatures cannot be stored. He walked up to Joden-ho and smiled, suggesting, "Shall we begin?" This only made him feel more excited, and he let out a loud laugh. "I never thought you'd use that kind of skill. I heard you were an interesting guy, and it turns out that's true. All right, let's start." His entire body suddenly grew 10 times larger, catching Sang-hoon by surprise. Joden-ho immediately lunged toward Sang-hoon. "Actually, I intended to go easy on you, but now I'm afraid that would be insulting. I will use my full strength from the start." The scene shifts to the CEO's office. Jun Cheon says, in a resolute tone, "Listen to your father this time. If this continues, it will happen again." Kim Mai suddenly interrupted. "Father, I've told you many times not to bring that up." He sighed and explained, "I'm sorry, Kim Mai, but please understand, I'm only worried about you." She still didn't care. "Forget it. I know what you're thinking. I'm leaving. Don't contact me." Jun Cheon called out from behind, "Kim Mai, wait." Perhaps he also felt helpless with his own daughter. He gestured for his assistant. A voice replied, "Yes, Chairman, I'm listening." Jun Cheon suddenly asked, "Chief Jiang, are you still in contact with the association?" He nodded. "Of course." The chairman's expression turned serious. "Then, I want you to do one thing. That player, Sang-hoon, investigate everything about his family and his past in detail." Meanwhile, Sang-hoon was still confused, looking at his opponent. Why did he suddenly get so big? It seemed Joden-ho couldn't wait any longer. Now that the preparations were done, a notification appeared. "Training mode has begun. Player Joden-ho, Sang-hoon." He was excited, taking steps forward. "Are you ready?" Simultaneously, training mode was set up. Players can start the fight when ready. Number of players ready. 2. Joden-ho's massive figure completely overwhelmed Sang-hoon. He suggested, "What do you think? If we only fight for 2 rounds, clashing swords twice is more than enough to determine a person's mettle. Let me know when you're ready." Sang-hoon was still calculating, so this was Joden-ho's gigantification skill. Although his size seemed smaller than the giant grizzly he had seen before, the pressure radiating from him was many times greater. Truly worthy of a level 100 player, a real monster. This was only natural. It is said that Do Kin Hoa changed the entire meta for swordsmen with his all-rounder style. But that was only possible because he was Do Kin Hoa. Not every player can adapt to that style so easily. Other swordsmen, including those who rejected that style, focused entirely on strength, believing it to be the only answer. Those people continued to train their bodies and their own power. I used to be one of them. However, a question arises. If Do Kin Hoa is at the peak of the all-rounder meta, then who is at the top of the strength-based swordsman meta? In the world, there is no single consensus, but at least in our country, the answer is clear. It's Joden-ho. With his skills, he has the ability to crush an opponent with a single sword swing. No matter how the swordsman meta changes, he protects his position perfectly. I wonder how well my grown strength will hold up against a player like him. Damn it. I'm feeling excited now. Sang-hoon nodded, announcing, "I'm ready. Let's go." A notification appeared. All players are now ready. The match will start right now. Current number of ready players. 2. Without wasting time, Joden-ho lunged directly to initiate the fight. "I like that attitude of yours, answering so decisively. A real man always casts aside all doubts and proves himself through action." Knowing his opponent was no weakling, Sang-hoon frowned. He just raised his sword, and he already created gusts of wind that blew everything around them away. How am I supposed to block that attack? With a defensive parry, or should I activate stun? Facing Joden-ho means I have to use strength to counter strength. Simultaneously, a series of notifications appeared. Berserk skill has been activated. User's body has been strengthened. User's speed has been increased. Duel title is now active. Target isolated. Player Joden-ho has no one else within a 5-meter radius around the target, except you. The effect of the duel has been activated. Joden-ho excitedly lunged to attack. Let's start with a gentle blow. His strength was absolutely terrifying, making things difficult for Sang-hoon. He had to remind himself, I must stay calm. This is a test of strength against Joden-ho. Rushing into a head-on collision is suicide, meaning I have to land a blow on his flank, where his power flow is weakest. Seeing Sang-hoon block his attack, Joden-ho was extremely surprised. Even though his body was small, nothing could hinder him. His sword had also been pinned to the ground by Sang-hoon. This, in turn, only made him more excited. Surprising, really. Joden-ho realized he had actually blocked his attack. I was amazed. And not just because he blocked that attack. Out of all the things Sang-hoon could have done, he could have dodged, frozen the enemy, or thrown his sword. A dozen different techniques flashed through my mind. But Sang-hoon did something completely unexpected. Of all the choices he had, he chose to meet force with force. I never saw this coming. While he was still lost in thought, Sang-Huynh slowly raised his sword. My turn now, right? Ho was startled, suddenly realizing he'd been zoning out. The energy coming off him was terrifying. That attack, it's too dangerous, he shouted as he lunged. Here I come! Using his skills, Din Sang-Huynh began tearing through the area, even forcing Ho backward. Perhaps out of sheer excitement, he laughed. How long had it been since he was blown back like that, and by someone with such a small build? I completely misjudged him. I only heard about him testing Kim Mai and Trang Li, so I thought he was just a frog in a well. But even after being knocked back, Ho quickly regained his composure. He stared straight at his opponent. What a real man, right? Just like me, can't help but get fired up. He praised him. Great attack. I'm truly surprised. Sang-Huynh smiled and nodded. Thank you. Ho continued his analysis. I never thought you could blow me back with that small frame of yours. You really are a monster, just like the rumors say. He thought to himself, it's all thanks to my berserk, critical strike. Usually, most monsters would have exploded from that hit. But you're the real monster here. Damn it. Din Sang-Huynh replied calmly. I just got lucky. Ho raised his sword once again. No need for modesty. A real man doesn't need to hide behind fake humility. I owe you an apology for holding back until now. I'll go all out against you. Sang-Huyn's eyes flickered with anticipation. Finally, he was using that move. This was the attack that Ho had used to save countless lives during the incident that was supposed to happen 20 years later. A relentless bombardment of meteorites summoned by magic-wielding monsters. A single sword strike capable of destroying everything in its path. Ho's signature move, the Destroyer. While he was thinking, Ho analyzed, this technique isn't perfect yet. This is the first time I've shown it to anyone. I hope you find it satisfying. Sang-Huynh sighed softly. I'm already satisfied that he's willing to go all out against me. Damn, this just proves how much stronger I've become. What do I do now? Even if that technique is unfinished, blocking it right now is nearly impossible. But I can't give up like this. I'll have to unleash my strongest attack. I'll combine acceleration with a berserk counterattack. Yeah, with this combo, it's the most powerful move I've got. Sang-Huynh raised his sword. I'm ready. He knew the strategy. It was the same as before. Attack the flank, where his defense is weakest. Looking back, it's kind of funny to be testing my strength against a level 700 player. The terrifying moment had arrived. Sang-Huynh gripped his sword tightly as Ho hoisted his own into the air. He rushed forward, not forgetting to announce, Here I come, Sang-Huynh told himself. But until now, I've constantly overcome the impossible. So right here, right now, I'll overcome the impossible once again. Elsewhere, Kim Mai was walking down the hallway, lost in thought. The things that happened earlier made her incredibly frustrated, but she quickly calmed herself down. Okay, I have to go train with Sang-Huynh. I can't stay down like this forever. Snap out of it, Kim Mai. Suddenly, an earthquake shook the area, leaving everyone around her confused. It stopped as quickly as it started, leaving everyone bewildered. An earthquake? What was that? Sensing something was wrong, Kim Mai turned back, and she sprinted toward the training room at full speed. Bursting inside, she shouted, Sang-Huynh, what's going on? Before her eyes lay a space destroyed in ruins. She stared in disbelief at the wreckage. Kim Mai asked, what on earth happened here? Meanwhile, Ho stood up, smiling. You really surprised me. Even though we were just training, I put everything I had into that move, and you were able to face it head on. He hadn't expected Sang-Huynh to be completely drained of energy. He nodded. Thanks for the compliment, but it wasn't easy. I think my wrist is broken. Ho tiredly reassured him. Don't worry about that. We have top-tier medical facilities at the guild. It won't interfere with your training with Kim Mai. He thought to himself, I'm acting like I'm fine, but I've taken more damage than I expected. I can't believe I'm on par with a rookie player who just appeared. Still, for some reason, I don't feel bad. At that moment when our swords clashed, his blade didn't feel like a rookie's at all. It felt like I was facing a seasoned veteran. Wait, a veteran? Seriously? How could that be? I guess I still have a lot of work to do. A notification appeared. Training session ended. Ho walked slowly towards Sang-Huynh and apologized. Once again, thank you for accepting my selfish request. Sang-Huynh, I didn't expect this, but this moment has really made me reevaluate myself. Furthermore, there won't be anyone in the guild left to doubt your abilities now. Ho suddenly reached out his hand, taking Sang-Huynh by surprise. He stood up and smiled. So, you were just testing me, right? Ho nodded with a loud laugh. Of course. You just appeared out of nowhere, so I had my doubts. But now, I fully acknowledge you. You really are a real man. Huynh, would you like to join the real men's club I founded? If you agree, Kim Mai's voice cut him off. So, this is what was happening? I understand everything now, Ho. Seeing her appear out of nowhere, he turned around, startled. She couldn't take it anymore and criticized him. What real men's club are you talking about? I thought you were supposed to be mentoring Huynh. What the heck are you doing here? You've turned this place into a complete mess. How are we supposed to keep training here? Ho looked awkward. We're doomed. Huynh glanced over at him. What are we going to do now? She was still furious. A real man, just ignoring a friend's request like that. Seriously? He explained sheepishly. I'm sorry, okay? Kim Mai. She turned her frustration towards Huynh. And you, Huynh. You had an appointment with me. So, what is the meaning of this? Having never dealt with a situation like this, he was flustered. I'm sorry. Kim Mai shifted the scene to the player town, specifically the underground parking lot of Building C. Huynh wearily opened the car door. The day's training had left him with zero energy. He recalled what had just happened. It was his own fault for not listening to Kim Mai and going off to spar with Ho instead. But she kept nagging him. Huynh, you'd better prepare yourself. Her words only made him feel more desperate. He hadn't expected that, after all that, he'd have to train for 18 hours straight. If it were the old him, he would have logged out of this world 3 times over. Still, it was great that the training yielded such worthy results. I think we have about 2 days left until the Black Gate appears, right? From now until then, I'm going to get some real rest. A voice from behind caught his attention. Are you Huynh? What a coincidence. It's a pleasure to meet you. Having just finished training, seeing this strange woman in front of him left him feeling a bit confused. Huynh stepped toward her and asked, Who are you? Holding the business card in his hand, he realized it was Latrang Hai. Recognizing her credentials, he chuckled. So, are you a recruiter from the association? He thought to himself, surprised that she knew his name directly. He almost thought she was an acquaintance from his past life, but that definitely wasn't it. She nodded happily. Yes, I'm Latrang. Hi, a strategic recruiter for Recruitment Team B. I've been gathering information on you for a while now to recruit you, Huynh, but I'm surprised to run into you here. He was at a loss for words. Doesn't people usually keep that kind of thing private? I'm a bit tired today, so if you don't mind, I'll be heading off. If you have any questions regarding recruitment, please ask me later. I'll call you back at the number on the card. Suddenly, Trang Hai stepped closer and proposed. Wait, could you please answer just one thing? Is it true you have absolutely no interest in becoming a player affiliated with the association? Huynh turned back to explain. No, not at this time. A look of excitement flickered at the corner of her mouth. I figured as much. Just one question, okay? Huyhn's expression grew even worse. I'm so tired. Fine, sure, if it's something I can answer. He thought, what is her problem? Isn't she being way too pushy? I feel like I'm about to pass out. Why can't she save this for later? Trang Hai asked her burning question. Huynh, is your ability a skill that allows you to copy others? Or perhaps steal skills? Or do you possess an ability that allows you to see the future? This sudden question left Huynh completely frozen. What? In a blink, the scene shifted to the city, the entrance to the Black Gate, where a luxury supercar quickly pulled to a stop. Kim Mai stepped out and said, I'll call you later, okay, driver? The chauffeur replied, Very well, ma'am. Please take care. Looking around the area, she sighed softly. She had arrived earlier than expected, which meant she could prepare faster, so it didn't matter. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught her eye. Curious, Kim Mai called out. Huynh, you're here so early. I'm ahead of schedule too. Do you want to warm up? Before she could finish, she realized something was off. She hurriedly checked again. Who are you? Huynh, exhausted, recognized her. Oh, you're here? Stepping closer to observe him, she was shocked. What's wrong? Did something happen? I almost thought you were a monster. Huynh waved his hand and smiled weakly. It's nothing, really. Nothing happened. I'm fine. He thought, damn it, that whole thing keeps weighing on me. I can't get any sleep. I feel like I could collapse at any moment. I stayed up all night investigating that girl but couldn't find a thing. This uneasy feeling is going to kill me. I never expected someone to start suspecting my unique skill and the fact that I'm a time traveler so soon. Seeing he wouldn't answer, Trang Hai waved goodbye. Not going to answer me? Well then, see you later. This made Huynh even more anxious. I thought I was being so careful. How on earth did someone figure it out so fast? Besides, who in their right mind would suspect someone of being a regressor? This isn't good. I feel like some weirdo has seen right through me. What should I do now? How do I get her to stop suspecting me? Should I just lay low and observe? Or should I start being proactive and try to get close to her? Maybe buy her a drink? No. Wouldn't that just make me look even more suspicious? Seeing Huynh looking like a ghost, Kim Mai called out, "Be honest with me. What happened? Should we cancel today's raid?" He shook his head hurriedly. "No, I promise I'm fine. Nothing happened. We can't let this opportunity go to waste. By the way, Kim Mai, I've never seen that bow before. Did you get a new one?" She laughed and explained. "This? I was just about to show it to you. It's an epic grade holy relic I borrowed from the Kuzoka Guild in Japan. We've had a partnership with them for a long time, so I've been pouring everything into preparing for this raid." Hearing that, he gave a forced smile. "That's amazing," he thought to himself. "Is it really that easy to borrow an epic grade item? How much did that even cost? No, I'm going to own an epic grade item of my own soon enough. I can't let myself get jealous of stuff like this. You can do this." Huynh decided to focus on getting an epic grade item first. As for Latrang, Hai, from the recruitment team, that could wait. Not wanting to waste any more time, he spoke up. "Well, even if it's a bit earlier than planned, why don't we just get started?" Seeing that Huynh was ready, Kim Mai became even more eager. "Yeah, let's go." The two slowly headed inside the dungeon. Huynh walked and muttered to himself. "Right, who cares? As long as I've got this epic grade item, I'm good. Whether my regression is exposed or not, I just need to focus on what needs to be done." Noticing something off about him, Kim Mai grew even more confused. Huynh really had zero self-awareness. It's incredible. Why did he think he had to go through the trouble of borrowing this? What I saw with my own eyes a few days ago truly shocked me to the core. I already knew Huyhn's growth speed was abnormally fast. After all, I've been keeping an eye on him for a long time, but just 15 hours after we started training, suddenly, he says he just learned a new skill and wants to test it out. Seeing her blown backward, he was extremely worried. "Kim Mai, are you okay?" That day's event still leaves her surprised. The training ground, built to be indestructible, was demolished in a single blow. Worried, Huynh pointed at the shattered wall. "What should we do now? Do you have to pay for the damages?" "No. Wait, I didn't know it would shatter like that." Kim Mai wondered, confused. Does he think he could match me without borrowing an epic-grade artifact? That's why I prepared so thoroughly today. I won't just keep following in his footsteps forever. Both of them arrived at the entrance of the Void Forest at the Black Gate. This place seemed perfectly normal. They walked through each area slowly. Kim Mai kept looking around, highly alert. Huynh smiled while talking to her. "Vigilance is good, but don't be too worried. Staying in a defensive stance burns a lot of stamina. You know." She laughed and nodded in response. "You're right. Honestly, this place feels a bit different from what the preliminary report said, so I'm just a little anxious. I heard this was a forest with supernatural phenomena, but looking at it now, it seems a bit exaggerated." Huyhn's expression grew serious. "I also researched this gate in my previous life, but can this place really change this much? This is the first time I've experienced a change from my past life. This is a bit concerning." As the two were lost in their own thoughts, a monster appeared. Kim Mai immediately entered a combat-ready state. There really is a monster ahead. "It looks like an orc, doesn't it?" Huynh suddenly felt excited. "No, that's just me reminding myself. Right, everything must be different from my past life. This is no longer just a simple change." He nodded, identifying a giant goblin to avoid wasting time. It lunged toward them to attack. Huynh shifted into a defensive stance. "It's coming." He suddenly signaled to Kim Mai. The time flashed back to the previous evening. Huynh smiled and suggested, "After studying the Black Gate, I have a proposal. From now on, let's use this. What do you think?" At that time, she was still puzzled. "Your finger? You mean we'll use hand signs to signal?" Huynh nodded, satisfied. "Exactly. To prepare for high-tension situations, we will simulate every possible scenario and communicate using hand signs." This time, Kim Mai turned to look at him with a puzzled gaze. "All possible scenarios? Do we even have enough time for that? The raid is only a few days away." But he was very confident in his calculations. "Don't worry, I said all possible scenarios. But we only need to learn the basic patterns. The rest will happen naturally. But it's not always easy to remember and use them instantly. Then we only have one option. We will focus on repetitive drills and form patterns to deal with every situation. That way, we'll be able to use the hand signs as naturally as possible." If we truly succeed in memorizing them, we will be able to clear this raid perfectly. Back to reality, Huynh smiled. Now, I'm holding up 2 fingers. What does this mean? Kim Mai thought silently for a moment. What was that? Oh, I remember. As a monster lunged straight at them, the goblin advancing to attack, the two moved in opposite directions. Kim Mai continued to analyze. We'll dodge in opposite directions, right? Huynh nodded, asking, That's right. And what's the next step? She recalled what he had taught her. Then the monsters will instinctively target the weaker one, and it's highly likely that person will be me. I'll dodge while firing an arrow, because if I know who its target is, before it can even move, I can shoot arrows straight into its joints and limit its mobility immediately. He nodded. Precise analysis. And when its movement is restricted, even without using a skill, we can still create an opening. She suddenly spoke up. But Huynh, I think that's my limit for that. I don't think I can deal a critical hit. Kim Mai fired an arrow straight at the monster. Just one hit caused its body to fall apart. Realizing her overwhelming power, she was surprised. What is this power? I didn't even use my full strength. Is this the power of an epic-grade holy artifact? I didn't even pull the string that hard. And it's already this powerful. If I used my full strength in the shot, could I finish it in a single blow? After the last attack, the goblin realized its opponent wasn't easy to deal with. It hurriedly gathered its remaining strength, intending to lunge at Kim Mai in a suicidal attack. This caught her off guard. Huyn's slow voice rang out. It's true that it'll be hard to land a critical hit, but don't worry, because I'll use the opening you create. He jumped into the air, aiming straight for the goblin. After gathering all his strength, he slammed its body into the ground. Clearly, this monster was no match for Huynh. To finish it off under their combined efforts, the giant monster was completely dealt with. Huynh landed on the ground and called out, Kim Mai, your firepower just now seems to have skyrocketed compared to before. She sighed and suggested, I think we should recalculate our tactics and account for the power of my new bow. He nodded in agreement. True. If you had aimed straight at its head just now, everything would have been much safer for you. It looks like we'll have to adjust our tactics a bit. In his head, Huynh thought, as expected from an epic-grade item, Kim Mai's firepower now feels like it's 5 times stronger than before. This gate would probably be much easier to clear if we made better use of that power. Seeing his thoughtful expression, she stepped forward to talk. It's a huge relief that our teamwork is still so great, though, don't you think? It's a good thing we practiced so hard. He nodded in agreement. That's right. You reacted faster than I thought. You must have been training hard, huh? Kim Mai gave a wry smile. Yeah, she suddenly remembered last night. This is move number 37, she thought to herself, wondering who he thought was to blame. Does he have any idea how many times I had to re-watch our practice footage just so I wouldn't fall behind? I thought my eyes were going to pop out. Huynh suddenly spoke up in praise. Great job. Our practice run ends here. Time to start the real battle. Right in front of them, 2 more giant monsters appeared. From up high, a monster was silently observing their actions. Its eyes flashed with ferocity. It didn't seem like an easy target. Seeing this, Huynh chuckled in surprise. Is it because we took down its friends so easily? They aren't attacking right away, they're just watching us? If they want to play it that way, that's our advantage. Using his God's Eye skill, Huynh identified the number of monsters in the area as 10. He wondered to himself, the numbers aren't as high as I thought. Is it because we're still near the entrance? He suddenly called out. There are 10 of them in total, including the one we saw first. Based on our preliminary scouting, there's a high chance they are assassin goblins. It looks like it's using a stealth skill. Hearing this, Kim Mai made a decision. Is that so? Then, I think using the 4-2 strategy will Huynh turned back to explain. There are no long-range monsters, so let's use that strategy. She was quite surprised by his words. That strategy, her face turned sour. Wait, no way. I refuse. Why do we have to use that? Isn't 4-2 the standard technique for dealing with monsters that have stealth skills? Isn't that the right way to do it? Or we could just use 4 to fight a group of monsters. Are you even listening to me? Seeing the two of them arguing, the surrounding monsters were quite curious. With no other choice, Kim Mai sat on Huyhn's sword. Please explain, why do we have to do this? He smiled and said, You know the answer, don't you, Kim Mai? Your firepower is even more insane than we anticipated. So there's no reason for us not to fully utilize that advantage. No matter how I calculate it, this is still the most optimal strategy right now. It seemed she really didn't want to do this. I know. But fine, let's do it your way. It's not like I can ever make you change your mind anyway. Huynh couldn't wait any longer. All right, let's go. He silently calculated that if there were no long-range monsters in the dungeon, that's right, securing the safest firing position was the strategy with the absolute advantage right now. This unexpected move by the duo completely confused the monsters. Kim Mai's whole body was launched into the air, all according to Song Huyn's calculation. The human cannonball strategy. Terrified, she screamed desperately. Seriously, I hate flying in the air like this. I don't even ever go on roller coasters because I hate this feeling to death. Right after that, her legs changed. At the same time, the level 4 flight skill was activated. The system notified her that her falling speed from high altitude would be significantly reduced for 5 minutes. Kim Mai said, with determination, "Fine, then that's okay. It better work." On his end, Sang Hoon lunged straight at the two monsters. They screamed madly, as if they had lost their minds. With just one arrow from Kim Mai, one of them met its ancestors. Everything happened so fast that the remaining monster hadn't even processed what happened. Thud. It was taken care of too. Seeing everything go according to plan, Sang Hoon laughed. All right, he thought. Even though I predicted it to some extent, getting 1 kill per shot is for real. This isn't just thanks to the epic level gear. I'm not sure if it's the result of our training, or the time that's passed since last time, but Kim Mai's aim has become much sharper. I can see the shadow of the legendary Kim Mai, who slaughtered everything in our past life within her right now. It seems that not only I, but others are gradually becoming stronger. I'm genuinely surprised that there would be a time when Kim Mai is the one motivating me like this. All right. Next. Both of them were aiming for the monster deep inside the forest. Dark energy gradually formed its body, with fiery red eyes that looked like they could burn everything to ashes. Realizing an intruder had entered its territory, the beast scanned its surroundings. Kim Mai lunged forward. She was ready for the next fight. Just then, Sang Hoon suddenly appeared before it. He warned, "Cut it out." Before it could understand what was happening, he had taken its head. He told himself he had to support Kim Mai properly. After finishing off this obstacle, Sang Hoon laughed. I didn't expect this situation, but I guess the day where I get carried by Kim Mai has truly arrived. From mid-air, she began to draw her bow again, her eyes fixed straight at the prey. 7 monsters remained, and the multi-lock skill was activated. Multi-lock, 7 targets selected. All the monsters below were within Kim Mai's sights. They probably had no way to escape. Right after that, she activated the Stardust Rain skill. 7 arrows flew in 7 different directions, and at the same time, every single monster was completely wiped out. The scene shifted to the empty forest, also known as the World Tree's resting area. Inside, Sang Hoon and Kim Mai sat quite far apart, feeling a bit awkward. He called out, "Kim Mai, when are you going to stop being mad at me?" She didn't even seem to notice him. "In your dreams, 6 times. You made me do that 6 times. How could you make me do those things 6 times, huh?" "That's right, I had to fly 6 times. Sang Hoon awkwardly explained. "The place was crawling with monsters. We didn't have any other choice." Even so, she still wouldn't forgive him. "I'm asking you, why was I the only one killing monsters? I know I can do it, but 6 times? Isn't that going too far? Do you have any idea how many arrows I shot today?" Sang Hoon remained silent, thinking about what she said. It was true that it was a bit excessive, but it had been a long time since he felt. I couldn't help but get excited seeing him carry the team like that. But now, what should I do? I don't think any ordinary gifts will lift Kim Mai's mood right now. She can just buy anything she wants for herself. Suddenly, an idea crossed my mind, and a smug smile spread across Sang Hoon's face. Come to think of it, there's one way. I grabbed a pan and dove into cooking, tossing various spices into the pot. I was feeling pretty pumped. It's been a while since I had the chance to show off my skills like this. I thought to myself, in a situation like this, a delicious meal is the perfect way to turn a bad mood around. The savory aroma began to spread everywhere. Even though she was still pouting, Kim Mai caught the scent of the food. She fell silent, sensing that something wasn't quite right. As Kim Mai turned around, Sang Hoon started the conversation. "There you are. Perfect timing. I just finished." She looked a bit confused. "What are you doing?" I held out the plate of delicious food toward her. "Don't be like that. We still have a long way to go. So I thought having a bite to eat would be the perfect way to lift all of our spirits. The dish I made is beef Wellington, a treat for adventurers." While Kim Mai was still caught off guard, Sang Hoon urged her, "All right, let's eat." Even though she was still grumpy, she decided to try a piece. The moment she put it in her mouth, the explosion of flavor took her by surprise. Kim Mai immediately raved, "This is so good. What on earth is this? How did you even make something like this?" I nodded, satisfied. "I'm really glad you like it. She looked genuinely excited. The texture is so unique. Where did you get this meat? I've never tasted anything like this before. Hearing that, Huynh gave an awkward smile. I found something like a rabbit. Kim Mai bought the story completely. Really? That's amazing. Do you think we can catch a few more on our way out of here? I thought helplessly to myself. I'm sorry I can't tell you the truth, Kim Mai, but if you feel better, that's all that matters. I'll take this secret to my grave. Because, in reality, I used the meat from the monster I just hunted. The meat is top tier, Kim Mai said happily. I feel much better now. Thank you so much. Huynh nodded sheepishly. It was actually meat from a kubao. Afterward, the two of them were stuffed. Kim Mai cradled her belly. That was delicious. Thanks again. Huynh shook his head. No, I'm the one who should be thanking you. The next area is the final one for the preliminary survey, right? She smiled and nodded. That's where the Shadow Guardians appear. After that, we won't have any more info on the following zones. But it'll be fine. I've got my energy back now. Hearing that, Huynh immediately suggested, That's true. Let's rest a little longer before we head out. She suddenly spoke her mind. Hey, I've caused you a lot of unnecessary trouble lately, haven't I? I'm sorry. I should have said this sooner, but it's all my fault for being so careless. I laughed in response. You mean the rumors? About me being your new boyfriend or that you're throwing money at me and working me like a slave? Kim Mai's reaction was immediate and clear. Slaves don't get treated like that, do they? Huynh stared at her. But it's fine. Don't worry about it. I don't really mind. Her mood seemed a bit complicated. It's just I've seen how capable you are, and I'm genuinely drawn to that. But the media keeps publicizing those ridiculous misunderstandings. Huynh didn't seem to care much. It's alright, that's just how people are. Besides, it shows how much attention we're getting, right? It feels like I only became famous because of you. So sometimes it's actually kind of fun. She glanced at him. What's that supposed to mean? Even without you, I'd still be getting plenty of attention. Your progress is really cool. Suddenly, my mood lifted. You really think so? Well, you don't need to apologize for that. No matter what the media says, we'll always look for each other when we need help. That's how all professional relationships work, right? Kim Mai went silent for a moment. Huynh continued talking comfortably, not realizing that people actually like those silly rumors. Her next sentence caught him off guard. What if that's not the case? What if it's not just about a professional relationship? Then what would happen? Elsewhere, the streamer S.C.M. was broadcasting. Hello everyone watching on YouTube. Today's dish is braised kubao brisket. What's that? Are you wondering what kind of germs these monsters might carry, so you're hesitant to eat it? Don't worry, kubao meat is very similar to the meat we usually eat, so it doesn't have any strange pathogens. You can enjoy it with peace of mind. Oh, right. Now that I think about it, some people are allergic to kubao meat. The symptoms are a bit strange. The main symptom is feeling hazy and a lack of inhibitions. You could say the person becomes incredibly honest. Elsewhere, Kim Mai asked, what if it's not just a professional relationship? This situation startled Huynh. What is she suddenly talking about? Wait, don't tell me this is an allergic reaction to the kubao meat. Before this, Kim Lien had a reaction where she said, I want to be a bird. Huynh stood there, dazed, and replied, Right, that's good. Being a bird sounds nice. They can fly, after all. I realized with panic that it only happens to 1 in 10,000 people, so I hadn't even considered it. I never expected Kim Mai to be one of them. Back when a member of my party had this allergy, it was a living hell. I need to think carefully about how to react in this situation. Suddenly, I remembered what SCM said. However, don't worry, there's a very clever way to deal with someone having an allergic reaction to kubao meat. Huyn's eyes lit up. That's it. That's the only way. I slowly lowered my face. It's Kim Mai. Actually, I want to be a bird too. She suddenly turned her head to look at me. Time passed, and both of them stood frozen for 3 seconds. Then Kim Mai's eyes suddenly lit up. She hurriedly asked, A bird? I nodded and said, A real bird. Her face turned bright red. That's so stupid. I meant, like a fake bird? He told himself that he just needed to pretend he was also allergic so she wouldn't feel embarrassed. The next morning, they continued deeper into the forest. But this time, they couldn't seem to say a word to each other. Sensing that something was off, Kim Mai called out to him, That, Huynh. He nodded in response. What's wrong? She felt a bit awkward. Before she could let Kim Mai finish her sentence, he interrupted. It's really delicious, right? But I think it has a strange hallucinogenic effect. Let's not eat that anymore. Right. Huynh was determined to think it through, grinding his teeth to endure and not admit it. Even if he acted that way to keep Kim Mai from feeling embarrassed, acting like that at his age was just too humiliating. Damn it. Just then, Kim Mai kept praising him. You really look like a bird. Sang-hoon was still in the middle of taking off. Like this. A really big bird. How about that? Because he was so embarrassed, he kept moving forward. He thought, we're almost there. Let's prepare for battle. Kim Mai chuckled to herself. It's a relief. He's just trying to brush it off. What is wrong with me? Suddenly confessing like that, but her voice was a bit helpless. It wasn't like she didn't mean it. Hearing something, Din Sung-hoon turned his head, confused. Did you just say something, Kim Mai? She hurriedly waved her hand. It's nothing. A low growl echoed from around them, and he keenly sensed a problem. Walking up to a high cliff, he called out. Kim Mai nodded in understanding. She saw it too. In front of them, 5 monsters were sitting still in one spot. Looking at these ugly monsters, Sung-hoon recognized them. That's a pack of shadow guardians. What do you think? Huh? Kim Mai, do you think you can shoot through them? She thought for a moment and replied, I'm not very confident. It might be difficult. According to the preliminary survey, their skin is really thick. I think penetrating the whole group in one shot will be hard. Sung-hoon nodded in response. It looks like we can't count on good luck like last time anymore. At the same time, his calculations were logical. Even while using an epic-grade artifact, trying to pierce their defenses was still a difficult task with Kim Mai's current strength. As Kim Mai matured and grew stronger, she would be able to do that easily. But for now, she hadn't reached that level yet. Thinking about this, he immediately suggested, All right, then why don't we just attack them head-on? She said, with a decisive tone. Just give me the signal. I'll definitely keep up. Realizing something was wrong, Sang-hoon was startled. Wait, Kim Mai, do they usually travel in packs? After thinking, she replied, Now that I think about it, I've never heard of that before. Was this information something the preliminary survey missed? All of them turned their heads toward the two simultaneously. An invisible pressure weighed down, making Sang-hoon jump. Kim Mai, I realized something terrible. Those things, they knew we were coming. There's no way ordinary monsters could coordinate like that. With no other choice, they both turned and ran. Just as the two of them left, the ground suddenly shattered. A shadow guardian used its massive body to press in on them, forcing both of them to burn mana to run as fast as they could. Seeing them act so crazily, he suddenly realized the sign that a commander monster was nearby. At the same time, an intermediate Shadow King had appeared. Sang-hoon jumped onto a tree branch high above. I knew it. Kim Mai was about to say something. Thank you. Before she could finish her sentence, they realized danger was approaching. A giant monster started lunging at them. Din Sang-hoon was the first to react, and Kim Mai's expression became even more serious. This is bad. Signal 3 means a series of close-range rapid attacks, and the two continued to fight in tandem from one side to the other. Even though their opponent was very strong, they were still very in sync. The monster was knocked back with just one high-class arrow from Kim Mai. Just as it fell to the ground, she turned back to announce, Sang-hoon, I'm done. Next, before she could even rest, another monster continued to charge at her. Its gaze was as fierce as if it wanted to tear her to shreds. Perhaps because she was so surprised, she couldn't do anything else. In that critical moment, Sang-hoon lunged forward with his sword. He was quite angry at its actions. You pig-headed jerk. At the same time, he activated his speed skill, a physical enhancement that allowed for explosive speed far beyond human limits. Double speed consumes 20 mana per second, while triple speed consumes 30, and quadruple speed consumes 40. Everything happened too fast. While the monster still didn't understand what was going on, Sang-hoon had already appeared right in front of it. He gripped his sword tightly, and with just a basic strike, he handled the giant monster. Kim Mai hurriedly ran over, worried. Sang-hoon. He sighed and remarked, You're tough, aren't you? It took that hit square on and still walked away completely fine? The monster muttered words that were extremely unpleasant. Understanding the current situation, he sighed softly. It seems that invincible nickname wasn't just for show. Still, if we keep fighting like this, we'll definitely take it down eventually. But I want to save some stamina for the final boss. So with no other choice, he decided, maybe it's time to use that. Sang-hoon spoke up, and Kim Mai immediately approached. Yes, what should we do now? The next sight left her stunned. Sang-hoon's lips curled up, and he asked, You know what this means, right? She was the one who knew it better than anyone. Signal 1 means? Kim Mai nodded, and signaled back. Got it, I understand. Seeing her leave, the intermediate boss was extremely confused. It didn't want anyone to escape. She remained calm, jumping to a high place to observe the entire situation. Although she still felt a lot of anxiety in her heart, with an enemy with such high defense, this was the right strategy. But I still haven't seen him use that skill. In actual combat, will this really be okay? Sang Huynh couldn't wait any longer. Let's begin. He backed away to keep a safe distance, gripping his precious sword tightly. Sang Huynh's power suddenly erupted, making the intermediate boss jump. It couldn't have expected that the ordinary human in front of it would have such terrifying strength. He laughed, as if he understood its fear. Seems like you still don't understand what's happening, huh? But don't worry, you won't have time to think. I'll finish this quickly. These words made the intermediate boss even angrier, and it screamed frantically. Sang Huynh wasn't about to lose, and he went head-to-head with the giant monster. The scene here slowly turned tragic. His sword was engulfed in a sea of flames. The next second, it underwent a transformation. Sang Huynh footsteps were so powerful that the ground shattered. It was like he had turned into a completely different person, pouring his all into this fight. A look of anticipation was clear on his face. Let's test this out in a real fight. The move I'm using is the Sword of Destruction, an hidden, activated skill. Skill Level 1. Consume a portion of your funds to concentrate destructive energy into your blade. If your mana is not above 50%, you cannot activate the Sword of Destruction. The destructive energy varies depending on the amount of mana consumed. Even a mid-tier boss would be torn to pieces by this move. Clearly, it was no match for Sang Huynh. A truly terrifying scene unfolded right there. The ground shattered, along with hundreds of fragments from the body of the mid-tier boss. The scene became silent as a notification appeared. Congratulations, you have conquered the mid-tier Royal Guard boss. Finally, a radiant smile appeared on Sang Huynh face. He felt that life was truly beautiful. Yes, that was it. This performance was amazing. I finally have my first ultimate move after being reborn. While he was still celebrating, the system suddenly issued a notification. The Sword of Destruction has consumed all your mana. You will enter a state of mana exhaustion for 3.2 seconds. Time shifted back a few days to the Black Guild's special training room. Seeing how Kim Mai fought left Sang Huynh completely stunned, so he hurriedly called out to stop her. Kim Mai, wait. No sooner had he finished his sentence than she had completely taken down all the monsters around them. She turned back to look at him, confused. What's so urgent? We're doing great. Sang Huynh shook his head and replied, Sorry, there's just something I need to check right now. He looked at his current stats with excitement. I've finally been able to get my hands on this skill. The Sword of Destruction. It's one of the finisher moves I used in my past life. Could it be that I've finally met the conditions to use sword techniques based on a specific mana consumption threshold? I did it pretty quickly in this life. How many years did it take me in my past life to get this skill? Yet here I am, having obtained it in less than a month. The Sword of Destruction is a finisher-type skill that all swordsmen eventually attain with enough time. That's why it's sometimes called a swordsman's basic right. Although it's usually used as a finisher, its applications are limitless, depending on the user's mastery. It can also be seen as a way to measure someone's true ability. For example, by concentrating destructive energy right into the sword's tip, or by using all your mana to your absolute limit and developing a powerful technique with my artifact swallowing skill. Mana manipulation is something I obviously had to master, and it became an essential move I used constantly. However, honestly speaking, that's something I only realized toward the end of my life. I couldn't use it to its full potential, but everything is different now. If I, as I am today, achieve the Sword of Destruction, then it will increase my chances of winning. Sang Huyn's terrifying attack made Kim Mai scream. She was shocked and couldn't believe her eyes. No way, she thought to herself. Has he even become stronger than when I last saw him? How? The next scene left Kim Mai frozen. Right after finishing off the mid-tier boss, Sang Huynh collapsed to the ground. She worriedly called out to him. Sang Huynh, you were just muttering to yourself, I need mana. For some time after that, Sang Huynh had to continuously replenish his energy. As his mana gradually recovered, he felt relieved. That was close. I almost died. Thank you so much, Kim Mai. I didn't think you'd be carrying mana recovery potions with you. That was a real lifesaver. She looked at him, confused. You just used up all your mana for that one strike? Isn't that completely different from what we planned? You said you were going to finish them in a single strike to save stamina, right? So how could you collapse like that? Sang Huynh gave a wry smile. Sorry about that. It's been a long time since I last used it, so I got a little carried away. It was way too much. She turned to look at him, curious. Didn't you just use it for the first time recently? Why would you say you've used it for a long time? Realizing he had slipped up, Sang Huynh froze and hurriedly changed the subject. Well, you see, a few days ago feels like a long time ago. Don't they say the world can change in just one night? Everything changes so fast these days, right? The world is just Kim, Mai remarked. You're being suspicious. This made Huynh even more flustered. What do you mean? Anyway, Kim Mai, the Black Guild is really amazing. I didn't expect you to have such concentrated mana recovery potions. It's unbelievable. She smiled and replied, if you like it that much, why not join our guild? It's not even that expensive. I'll get you a lifetime supply. He was surprised by this. You're starting to sound like a businesswoman. By the way, how much is this? I'll pay you back. I can't just take it for free, she replied nonchalantly. About 500 million gold? Huynh laughed. I see, it's not actually that expensive, if it's only around that much. He realized something was wrong and froze. He hurriedly corrected himself. Wait, did you just say 500 million? That's a bit pricey. But Kim Mai replied in a calm tone. I already told you it was about 500 million. He nodded, catching on. I see. So I misheard it as 500 million earlier? I understand. He then tried to spit back out what he had just drunk. Kim Mai reminded him from behind. I'm not making you pay me back, so just drink it. After a long time traveling, the two reached the deepest part of the forest in the ZLS village, called Hollow Force. Huynh still led the way, with Kim Mai following behind. They didn't speak. Looking around the place, he suddenly realized, now I'm sure. I knew something wasn't right the moment I stepped into this dungeon. But this place has changed so much from what I knew about it. Even if this forest is different, I've heard rumors about a monster village, this massive, existing here. I think this is the first time things have been so different from my past life. Just in case, I should tell Kim Mai what I can. Any information about the final boss will definitely be useful. He called out to Kim Mai. He was about to tell her that the final boss of this dungeon would be. She looked at him in surprise. The final boss? Why are you? Suddenly, her image became blurry. Time seemed to stop. Huynh realized time in this place had frozen, and his expression changed instantly. Just as time stopped, while Huynh was still confused and didn't understand what was happening, the goddess of luck appeared. She gently touched his face. The goddess of luck said that what he had just said was blocked, so that no constellation in the Dimensional Legion could hear him. This made him turn his head in surprise. The goddess thought to herself, a constellation just intervened in the physical world? No. More importantly, why is she, the goddess of luck, informed him of an important truth? Once others know what makes you special, you will no longer be special. Huynh was about to say something else. Wait, goddess, does that mean you knew that Everything returned to normal. Kim Mai looked at him, confused. What was he trying to say? Could it be that you already know something about the final boss? Huynh shook his head, hurriedly explaining. No, I think I was just mistaken. This place is just like the video I saw on YouTube. She suddenly found it a bit funny. What's that? That's silly. Anyway, it's fine. I get confused like that sometimes too. Even so, the final boss might appear soon, so we need to stay alert. Saying that out loud was a good thing. Huynh was still lost in his own thoughts. Was that a warning or protection? Whatever it was, it seemed the goddess of luck knew something about his regression. Have I become too complacent? That's right. I forgot that I could be targeted at any time. Just like the shadow hunters I saw before, if any constellation finds my regression bothersome, I will be their #1 prey. Whether they act directly or use underhanded methods, I'll be in big trouble. Furthermore, I need to keep a closer eye on them. That's right, I cannot let myself become their target. He suddenly remembered the predatory network. They were a group of heretical players who killed other players using special methods to seize the constellations that had formed contracts with them or otherwise absorb their energy. This dark group of players posed as other people to avoid detection by the association. The predatory network was the criminal organization that almost brought the world to destruction in his past life. Among them was Lucavio, who was considered their leader. And if I get caught by him, let alone growing stronger, I wouldn't even have a chance to keep living. For that reason, I need to grow strong enough to face them. Thinking this, Huynh suddenly spoke up quietly, to avoid attracting attention. Kim Mai immediately suggested, then let's search this area. We'll split up. He suddenly realized, that's right. I'm not sure exactly what the goddess is trying to warn me about, but for now, I must avoid leaking any information about my regression. Even if it makes the journey harder, it's better than dying. Huynh went deep into the village. Dead bodies were scattered everywhere. The scene was extremely chaotic, and there were claw marks on the trees as if from a ferocious beast. Huynh silently observed every trace left behind in this place. Finding it interesting, he chuckled. You left pretty clear clues, didn't you? He thought to himself, like a child. You're marking this village as your trophy. He turned his head and asked, You're a hunter, right? I've made my decision, we'll play by your rules. In this childish hunting game, Kim Mai, on the other side, was also looking for traces. Everything was abnormal, which made her feel a bit uneasy. I'm sure something dangerous is hiding nearby. There are monster corpses and signs of predation all over the village. Even though the bodies were far apart, the state of decay was similar. That means this monster is very confident in its speed. Kim Mai quietly observed her surroundings. When she saw something unusual, she immediately signaled an attack, but she had miscalculated its speed. Kim Mai's arrow slammed hard into the ground, and her expression changed immediately. So fast. I just felt it, and it's already gone. It's too dangerous for me to handle it alone. I need to signal Sang Huynh. But the monster had appeared behind her, and Kim Mai's face was filled with fear. She realized the situation was critical. Kim Mai suddenly realized the monster had appeared behind her. Immediately, it raised its hand into the air, preparing to strike. Just as it touched Kim Mai's body, something strange happened. The monster stared at its prey in confusion. At the same time, the pendant on Kim Mai's neck shattered. A lethal blow had been blocked by the effect of Maya's holy artifact pendant. Maya's pendant? She was angry and only knew how to blame herself. Damn it, I can't believe Maya's pendant was destroyed. To lose it so stupidly. If it lands another attack right now, I'm definitely a goner. Think, what I need to do now is create some distance. Kim Mai hurriedly retreated. She kept a safe distance, but the monster's speed was still too fast. They started playing cat and mouse. She knew clearly that her opponent was an assassin-type monster, which countered her, but this was exactly the kind of opponent she had prioritized training to deal with. Remembering what Trang Lai had said, she had to stay calm and recall. At that time, Trang Lai had seriously advised, First, you must fight a battle of speed. Kim Mai had curiously approached her. That means I should avoid head-on combat. She had nodded in confirmation. That's right. A player who is weak in close combat should avoid one-on-one situations as much as possible. If you meet an enemy faster than your arrows, things will get troublesome. This had made her very worried. That's so true. Then Trang Li had suddenly interrupted. But you never know what will happen in a dungeon. If your Vanguard Protector falls in battle, you will be forced to fight in such circumstances. Just thinking about it made Kim Mai flustered. Yes, then what should I do? Trang Lai calmly drew her sword. Even if you say that, you still have plenty of options, you know. Her next words caught Kim Mai's attention. In that case, do you think it's better to experience it for yourself? You need to find a way to deal with an opponent faster than your arrows. Let's give it a try. The truth is, if there isn't a huge gap in power, assassins like us avoid head-on attacks. If our movements are too easy to predict, it's safer to just time it right. Even a child could get lucky enough to take us down. That's why. Assassins like us never rely on luck. We rely on speed. Now, this is where it all begins. When your opponent charges at you, watch which foot they step forward with. Watch their breathing, their habits. Predict their moves, then draw your bow. That's what you need to do. Kim Mai thought. So, that's how you deal with an assassin, she told herself. I've only just encountered it, so the information I have is very limited. However, considering what I know right now, toying with their prey, they'll appear from behind. Perfect. I've read it perfectly. I've won. Just as Kim Mai was feeling confident, another monster appeared behind her. Her expression shifted completely. What? She realized in shock. There are two of them? The assassin monster quickly raised its hand to strike. In the nick of time, Sang Huyn's familiar voice rang out. He suddenly leaped down from above. Cowards, the lot of you. His sudden appearance caught the assassin monster off guard. With just one strike, he knocked the monster down, successfully protecting Kim Mai from danger. At the same time, the monster was sent flying backward. They all immediately retreated to a safe distance. Sensing something was wrong, they turned and signaled to each other. But Sang Huynh didn't seem afraid at all. He slowly advanced toward them. Even if you are monsters, it's pretty pathetic to have two of you ganging up on one girl. Don't you think so? Now, how about we play fair? A proper 2-on-2 battle, let the hunt begin, you bastards. Hearing Sang Huynh say that, the assassin monster let out a low growl from its throat. After a moment of silence, he realized the dungeon had changed, and the monsters appearing now were stronger. Furthermore, judging by their appearance, the boss didn't seem to have changed much. They were called the Low Bluer, but they were also known as the Twin Predators. Each one was abnormally fast and specialized in hunting players with cruel, ruthless intent. This was what the Judgment Swordsman, Kang Bo-an, who had conquered the Hollow Forest, had noted. She said that perfect coordination with a teammate was a mandatory requirement. Thinking of this, Sang Huynh turned his head to look at Kim Mai. Sorry I'm late. Kim Mai, are you okay? She hurriedly shook her head. No, you saved me. If it weren't for that, Maya's necklace would have been destroyed. It happened so fast. Sang Huin's expression changed instantly. Though he tried to stay calm, I see, he thought to himself. So that's how it is? Things aren't looking good. We're at a disadvantage. To face two monsters working in perfect sync, I'll have to fight while protecting our long-range fighter, Kim Mai. This won't be easy. Damn it. According to their original plan, they'll look for any opportunity to strike from behind and hunt Kim Mai first. There's only one choice left. Kim! Sang Huin suddenly called out to her. She looked up at him. Yes? He suggested seriously. We won't rely on signals anymore. I'm counting on you now. It seemed he had a plan of his own. He had to stop treating Kim Mai as just a target that needed protection. At the same time, she understood the meaning behind his words. Sang Huin, does that mean? She nodded without a moment's hesitation. All right, I just need to tell you what skill I'm going to use first, right? That's enough, isn't it? Sang Huin smiled and nodded. Of course. Kim Mai felt even more determined he was moving while placing his trust in her. Right, I've decided I can't rely on him forever. If I want to stand tall beside him, she immediately dashed forward. My first skill will be endless barrage. Hundreds of arrows shot straight toward the law bluer, and the opportunity arose for Sang Huin to rush in and attack. I have to prove myself right here. And right at that moment, a perfect skill chain was activated, along with the berserk and speed buffs. Just as the name implies, Endless Barrage is a skill that fires a non-stop volley of arrows. As Kim Mai and he coordinated perfectly, and since this was the first time they were seeing this skill, they wouldn't be able to coordinate smoothly anymore. Seizing the chance, Sang Huin focused on one lobluer. All right, let's see who's better, you or us. He swung his sword powerfully into the air. Kim Mai, behind him, was fighting with all her might. Clearly, both lobluers had their own strengths, yet neither of them gave up. Perhaps caught up in the excitement, Sang Huin laughed. Seizing the moment, he moved in for the finish. The lobluer blocking my path, who has better teamwork? While he was distracted, one of the lobluers appeared behind his back to ambush him. Before it could act, Kim Mai fired an arrow straight at its arm. This created the opening Sang Huin needed to counterattack. He called out, "Great support, Kim Mai." The lobluer took a direct strike to its body from his blade. It couldn't stop him. Sang Huin fired hundreds of arrows simultaneously toward the remaining lobluer to back him up. But Kim Mai's actions had truly enraged it. She didn't care. She just poured everything she had into creating a rain of arrows. Even though she was in danger, she had no regrets about her decision. Kim Mai's resolve had successfully provoked the lobluer. While Sang Huin was dealing with the giant monster, it turned its head backward and let out a frantic roar. Seeing things were going south, he hurriedly used teleport to appear right in front of it. Isn't it a bit too obvious? Did you really think I wouldn't notice you were aiming for Kim Mai? One was already down from just a single punch. He had completely taken care of the first lobluer. Everything happened so fast that the remaining one didn't even know how to react. In its mind, there was only one thought. Turn and run. Seeing its intention, Sang Huin tightened his grip on his sword in frustration. What's the matter? At the same time, the remaining lobluer completely lost its mind. A notification sounded. Lobluer is changing form. Its arms began to sprout tough, rigid veins, and its muscles bulged in an abnormal, grotesque way. Now, Lobluer has completely changed. It's staring him down as if it wants to tear him apart. But for Sang Huin, this only makes things more interesting. Is it really sacrificing its speed just to boost its power? Have you truly lost your mind? Lobluer doesn't even bother listening to a word he says. He poured all his energy into the attack. Sang Huin just waited to see what kind of tricks he had up his sleeve. A faint smirk played on Sang Huin's lips, and he felt a growing sense of anticipation. He started his counterattack, landing a powerful strike right on the beast's head. As for this monster, Sang Huin decided to target its brain. First off, your only condition for victory was speed. You fool, you should have stayed calm. The lore's entire body was now severely injured. A notification popped up. Congratulations, you have successfully conquered the dungeon. His level surged, and a sudden rush of power flooded through his body. At the same time, looking at his player stats, his HP had reached 2,138, MP 401, and his energy stats were at 3,129. Every single skill in his status board had leveled up. Sang Huin laughed with excitement. That's right. Just 10 more levels and I'll hit triple digits. I gained 2 levels after subduing the Guardian King, and this guy gave me another 3. After subduing the Archbishop, I hit level 85. So, even though it wasn't as much as when I took down the Death Knight, though he seemed to be a special case anyway, so it doesn't really matter it finally happened. A system notification appeared. Player Huynh, you will receive an epic grade relic. Please choose one of the following: the silent pressure helm, the wind ascent belt, or the weight reduction bracelets. He had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. He would finally have an epic grade relic. Even though it was a bit disappointing not to have more choices, that didn't matter. Each one of these items was incredibly valuable, potentially selling for as much as 100 billion. This is insane. Just one piece is enough for me to buy back every relic I've absorbed until now, and I'd still have plenty left over. So, it doesn't really matter which one I get, and it's not like all of them are useless anyway. After all, one of the items meant for my final character build has finally appeared. Huynh excitedly reached his hand toward the system screen. This is the only relic worth taking. As the battle ended, Kim Mai walked over and called out, Huynh, you did a great job with the raid today. I feel like we cleared it much more easily because of you. He shook his head and replied, don't be so modest. You did great too. You played a huge role in today's raid, and it's not just because of our teamwork practice or the relic you brought today, but because your personal abilities have increased significantly, which is why we cleared it so easily. This was all thanks to you. His words deeply moved Kim Mai. She laughed as she wiped away her tears. Thank you. Hearing that from you really means a lot. Huynh let out a soft sigh. He thought to himself, it seems like she's been carrying a heavy burden lately, and there's nothing else to be done about it. She asked herself, God, what is wrong with me? He suddenly remembered that there were many articles about Huynh, the person backing Kim Mai. Because those articles kept spreading false information, she must have been under immense pressure and guilt. Perhaps that is exactly why Kim Mai is pushing herself forward with all her might. The more I look at it from this perspective, the more I realize how foolish I've been. Just a few days ago, I misunderstood so many things about Kim Mai. When she shyly said, I'm sorry, he laughed and replied, it's fine. But now he understood. They had ended up confronting each other like that. But now, looking back at her and thinking about how reliable she is, human emotions are truly strange. Huynh stepped closer and gently patted her head. Well done, Kim Mai. He told himself that, somehow, he had started looking at Kim Mai like a little sister. I must be getting old. His action made her blush, which was when he realized something was wrong. He quickly pulled his hand back and explained, sorry, Kim Mai. I just thought there was a bug on your head. Huynh berated himself. Oh my God. What the hell was I doing just now? Little sister? Just kill me already. I'm such an idiot. I just made things even more awkward. I'm sorry, should I just drop dead? I'm gonna go die now. Kim Mai still didn't understand why he reacted like that. Don't worry, it's fine. She told herself that she was just startled, and he probably didn't think much of it. Realizing something was off, she startled and quickly asked, wait, Huynh, is that the relic you chose? Huynh smiled and explained, that's right. It's called the Wind Ascent Belt. It's quite useful, which is why I chose it. It seems like its stats fit my current condition well. Kim Mai, I see you have a new bow. She laughed and held it out for him to see. Yeah, I didn't check the stats too closely, but I chose it to replace the bow I borrowed from the Kuzoka Guild. Still, I'm lucky enough to have obtained a weapon. How is it? Do you think it suits me? Huynh offered a forced smile and nodded. It suits you perfectly. Inside, he thought. She didn't check the stats carefully and said she's just using it as a replacement? Goodness, I'm truly jealous of the kind of wealth that lets her treat an epic grade relic like that. Suddenly, he suggested, why don't you try it out right here? We can check its stats while we're at it. She laughed and nodded. That's a good idea. You're already here. Anyway, let's see what it can do. Who knows, we might end up teaming up again. So, she immediately drew her bow to aim. Huynh stared intently at the arrow, and immediately after, a change occurred. He was incredibly surprised. The power of the new weapon was absolutely terrifying. It left them both frozen in place. As the dust settled, giant holes appeared on the ground. To be sure, Huynh quickly asked, you only fired one arrow just now, right? Kim Mai nodded in confirmation. Yes, I'm sure of it. Does this bow have some kind of illusion-based skill? He realized something. That's it. It must be a perfect copying skill. No matter which arrow, whether you activate a skill or not, it's an innate ability of the bow that allows it to fire 9 arrows with the same effect and power as the original, also known as the 9-split arrow. That's right, he must have seen it in his previous life. It is the very skill that made Kim Mai's title, the Berserk Archer, famous all over the world. This means she is step by step reaching the growth rate that top players and he himself had in his previous life. Kim Mai was still looking at the bow in her hand. What just happened? By the way, do you want to try yours out? Since we have the chance now, showing me wouldn't hurt. Sang Huynh held the belt in his hand. Should I test it out? I see. You must be very curious about it, right? The smile on his face grew increasingly frightening, which startled Kim Mai. Sang Huynh picks up the belt in his hands. Should he test it out? I see you must be really curious about this, right? The smile on his face grows so sinister that it sends a shiver down Kim Mai's spine. He continued with the announcement, guessing there was no other way. She quickly warned him, "Hold on, don't go too far." She recalled what Sang Huang had said, and thinking back now, the holy artifact he just obtained was, he gripped his weapon tightly. Don't worry, Kim Mai, I'm just as excited to try it out myself. Seeing that things weren't looking good, she hurriedly shouted, "No!" But Sang Huang wasn't even paying attention to his surroundings. That's right, he sent her body flying directly into the air. His strength had increased significantly. Information about the Wind Ascendant belt appeared. Epic grade holy artifact, normal equipment, special effect, wind ascension, hidden effect, super awakening state, strength plus 200, stamina plus 80, agility plus 40, a belt containing the fighting spirit of Lerluer. Lerluer's fighting soul can release a powerful gust of wind, and since becoming an additional support source, it has significantly boosted many stats. Next is the Wind Ascension hidden skill, effect, knock-up state, creating a rising gust of air and causing the enemy to fall into a knock-up state. The knock-up duration scales with the user's strength stat, and each effect lasts for 0.2 seconds for every 100 strength points. However, depending on the target's skill resistance, the duration may be shortened. Kim Mai completely regretted her initial intention. I knew you would do that. The reporter shared the news. French player Din Lao Ti has been found dead, his body frozen solid. This incident seems to be linked to recent discoveries of bodies from other missing player cases. We will continue our investigation. The mysterious man asked, so, who was it that devoured him this time? The scene shifted to the Predator network. Violet announced from above, it was me. Hearing this, Netche frowned in annoyance. It was Luca Violet again. Seeming not to care at all, he countered by asking if that was really the issue. Netche, he continued. If this keeps up, the Predator network might collapse. I remember saying this had to stop. Are you ignoring my words? Violet laughed in response. That's hilarious. Since when did we have something called community spirit, Netche? Aren't we just a bunch of people telling each other which prey we've absorbed? He angrily cursed. You jerk, he analyzed. It's not like we have an obligation to maintain it forever, right? Tu Dai, on the side, seemed very excited. I agree with Luca. So, how did the guy you devoured taste? Honestly, I'm not that interested in other things. Thinking for a moment, Violet replied. Din Lao Ti's Constellation was the immortal hardrunner. Perhaps for that reason, my stamina-related stats have grown exponentially. I'm sure that your stats are determined by the quality of your own constellations. Everyone, keep that in mind. She heard this and broke into a crazed smile. So that means he was super tough and hard to chew, right? That's right. I've chosen the person I want to absorb. Why don't you guys take a look? That guy named Sang Huang in Korea. Nobody cares about him, right? The others announced, I don't care, and neither do I. Tadai was intrigued. Really? Then I can absorb him completely. Right? I'll take that as a yes. I'm off. So it's my turn. I've already decided. Inside the room, a man's body lay stretched out on the floor. 2D said happily, oh my god, what a relief. Still no one suspects his growth speed. And even if someone else noticed him, on the main screen was the familiar face of Sang Huang. She used her blood-stained hand to swipe across the screen. Her face twisted into a perverted expression. In the end, Miss Tudai, you will still be the one to devour him. She was extremely excited about what would happen next. Din Sang Huang drove his supercar down the road. New news caught his attention. 2 weeks ago, the body of French player Din Lao Ti was found frozen. This incident seems to match the findings of bodies from the missing player cases. He seemed to have guessed something. Looks like they're starting to make a move. Sang Huang remembered. Right. This is the time when these predators start taking bolder actions. I know their interest in Korea is still low, but after knowing that everything could play out differently from my previous life since that last dungeon, I have to act more cautiously. Should I move to a place with better security? Maybe so. Should I be more careful and act more passively and do everything more slowly and quietly? It's a bit annoying. Sang Huang gritted his teeth and shouted in anger. Forget it. If I'm going to die anyway, they would have been looking for me for a long time. This isn't the time to worry about these things. Sang Huang told himself, that's right, I only need 10 more levels to reach level 100. Once I do, I'll be able to receive a special point, which will definitely strengthen one of my main skills. So, level 100 is the most important milestone for every player. Just as I determined before, I will make keeping the secret of my regression my top priority. If my growth rate is hindered because of them, everything I've done until now will go down the drain. Just wait, no matter who comes looking for me, I'll finish them all first. A notification sounded, catching Sang Huang's attention. You have arrived at your destination. The car stopped. He suddenly looked at the young orphans in front of him, and he felt a sense of nostalgia. I got here faster than expected. Gazing at this place once more, his mood became even more complicated. Sang Huang laughed. How strange. He suddenly remembered that this place was nothing like it used to be, even though the name was the same. It tasted a bit bitter, really. The feeling of nostalgia is scary. Anyway, I thought they would be outside, but the kids' arguments could be heard from inside. Teacher, why did you eat all the potatoes? Come on. Why didn't you even touch the pineapple piece? Song Undong immediately replied, What? Pineapple? What the heck is that? That thing can't even be called food. The children were confused. Then why did you order it? She smugly replied to the children, That's because you're still kids. You need to eat fruit. Just eat the bottom part, and give the rest to your teacher. I'll eat all the other parts. One child angrily retorted, That doesn't even make any sense. Why did you order it in the first place? Song Undong said calmly. What do you mean it makes no sense? It makes perfect sense. Seeing Sang Huang's face appear made her startle, and he was extremely angry. What are you doing to those kids? The poor children were wailing. She had actually eaten all of the potato chips. A moment later, the kids' eyes sparkled with excitement. Right in front of them were some incredibly exquisite gifts. Song Undong turned to look at Huynh. He didn't need to buy anything for the kids, but they happily accepted them. Let's go. That's a Nintendo Squoo 2. I've wanted this for so long. And is this the Daggers 2 that was just released? It's a modern fantasy game that incorporates beast riding elements. It was quite popular and modern back in the day. As if remembering something, the nerdy guy, Song Undong, pointed in another direction. By the way, have you eaten yet? We were just having some pizza. If you want, you can join us. Din Sang Huynh suddenly interrupted. Are you trying to pawn off that pineapple pizza on me just because you don't like it? As soon as he said that, she went silent. Song Undong's attitude changed completely. He was speechless at the situation. Usually, people try not to make it so obvious. A young boy's voice chimed in. Big brother, I heard you're a super famous player. Is that true? Din Sang Huynh pondered for a moment, then smiled and sat down to explain. I'm not sure about famous, but I am indeed a player. The boy's eyes sparkled. That's amazing. What do I have to do to become a player? He glanced at the boy curiously. Why? Do you want to be a player too? The boy said decisively. Obviously, they are super cool. They take down monsters and swing massive swords. Another boy spoke up. True, but if you're an archer, a sword would be useless. Sang Huynh was a bit surprised by the scene. The kids immediately started arguing with each other. What are you talking about? Obviously, swords are the strongest. You really don't know anything, right? If you're an archer, why are you ignoring daggers? Assassin class players are the best. Assassin? What assassin? He chuckled. That happened so long ago that his memories were fading. But seeing them brought back those old memories, back when Sang Huynh told the other kids, I'm going to become a swordsman, a super powerful swordsman wielding massive swords. Another boy looked confused. What's a swordsman? He explained it like the main character in some drama. The boy immediately analyzed it for him. That kind of swordsman? Sorry, but dreams like that are impossible in the modern world. The only swordsmen left these days are the ones suffering every day, buried under mountains of paperwork. At least it's a high-paying professional job, so you still get a pretty good salary. But Sang Huynh immediately felt disappointed. I see. He grew nostalgic. Just like them, he used to talk about his own dreams with sparkling bright eyes. Thinking of this, he sighed. And while looking at that man's back, he began to have a new dream. That's right. Just like how he found hope by looking at someone else. Sang Huynh suddenly joined the conversation. Right, swords are the best, aren't they? The kids were still arguing. Let me tell you, archers are. The kids suddenly paid attention to him. His voice was full of confidence. If you listen to your teacher, you'll be able to become a cool swordsman player just like me. Sang Huynh thought to himself. I can become a source of hope for someone else. The boy stared at him, looking a bit surprised. Immediately after, the boy backed away and whispered, What does he want? My dream is to become a swordsman, like the famous demon sword. Why would I want to downgrade to be like him? The kids nearby whispered. I want to be as cool as Sister Kim My-ko, but that guy looks kinda weird. Just ignore him. Players are usually a bit cracked like that. Din Sang-hoon felt incredibly annoyed. Kids these days are quite mature for their age, aren't they? Song An-dong hurriedly explained. Don't be sad. Anyway, let's get going. This wasn't the only reason you came here today, right? I left it in the next room. You won't be disappointed. And so, Sang-hoon and Song An-dong went inside to see the item. He knew this item was no ordinary thing. It was a fire shield charm, a diamond-grade holy relic that grants a shield attribute. It was an artifact excavated from an ancient ruin, a place that still bore damage from a fire dragon, a creature that destroyed a city and possessed records that had been lost. You can use this to enhance a shield once. A shield enhanced with this charm will gain the Small Ember skill. The Small Ember skill can evolve based on the intensity of the fire: Big Flame, Berserk, and Fire Inferno. Looking at this item, Sang-hoon was quite surprised. A holy relic that grants an attribute, and it's even a common fire attribute? Song An-dong sighed and replied, That's true, but it's limited to shields only. That's a pretty big drawback. What do you think? This is a special holy relic that isn't useful in combat, which is why it's relatively obscure, exactly what you were looking for. Right? You'll buy it, won't you? Sang-hoon smiled. Exactly. This is the type of item he was looking for. Even among all the attributes, the fire attribute is especially good for attacking. Most swordsmen, archers, and even some assassins use it, but most tank-class players wouldn't touch it. Of course, it could be very suitable if a shield user could lead the front line with a powerful finishing blow, but they would likely prefer a charm better suited for defense. There's no need to spend so much money on a fire attribute. It was the same last time. He couldn't tell if Song An-dong's luck was good or bad anymore. Should he say she has a talent for bringing in items that are perfect just for him? He would have to keep in touch with her from now on. Song An-dong sat to one side, muttering to herself. If only it could be used for swords, it would be perfect. Late in the evening, Din Ho's voice rang out. All right, that concludes the status report. Everyone was gathered in the E-Guild's common meeting room. Din announced seriously, in short, the time has come. If no one has any objections, we will move forward with the decision. Guild E will take on the Kim Mai River campaign. You will be in charge of recruiting any players above rank A who need to be sent to other areas. She nodded in agreement. Understood. I'll get started right away. He continued his speech. Just then, Kim Mai suddenly became anxious. Just as Din Ho said, that moment had finally arrived. When the era of the players begins, tears in the fabric of reality began appearing all over the world. Other nations quickly struck back against them and suffered minimal damage as they continued to contain them. But because North Korea was in such chaos and the appearance of players was limited, those rifts continued to be neglected. As a result, more and more monsters kept spilling out from those rifts, and North Korea became a land of monsters. Because of the constant delays, the monsters were now on the verge of spilling over into South Korean territory. It was a ticking time bomb that could go off at any moment, and our guild finally had to step up and handle it. She suddenly spoke up. Din Ho. He turned his head in surprise. Right. What is it, Kim Mai? Her voice turned serious. I want to propose something. Trang Li suddenly interrupted. We need a mercenary. He glanced over at her. A mercenary? Trang Li, don't tell me. She nodded firmly. Yes, exactly what you're thinking. Din Sang-hoon, we need him. Hearing this, Din Ho sighed. Honestly, I was thinking the same thing. Even though we have the capability to handle the situation, when facing such variables, we need that extra layer of certainty. After reading Kim Mai's detailed report on the Hollow Forest, I thought Din Sang-hoon would be the perfect complement for that aspect. She laughed, amused. Right? I've been telling you this the whole time. We definitely need him. He smiled and suggested, Then, Kim Mai, please contact Din Sang-hoon. Trang Li suddenly spoke up. I'll do it. She turned her head in surprise. What? You heard me? She repeated in a calm voice. What's wrong? You heard what I said. I will go and personally make the offer to him. I have a few things I want to discuss with him as well. Inside the room, Sang-hoon kept chugging milk. The table was covered in empty cartons. Finishing the last one in his hand, Sang-hoon sighed, thinking with his swollen, painful lips. That was way too close. I knew it was a fire attribute, so it was bound to be spicy. It definitely exceeded my limit. If I'm going to die, it should be while killing monsters. Why die while eating a holy relic? At least I got a decent skill out of it. So, feeling relieved, he decided, I'm never eating anything with fire attributes again. The skill he had just acquired was Small Spark, a skill that triggers fire attributes. This skill can be activated conditionally on a single holy relic to maintain the small spark. Each time the skill level increases, its form evolves in the order of Fire, Greater Fire, Frenzied Fire, and Inferno. Just with this one skill, the way I approach combat could change completely. Not only can I inflict status debuffs, but my options for dealing physical damage have also increased. My growth rate lately has truly been skyrocketing. The speed and dexterity skills I got from Song and Dong were slightly weakened because of my innate ability, but the penalty has been completely removed, and my combat ability has increased significantly. That alone is more than enough. But on top of that, I also have acceleration and super awakening states. My combat ability has probably jumped up several levels. Of course, to increase combat effectiveness efficiently, the way I decide to combine these abilities will play a huge role. However, I have so many skills, if I don't have the ability to use them, they'll end up being useless. What I should be thinking about right now is how to accumulate as much experience as possible. That's right, what I need now is a dungeon or a gate with a higher difficulty level. Should I try contacting the association? I still can't compete with large-scale guilds for dungeon access rights, so I have no choice but to rely on the association. Then I have no other choice. Now that I think about it, this isn't a great option either. Right now, my absolute level stat is still too low, and my exact player rank hasn't been determined yet. The priority the association can give me is also limited. This is a big problem. My growth rate is likely to keep increasing rapidly, but I won't be able to maintain a suitable environment. At this rate, while leveling up, I'm going to hit a wall. Damn it, I've had some luck so far, but this is pretty serious. Sang-hoon asked himself, what should I do about this? The doorbell rang, grabbing his attention. He walked to the door, feeling annoyed. Who would come at this hour? I've already got enough of a headache, he thought to himself. Last time with those reporters it was the same. How do so many people manage to find my place like this? I don't know why the hell I pay this much rent. I let it slide last time, but not tonight. As soon as he opened the door, Din Sang-hoon yelled angrily, what do you people want? Who comes here in the middle of the night? His angry attitude caught even Trang Lai off guard. She gave an awkward smile. I'm sorry. I just wanted to let you know as soon as possible. But since I'm in a hurry, I'll just head back for today. He still didn't realize what was going on. A little later, Sang-hoon poured Trang Li a cup of coffee. He quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I don't have any snacks or anything to treat you with. She shook her head. No, I'm the one who should apologize for coming without notice. Her eyes suddenly rested on the pile of items on his table. But you must really like milk, huh? Sang-hoon gave a sheepish smile. There are a few reasons for that. Trang Lai suddenly warned. You'll get a stomachache if you drink that much. Questions kept swirling in his mind. Why? Why is it like this? Why is Din Trang Lai here, late at night? Did I do something wrong? Overcome with curiosity, he asked. So, why are you here? She suddenly remembered something. Trang Lai hurriedly pulled out a file. Sorry, I almost forgot. This is your main objective. He looked at the information folder in front of him, confused. Seeing the text on the very first page, he was a bit surprised. Top secret? Is it really okay for me to read something like this? What exactly is this? While Sang-hoon remained silent, Trang Li announced, as you can see, this is information you won't find anywhere else. This was decided in an internal meeting, and as soon as the meeting ended, I ran straight here. It won't take long. We need your help for the upcoming Gyeongju subjugation campaign. That's why I came to see you, to offer you a position as a mercenary scout. You don't need to overthink it. Sang-hoon's lips curled into a faint smirk. That was it. He made his decision on the spot. I don't need to read the rest. I'm in. In fact, he felt quite thrilled. This was a massive opportunity to resolve all his concerns. A lawless world and a land of monsters that became an uncontrollable zone after the event. It had turned into a living hell and earned a whole host of other names. Perhaps due to its unique environment, even after all this time, no one has been able to count all the monsters dwelling there. The entire world has recognized this area as having a difficulty rating of at least A+. So, for a conquest, we would need at least as many people as a major guild. Because of that, the first guild chosen was Guild A. It was the vanguard for the conquest campaign. Out of the 3 campaigns launched, the first battle set a record for the highest number of monsters ever eliminated in a single expedition in South Korean history. It was a legendary battle that made the names Kim, Mai, Din Ho, and Trang Lai famous worldwide. And now, this incredible opportunity was right before his eyes. An A+ difficulty rating meant that even common monsters would far exceed level 100. However, it also offered a chance proportional to the massive rewards. High risk. Indeed. Massive rewards. Din Sang-hoon suddenly asked, How will the loot be distributed? I'm sure the rewards will be split based on the level of contribution, right? If the rewards are split equally just because it's a large guild. Before he could finish his sentence, Trang Li burst out laughing. Sang Hoon was confused. Did I say something funny? She shook her head and explained, I'm sorry. I just didn't expect you to ask that. So it was a natural reaction. As far as I know, the expedition will take place in 3 days, and the location will be the building from that era. I will contact you again once I have more details. He sighed with relief. All right, I understand. Then let's meet there. Sang Huynh thought to himself. 3 days later, I wanted to go on the day of the Maiko, but I guess it can't be helped. Trang Li nodded happily. See you then. I'll be in touch. He was very pleased. Yes, see you later. Seeing her say nothing more, Sang Huynh gave an awkward smile. Feeling a bit uneasy, he stood up. Come to think of it, has she eaten yet? If she was hungry, Trang Li quickly refused. It's okay, I'm fine. I've already had dinner and usually don't eat this late. He sat back down in his original spot. I see. You avoid late-night snacks. She nodded in agreement, and Sang Hoon's expression worsened. Isn't the main business finished? Then why hasn't she left? She keeps staring at me. Is she pressuring me to create a better atmosphere? What is going on? Is this some kind of power move? Did she decide to assert dominance just because I'm an S-rank player? Suddenly, Trang Li coughed lightly, leaving Sang Hoon confused. He became even more anxious. Wait, is she? He seemed to have guessed something, and Din Sang Hoon immediately coughed a few times to get Trang Li's attention. He held up one finger in front of her. Is this about that? There's no way, right? I'm sorry, I just... Before he could finish, she happily announced, You guessed right. Sang Hoon felt a bit weary. I actually guessed correctly? Outside, the sky had turned into deep night. Trang Li and Sang Hoon went to MSI training room number 43. Making the most of the time, he quickly warmed up his body, thinking to himself that he was a bit surprised, but this was a good opportunity. After all, this was a chance to gauge his growth speed compared to Din Trang Li. Furthermore, last time there were skill restrictions, but now, for this challenge, Sang Hoon was extremely interested. He suddenly asked, What if we remove the skill restrictions this time? She looked a bit worried. Would that be all right? He nodded firmly. Definitely. I feel like it wouldn't mean much if the conditions were exactly the same as last time. Besides, it would be much more fun. Trang Li was startled upon hearing this. She was quite surprised. More fun, but Trang Li still nodded in agreement. I understand. Then, in this sparring match, how about the loser has to grant one wish to the winner? Sang Hoon nodded without hesitation. A wish? Sure, that sounds fun. Then, how about one coupon to use Din Trang Li for a day? I want to train with you again. Her tone remained very calm. All right, and I will request that you, Sang Hoon, join Guild A. He reacted immediately. Isn't that too unfair? Joining Guild A would be permanent. She decided quickly. Then, I will also give you a permanent coupon. You can call me whenever you need me, and if you want, you can add conditions. For example, Sang Hoon abruptly cut her off. That's enough. He knew exactly what she was thinking, so he didn't waste any more time. Sang Hoon directly unleashed his power. From this moment on, there was no turning back. He was ready for this battle. Trang Li fell silent for a moment. The atmosphere had completely changed. That was it. This feeling. The feeling of death that she had sensed back then. She had never been able to feel it, no matter which monster she faced or which dungeon she entered. Even though he ended up dropping his guard and having to use a skill, it felt like she was being toyed with by an opponent much stronger than herself. Perhaps that's why everything that happened afterward felt so hazy. The training, the expedition, everything. She didn't know why it was like that. But something about that day, she realized everything on that day. And now, this feeling had returned. Trang Li's lips curled into an excited smile. Naturally, she became even more determined, feeling the urge to defeat him at all costs.